Greetings. Looks like Matt's finally playing an adult here in round 5. Looks like I've got audio on. Claims Chess Dojo streaming. There's Matt arriving. Computer seems to be dying today. Probably I worked it too hard with too much chess yesterday. I think I did over 12 hours of chess yesterday, actually. Which is more than I normally do anymore. So that is definitely thanks to COVID. I did 8 hours of my chess dojo training. Quoi? Lily? Okay. So I did 8 hours of chess dojo.
She's in the middle of a thing.
It's okay. So. Her Invisalign's on the counter. Thank you. I'm joined today. Oui, je t'ai entendu. Invisalign on the counter.
Exactly, and I think Lucilia needs to clean upstairs.
So no.
I will
No.
go to Richmond to work when she gets here. And you are negative now, so you can interact with her with the mask and move Lily outside for them to clean the upstairs. Okay?
Oh, I don't know.
No, really. Air out the upstairs. It should be fine. It really should be okay.
Beautiful handshakes right there. We just got to see. But now we will pause the videos and wait for moves to appear on the internet. That was really a lovely moment we caught there just now. Let me adjust Matt's video just slightly. That's what I've done. All right. So, good afternoon, Joao and Pizza Racer. I've been joined by a second member of the family with COVID here in my little COVID reserve. So we've got a little one with COVID in the room with us. Oh. I just tested negative, which is fantastic. But not feeling great this morning. Greetings, Ivan. So we're getting into round 5. As you can see, the players just started playing. There's a 10-minute delay on the boards on the relay, so we will wait 10 minutes to start watching their videos, you know? So let me open up some more boards here. That doesn't look right. Pizza Racer very focused on the result here today, demanding a win from or for Kostya. I just hope Kostya has a fun game like every other day. Yesterday's game was perfectly interesting, right? Hey, Dublin. Gabriella. So yesterday I was told that this is the Italian flag, not the Irish flag. Maybe I should look them up to make sure I've got the two clear in my head. What? It looks the same. Yeah, I can't tell the difference. Why did somebody criticize me for getting that wrong yesterday when it's literally the same thing? Wait. I was looking at, somebody's opponent yesterday and there was a flag up. And I said, oh, it looks like they're from Ireland. And somebody said, no, they're from Italy. I'm like, what? Now I'm looking at it. It's the same flag you two have. Maybe the shade of the color is a tiny bit different, but on the size of a chess.com icon here with the resolution on my computer, there's no way you could know which is which. Come on. One is more red and the other is more orange. I can't see that difference, honestly, I'm telling you. I just looked at the two on here. It's very faint. Wow, look at that. Rachel already lost her game. Fantastic relay. Okay, so we got Matthew, Kostya. Oh. Okay. Oh, that's harsh, Murphy. That's harsh. Portugal maybe a similar distance from Italy or Ireland. Maybe Ireland's a little bit further. I don't know. The distances on the map are tricky because you always look at the map 2D and then you find out that the distances are not what you thought. I learned some of this just recently, this year, because I have a brother who lives in Taiwan, and he was flying to California to visit, and I thought that he would fly over the Pacific, and he told me no, when going from Taiwan he flies basically all the way over Alaska, and so basically it's faster to come up over the top of the globe, even from an island all the way in the Asian, near tropics. It's faster to fly over Alaska, over the north of the globe, than to fly around over the Pacific. And some other things too. I learned about geography recently from looking at maps of where he is. My favorite game collection biography. I've got it right here. I found it in a used bookstore recently. Lucky. They were selling it for $14. Used to be you'd get stuff like this for $2 when I was a kid. But I think that's one of my 2 favorite chess books of all time. Italy is closer. Okay. And has a much bigger population. Right. Murphy, should Northern Ireland be part of Ireland or part of England? Or do they call themselves Great Britain? Great Britain, terrible Britain, mediocre Britain. The tournament here seems to have a fair number of Portuguese players. That's good. Hi, Oscar. How have you been? That would make sense, Ivan. Yeah, if you were going to write about Tal, he already wrote such a good book about himself. Oh, Pizza Racer calls it the United Kingdom. Well, Murphy, nobody here sees your social media footprint, so you can safely give me an authoritative opinion from someone at the source, and no one will pin it on you in a controversial way. Oh yeah, Ivan asked me about this book, and I gave the answer Tal. And Oscar Chess says Rachel has been really playing well. We're gonna restart Matt's video as his first move comes in. Kostya's first move probably also just getting relayed. Goes for an English again. Nice. And Oscar Chess, Rachel, I've tried to suggest to her that she could use Mikhail Tal as a kind of inspiration and model for her chess. So those 2 points are linked. You had a discussion on endgames on another platform and said all you need is Dvoretsky's endgame manual. Do I agree? At what level, Kevin Winter? England is the best country in the world despite the lame government. Okay. Still the best. So does that mean England was the best country in the world in 1900? When did England start being the best country in the world? She is not afraid of sacking her pieces. In fact, Oscar Chess, and this you may have also noticed, she is on a mission to find opportunities to sack her pieces. That's one of her goals at this tournament. She doesn't have to sack them just because she sees how to sack them. You see what I'm saying, Oscar Chess? The goal I gave Rachel for this tournament was twice per game to notice an opportunity to go into the deep, dark forest. Anyone who knows Mikhail Tal will understand what that means. So the goal is becoming aware of what our chances and opportunities and moments are. And then from there, what you want to make of those opportunities, that comes next, right? Evaluating them, knowing when to press the button, when to go for it. But first, you have to see that it's there. Maybe Matt will have nothing but French's all tournament. Yeah. Well, can't say he doesn't know. Can't say he doesn't know what he's doing in the opening with that. Same thing they did in other colonies other than Ireland. That's a good point, Murphy. We could probably look at some patterns there. England is the mother country of the USA, says Kevin. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose you could say so. Well, Pizza Racer, I think Kevin doesn't just mean in terms of like where the people come from, but kind of like the institutional origins, you know, like the U.S. government was originally developed from the British colonial government, you know, which has its antecedents with the British government. So, you know, structurally, governmentally, legally, there's some kind of origin there. Wow. Murphy answered my very controversial topic with the wild claim that imperialism is bad. And on that note, we wish everyone in Ireland a wonderful, happy, non-controversial future. And we move on to Ivan's dream that Kostya will colonize his opponent's kingside with his pizzas. I think that's the kind of colonialism that everybody in this chat can get behind. Although at the moment, if you look at the structures of the openings, it is Matt's opening, which is better poised to colonize Artur Lemos's kingside with his pieces. He's got the space advantage from the advanced French pawn structure, although it started as a Tarrasch French, right? 392. But this is Jesse's aggressive repertoire says, get a pawn chain that points towards your opponent's king, and then your natural correct positional plan will be to checkmate their king. Then you can play good chess and deliver checkmates, right? Colorado, Wyoming, and South Dakota. That sounds beautiful, Kevin. I had the feeling that you loved the U.S. You're right, Pizza Racer. Even in terms of colonies and origins, you know, the U.S. bought Louisiana from the French, and there are other parts that were the Dutch, and it's true. It's a much more complicated parentage, I guess. Much more complicated parentage. Fair enough. All right. Black plays bishop e7. After thinking for a moment, a couple minutes here from Matt's opponent. Now, normally in this position, the black players try to resolve the central situation like this, challenging white's space advantage in order to be able to defend their king. They get slight weaknesses on the e-file, which some of you might sort of see here at e5 and e6. But the good news is they've got some more space around their king to defend it, and the half-open f-file for counterplay as well. That's the normal approach to this position. Bishop e7 makes us wonder if, like Matt's first round opponent, black intends to castle kingside, not stake out any space, and get slowly squished there like a bug. For now, Matt castles, and we'll see if his opponent plays f6 in the next move or two. I don't see a hard, fast reason why black couldn't play f6 now, or even, castle first and then play f6. Although at some point, if he gives white more time, maybe... Normally in this knight d2, knight e2, bishop d3 setup, white doesn't have time for f4, right? And there's a different line with f4 where you don't take the time for bishop d3. But here, maybe Matt could play bishop d3 and f4, and that could be a big advantage for white, actually. Ooh, so it might matter already. Yeah. But his opponent simply castled. So now it's a moment for Matt to choose whether or not he wants to play f4. Oh, he played it faster than I could comment it. So he says, yes, I will take the advantage having the bishop on d3 instead of f1. For reference, folks, I'll show you the other line that I'm comparing this to. In this position here, there's another line that goes f4, c5, c3, knight c6. Now you have to defend your pawns like this with the knight. And then typically, you get your king displaced in order to get this pawn chain. So you end up with your bishop on f1 and king on f2. If you compare that to what Matt's getting in the game, he got bishop d3, developed the knights fast enough to castle. If black plays f6 in this position, he doesn't have the time to play f4. For some reason, it doesn't work. White would trade on f6, play knight f3, and castle. But because black played bishop e7, Matt gets the time to castle and then grab his space with f4. So this should already be, I would guess, overwhelmingly promising for white. I would think already. Yeah, the modern Milner-Berry gambit, Kevin Winter, is also known as the easy system against the French by Jesse. And he's maybe the originator of the whole movement. He published a video on YouTube about it, which was picked up by Anish Giri, which was whispered to Magnus Carlsen, and then Magnus played it himself. So I'm a great fan of Carissa's, for sure. But I think that's a little bit the origin story of this exciting new approach to the French for white, which I've also tried out. I've sparred it with Jesse. I don't play it too well just yet, but I'm hoping to one day. It's interesting, very interesting. Excuse me, I'm tested negative, but still not 100%, so there's going to be some congestion on the stream today. Anyway, all of that to say that this position already looks like a very, very good chance for Matthew Pritchard to colonize the king side, as desired by Ivan. So I think here, I just want to swivel this knight to f3. One nice thing about knowing a structure or an opening is that a certain number of moves come slightly easily to you. Right, the h4 move. Yep. I've played that h4 move many a time now. That does sound very interesting, Goose Chess. And with Kevin Winter also saying it's an excellent book, I feel like I've received a recommendation. All right. Well, we'll leave Matt to ponder for a moment. I'm fairly certain his steed will saunter into f3. Let's have a look at what Kostya is getting here. His opponent is Gabriele is thinking like a minute or two on each of his opening moves. So it's not like deep prep or it's really good acting. Ali Reza is playing Title Tuesday right now, before his round at the Sinkfield Cup. Well, he had a disappointing game yesterday, right? And it won't be the first time that he played some online tilt during a major tournament. So good news for whoever plays him today. Very good news. Perhaps he's already been up all night playing Blitz or Bullet, warming up for Titled Tuesday. So black breaks in the center very aggressively for being on the black side of the symmetrical. Bishop G2. I feel like something like this is like a Jesse dream. You know, he dreams of doing this. Saying his pawn's on C3 versus your pawn on C4. He's playing Noterbeck today. Oh, Noterbeck needs it. Show me the speed. Noterbeck needs it. Oh. I do wish very nice things on Noterbeck this week. Such as... and I can't think of something much nicer than playing Alireza after he's been up all night playing Bullet. That would be... that would be kind of what Noterbeck needs at this tournament. Good question, Joao, on the French game. We'll touch on that in a moment when we get back to that game. I promise we'll discuss those questions. But now we'll have a bit of a look here at Kostya's situation. So his opponent chooses to concede sort of a tempo and send the knight off to this square, which is a little bit odd and awkward. If we imagine black having a pawn on e5 and a knight on c6 and being white in a Marazzi bind, the move would be knight c7. That when you don't want to trade and you aren't ahead and you don't have enough strength to support your knight in the middle of the board, the most common square to drop it back to is c7, because that doesn't get in the way of like the b pawn defending this when Kostya plays queen c2 or rook c1 at some point. So knight b6 is like a slightly awkward square to drop the knight back to. And my guess would be it's mildly imprecise, but kind of like a new feature or element for Kostya. So he needs to do some reasoning. What's the best approach for white here, right? How can you seize some minute advantage out of this? Hey, Axe Maya. For the moment, I've got two boards working here. Let me check my other board since you asked like that. Rachel's, it has this weird thing that claims that she lost the game before it started. I noticed this while I was waiting for the game to start. Then it played a few moves. Now it again says she lost. So I don't know if that board's working. I would say not. And Anushka's board, yesterday she was black and she had no clock showing. Now she's white and her opponent has no clock showing. Yeah. Some wrinkles still, yeah. Kevin Winter asks, what's the odds on Kostya becoming a GM? That's really hard to estimate. It's hard to estimate. I mean, right now, to me, GM seems an ocean away with the FIDE ratings where they are. I don't know if the ratings are eventually going to move back up from the points that were infused a year and a half ago that haven't yet really come through. But for now, getting to 2,500 FIDE seems really, really difficult. Kostya is more consistent than me, and his ratings maybe a little bit higher, but I think it's still a really big distance. Let's see. Oh, he's over 2,350. But he's also crossed 30. He's also got, other things to take care of in life other than just playing. I mean, you see him playing and studying quite seriously, but there's an even more serious degree at which 16-year-olds play and study when they don't have to go to school or work or make money or anything. I don't think his odds are great to become a GM unless something changes with the rating system. 2,500 just seems so far away to me right now. And I see tons and tons of people with ratings that are much lower than before, and they're not necessarily ancient. I see like 30-year-old players whose ratings are 150 points lower than they were 10 years ago. I get it, Ivan. Yeah, maybe. Right. Goose Chess's point is very important. Someone's odds of making GM are tied. I can't say it better than Goose Chess, so I'm just going to read Goose Chess's comment for everyone on YouTube. Commenting on Kostia's odds feels intrinsically tied to how much he is willing to sacrifice in other areas of his life. I think he could do it if it was his sole priority. Right? So would he give up everything else? Give up the dojo, give up teaching, all other interests, hobbies, limit all socializing to time that you couldn't study chess anyway because it would be overdoing it. Then we'd say his odds would be somewhere, I don't know, in the 75% range, right? But if he's going to do other things in his life, then 150 points is pretty far away. Kevin Winter, what do I think of having streamers at tournaments? You think they might have too many at this tournament? MD Knight, Anushka lost the Neidorf game yesterday. Let's see, Kostia picked an approach here. E3. Okay, a surprise to me. Is he maybe going to play D4 and take an isolated queen pawn? Okay, honestly, obviously I'm, distracted by a lot of interesting questions in chat and not focusing like Kostia. My first thought had been to maybe play E3, bishop E3, and attack that pawn, since black has blocked the move B6. See if we can just go after it and bother black with it, right? You could play moves like rook C1, knight E4, and just attack that pawn on C5 a bunch. Maybe make black play knight D7 to defend it and sort of tangle their pieces even more, possibly. That was the first thought I had. I don't know if it works or not. It was just my first inspiration of what one could do in this position. Honestly, there's even a theme where you go like knight E4, E5, queen C2, and you try to just win their pawn at the start of the game. Black does this in a line of the English opening. From the black side, they attack this pawn. I normally think of E3 as being linked to playing the move D4, so maybe he's got that in mind. Is there something that Queen's doing over on this side? I don't know. Havana, you've seen this exact position in a course? Wow. I think my video was a little bit behind. It just showed him playing e3, but we already had e3 on the board here, right? What was that? Knight c6, knight g2 getting played. Maybe it was that. Maybe that was the next exchange of moves. I hope I didn't hop too far ahead in my video. My video should have been in the right spot, right? Knight g2. Okay. The Iron Botvinnik. Interesting. Okay. Kevin Winters was asking about, are there too many streamers at this tournament, right? And to comment about Matt, of course. Yeah, I'll reintroduce Matt. I don't know that they can have too many streamers. It's like, can you have too many people show up to your chess tournament? You know, everybody brings and adds something, and it's fun when all our stories intertwine, when we connect with each other. So I don't think it's bad for the tournament to have too many streamers. I mean, once they have a certain number of streamers, I don't know if they need to keep spending and investing in having more streamers if they're paying for them. I don't know to what extent they are. But I don't think having them is bad in any way. For some people, it might be uncomfortable to play against opponents who are streaming your games. So I definitely think the opponents should be able to opt out of having their games streamed. Like, if I'm just a normal person, so to speak, going to a chess tournament, and you're a streamer, and I don't want your 20,000 people watching my game, I don't think that I should be forced into that situation. So the Wi-Fi has been a problem, Pizza Racer. Yes, that may practically be more than they bargained for or something. But yeah, I think honestly it's overall a great idea for these tournaments to look to build their visibility and their popularity by harnessing streaming. I think it's great. I mean, I look up and down this list of streaming things here on the left, and there's always Title Tuesday on these days. But right now I see Maia Chess Festival as well. Maia Chess Festival. Something I have no idea what it is. Maia Chess Festival. Maia Chess Festival. Yeah, Title Tuesday. Maia Chess Festival, right? So it's good. Makes people know about the tournament. Then you get more people coming to play in your tournament the next year. I think they've got a lot more people playing at their tournament this year than last year, which allows them to invest in more DGT boards. Yeah. And I find it, as Far Eastern says, for me, it's more relatable to watch players I know. So there are some GM tournaments that I can relate to because I know some GMs, right? But I find it more interesting and relatable, far more interesting, let's just say, far more interesting to watch a tournament with people I know than to watch a tournament with people I don't know, period, right? Which gets at the next answer to Kevin's question, or the answer to Kevin's next question, which was about Matthew Purchard, right? Why are we watching him? Who is this guy? So Matthew Purchard is a member of the dojo. He joined our training program maybe just over a year ago. And then at some point we sent out a message asking the dojoers, for help. Every now and then, Costa Jesse and I, we need help with something or other, and then we often just send a message out into the Discord. Well, they do it because I don't really know how to use Discord. They send a message out into the Discord somewhere saying like, hey, is there somebody who could help us with, making thumbnails for our videos? Or is there somebody who could help us with programming a mobile app for the scoreboard? Or is there somebody who wants to, make clips out of our videos? Something like that. So we decided that the training program was good enough that we would gladly show it to as many people as possible. You don't want to show people a product when it's not going to be good, we didn't want to show the product to people when we didn't think it was necessarily going to be good enough to make a great impression. We didn't want people thinking, oh, this isn't that good, and then never trying it again when we improved it. Of course, we were planning to improve it, but it was good enough that we finally wanted to market it, so to speak, right? To get it out there. So we asked for help with marketing, and Matt got in touch with Kostya, and he became our marketing person last December or this January. So about 8 to 9 months ago. And he's been lovely and wonderful, and so I've spent a bunch of time with him because of that. And then about one of the things that Matthew helped implement that I had in mind was he helped implement a small affiliates program. So just like Maia is using other streamers to try to increase their profile, we want to also harness streamers to spread the word of the dojo training program and general dojo values and view of the chess world. So Matthew signed up 2 relevant affiliates with us. Rachel, whose opponent played another move after 18 minutes of thought despite her early resignation, and Anushka. So then Matthew had the marketing idea that they could document their training for this tournament for 5 or 6 weeks. Yeah, I can't do anything about it, Far Eastern. My child's in the room with me and she is sick now. Yeah?
A couple thoughts.
Can they wait one moment?
Sure.
I'm mid-story. Thank you. So Matthew had the marketing idea that we could also document the training done the last 5 or 6 weeks for this Maia tournament. And so Matthew, Rachel, and Anushka came to me. They're all in the same cohort, right? The 16 to 1700 cohort. They came to me and said, okay, do you have any advice on our training? And so I took the 16 to 1700 training program and I looked at their most recent games and their strengths and weaknesses and their profile. And I told them what part of the training they should do for 5 or 6 weeks, right? I said, do these tasks, do this in week 1, do this in week 4, stuff like that, right? So I told Rachel, play through the Mikhail Tal games that are in the Study Master games. But I didn't tell the other 2 to do it, right? So I kind of customized it a tiny bit for them. I changed 1 or 2 little tasks. And I set them on a course to train. And so now, of course, it's particularly interesting for me to see how Matthew is playing or how Anushka is playing or how Rachel is playing after having followed and tried to guide a little bit the training they did in the last 5 or 6 weeks here. So that's what we're looking at. And that's kind of how and why we ended up looking at it like this. All right, so Matthew's game, I'll show you the moves. F6, he defends E5. Now our tour plays F5, locking up the game, and this is what Joao wants us to talk about is, when should white trade on F6 to open things? When should white give black the option of playing F5 to try and lock the board and defend their king. Question, can folks tell what Matthew's plan is when he plays rook g1 here? I love that Matthew's playing much quicker than on other days. Like, he knows what he's trying to do here, right? I'm going to leave you with this for a moment and go consult with my partner about whatever she needed just now. Be right back. Whew. Yes, Kevin Winters. I went and took my orders. Okay, I just saw Coast to Castle. I'm going to sync his video by waiting for him to castle on this board here. I'm going to fix my error from earlier and get things resynced. I think his opponent played e5 and then he castled. We'll get to it. And then finally we will talk about Joao's questions here about the French defense. Hey Dretman, I feel like you played knight d2, bishop d3 against the French in the past, the line that Matt's playing today. Hey Nemtomi. e5 eventually played. Knight c3 for a long time? Okay. My bad, sorry. Okay, just trying to sync this video here. That's correct, Far Eastern, yeah. Matthews played against the French twice, and once he played against the Caro, and when he played the advanced variation, Black played c5 on move 3, right? Which is a very French-like Caro-Kann variation. And then he played the French as Black. So, yeah. All right, let's put it. There we go. All synced up. All right, let's go talk about our French game for a little bit. So, my opinion in general, Joao, is that black playing f5 to gain space for their king is okay for white. It's not a problem. Because we can always eventually play g4, or even sometimes immediately, right? Like, well, in the game, black played f6, and only after knight f3, f5, right? But sometimes when f5 gets played, you could even just go g4, takes, knight g3. You know, pawn takes, queen takes, just do it like that, right? Pawn takes. I don't know. I just ignored that whole thing over there. Send everybody here. It looks almost over. Yeah. So, in general, f5 provides black some breathing room, but I don't go out of my way to take on f6 as white. I'll maintain my e5 pawn if I can. And in my experience, the positions where you take on f6 as white are largely positions where you can't quite maintain the pawn on the e5 square and you have to trade it, more than positions where you want to trade it. So f5, sure, it gives some breathing room for black, but I still believe that, you know, when Matthew pushes g4 here, he'll have very, very good attacking chances on the king side, right? I imagine black will have to play h6 to try and keep things a little more closed. And this position looks pretty miserable for black to me. I just developed some more. The dark squares are very weak around the black king. This bishop's not getting out. There's not much counterplay. Maybe a good plan would be queen e1. If only I had arrows. Bishop f2. Bishop h4. To weaken the dark squares. Give the knights access to squares like g5 and h4 to attack black's light squared pawns from. You could also eventually play h4, h5, do double contact with the pawn structure. For those of you who saw Costa's game yesterday, remember in the King's Indian, which, as Jesse says, is the French defense flipped to the other side. There's this pawn, and you play b4 to attack it, but it's hard to break it. There is a plan there as well where you apply double lever at the same time to open up more. So, in short, there's always room after f5 for white to still open the king side, in my opinion and experience. There's always just enough room that you could still open it up and win. So I think Matt's position is glorious. And he's played g4. I see it on the board there. And I love how he's going confidently and directly towards the right ideas this game and not hesitating. So can black play something crazy like h5 to force closure? Maybe. They could try it. It would depend on some tactical details, but you know, as long as this pawn is still on h2, like let's say I played my bishop e3 move here, I guess, h5. As long as the pawn's still on h2, white could play h3. And then they preserve the chances to attack g6, h5, e6, those kind of squares as much as they want to see if they can crack black and get 2 pawn trades instead of 1. But then the other thing for black to calculate when doing something like this is always to make sure that that pawn on h5 is not so far advanced as to be a real weakness compared to here, right? So if white goes knight g5 attacking this with the idea of bringing in the rook and then knight g3, the pawn on h5 would definitely fall there. So black would have to defend this pawn with a move like knight b8, right? Then we have to calculate knight g3. We could trade this, but white comes in with check. And we can see that here it's not working. I know you calculate plenty well for all that, Richie. But yeah, generally speaking, I would think it's going to be a rare scenario where h5 is going to work for black in this game with the current balance of forces. We could imagine the white pieces being fully misplaced and black already having a queen on e8 and maybe like a knight on g8 or g7, something that would be a little bit rare in a French. Maybe some scenario where you could play h5 and try and lock things up a bit. But I've honestly never seen that theme actually used in a French defense game. And I've played a lot of French defense games from both sides. So, hello, Lazy Sat. Hope you're doing well on a Tuesday, if today's Tuesday. G4, G6. Matt's played another move already. I think it may have been my little development move. Also really good to see Matt develop his pieces after yesterday. No, he's developing not the bishop, but the queen. And he's playing so much faster and more confident today. He's just like on target. He's doing what he wants to do. I love this idea of putting the queen on h3, actually. That is just beautiful. This move is just a thing of beauty. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's a beautiful move. If black wanted to play bishop a6 with a5, he could even try to prevent it with a knight move. That's a really sweet move. And queen f1 to h3 takes the same amount of time as maybe like queen e1 to h4 at some point, which can't even happen. Oh, no, that's beautiful. Oh, rarely do we get to see that pattern. He had to... Wow. I guess one strength that Matt has that we can notice from yesterday and today is he's got a very, very open and flexible mind as far as finding maneuvers and squares for his pieces. He doesn't just retrace the squares the pieces always go to, you know? Like, I'm pretty stereotyped to some extent about where I put my pieces because I've studied so many classic chess games and spent so much time looking at them that when you need to put your piece on an unusual square, sometimes I just don't see it. You know, I'm always trying to develop all my pieces to kind of normal central squares. You know, there's a kind of stereotyping to it. Matt's really good in this point. I mean, I've been playing the French for more than just this tournament, Oscar Chess, right? And I think Queen F1, I've never seen it before. I'm sure I've seen more Frenches than Matt has. Lovely move. Very nice. Very nice. Let's see if the game where Rachel resigned, if she's continued playing. Yeah, despite resigning on move 1, she's continuing to play some moves. D takes E4. Looks like White's intention is going to be FE5 with complications, right? Yours never end up on usual squares. Yeah, I mean, I'm not necessarily complaining about my own deficiency. I'm just saying everybody has their own foibles. Well, as one could expect, you know, The Walking Dead moves slowly, I think. I mean, I've never seen The Walking Dead, but my general zombie knowledge. And Rachel having already resigned, this game is moving most ponderously. 4 moves. 4 moves played in 50 minutes. Wow. Whereas Anushka and Klim are looking at an endgame. Here, black threatens rook takes b5 because of the hanging rook on a2, you see? And so Anushka backed off of her outpost and offered a queen trade. And I think black can take it and just come out fine out of this opening. Just trade, trade, And here, attacking all these pawns. Knight c3, right, to defend both pawns. Give up the, whatchamacallit, the Banco Bishop. And now, depending on how aggressive you are, you can play Rook a4, very safe from black, small advantage. Or Rook e4, hoping to also win the a pawn and like really crush white. But I don't see how exactly you win it once it goes to a5. So maybe you have a more complicated battle on your hands, but I think, you know, maybe bring the knight this way, try and win this pawn and head over that way. Serious chances of winning for black. Looks like after queen a6, white might have another way to have stopped this rook takes b5 move, right? No, b3 doesn't work. They still take, and your queen's defense is not enough. Uh-oh. So what was the idea there? Oof. Somehow this went wrong very quickly for white, in my opinion. Maybe the rook should have gone to a3 instead of a2, so they would be on an anchored square there. But how did black get this like knight g4 and everything so quickly? This is all theory, right? Absolute main line. Normal. Normal. I mean, this has to be normal up to here, but somehow it feels like... Yeah, I mean, it seems like rook a3 should be played now, Matthew, but I'm trying to feel why it seems like black's already doing so well here at move 14 in a line that shouldn't be that good for black that quickly. Yeah, DGT stuff, Far Eastern. Yeah, she resigned before the first move was played, according to the DGT. And she's still playing some moves, you know, after resigning. Because, I mean, you might as well. Lee Chess is a censorship platform? I thought it was a chess platform. That really came out of nowhere for me, Richie. That seems like more like something that somebody would have aimed at chess.com than at Lee Chess. Shadow bans. I think a shadow ban is when your account is limited in some way, but you're not informed that it is on a website or service. So instead of being told that you can't post things, you can post things, but no one can see what you've posted. So the problem for Anushka is this bishop sitting on its home square. So she went here because she wanted to go bishop d2 to c3. If she went rook a3, there's no plan for getting the bishop out to d2 and c3. Why is this so hard? The Banco is so hard to play from white's side, I think. I've always thought that. How do you know that you're muted, Richie, if it's a shadow mute? Oh yeah, moves coming, flurries of moves on all the boards. You can't even say good game to an opponent. That's unfortunate. Yes, Cubics. The number one thing in the Banco, like plan A or element A, is pressure on the A and B files. Anushka's using a famous plan with the pawn on A4 and the knight on B5 to try to block those files and blunt Black's pressure. So it's an advanced technique. But look what Black did in this game anyway. They came up with this move Queen A6 and they're threatening Rook takes B5. And Anushka played Knight C3 to get out of the way of that. And Black trades and the Rook comes in. And look at this. Black has already taken over the game. Depends on the opponent, Kevin Winters. Depends on the opponent. I suppose a lot of them don't really mean it. Probably most of them wish you bad luck, I guess. This is a pretty standard approach by Black, Skibix, and it's working completely. So, I don't know that there was a flaw in what Black did. It's working beautifully. No, B3 instead of Knight C3, Black could still take the knight. And White has no way to capture on B5 that isn't losing that piece. See? Matt clearly has something hard to think about. Maybe you said something worse yesterday, Richie, or 2 days ago that you're struggling to remember. I studied the Banco yesterday. And should I tell you the secret? the secret of what I discovered? Goose Chess, I do favor Jesse's suggestion from the advanced French. That sort of modern Milner-Berry gambit or easy system. I do favor it as well, yeah. Oof. Well, this is so hard that I don't know what Anushka should have done. I can't figure it out. It's beyond me. I would need 20 minutes just analyzing this to have any hope of figuring it out. This seems like this went so easy for Black. Knight G4, so they even have the move knight E5 ready whenever they want it, and they got to the queen side quickly. Check Rook A3 here, but Rook A3 here like loses a tempo. We could have just done it a move ago if we wanted to do it, right? Oh, are these questions for me, Kevin? have a child with COVID on the bed right next to me. Yeah, I've got a partner and 3 children, and I'm no longer much of a chess professional. My last chess tournament was 15 or 16 months ago. I don't get to play very often. But when I do, I enjoy it a lot. Knight b5 was a novelty. So white overplayed it by trying to set up the knight b5 too soon. We've got somebody in the YouTube chat, Matthew, thank you, who has looked up some opening theory for us. So knight b5 was a novelty. So that's an overplay from white and not what white normally does here. So thinking about what white should do here. Maybe there's some other possibility. It's not easy to say. This piece is really not good at the moment. You could bring this knight towards c4, maybe, because against knight g4, maybe you have f4, kick the knight somewhere, and then still play knight c4. Maybe we could go here, here. Sorry. Knight d2 could be a move. Black might go rook b8. Knight c4, queen a6. That doesn't look amazing for white, since black's just going to play knight b6 and knight e5. Instead of knight b5, knight d2 was the most popular. Oh, I did guess it then, Matthew. That's good to know. But then... That makes a lot of sense, Richie, but bear in mind that a lot of the people you think cheated didn't cheat. Bear that in mind. Knight d2, rook b8. Oh, I know what I do. I go knight c4, queen here, and then I want to go knight b5, but I'm still hanging my face. So what am I going to do? I'm now going to develop the bishop here. Maybe. And then when they play knight e5, then play knight b5. Knight takes, queen takes. I lose my extra pawn. Same old, same old. This is why it's just hellish to play the white side of the Benoni, of the Banco. The Benoni's fun for white. The Banco. I'm glad to humor you, Richie, and hear you out. Seems like there should be some way to appeal the auto mod shadow ban feature, right? I have no longer ambitions of the GM title, Kevin Winter. Does it really matter to me? No. I mean, it doesn't matter zero. You know, if I said I didn't want to become a GM, or I wouldn't love it if I went to tournaments and was suddenly good, that would be lying, right? So it matters a tiny bit. My daughter lazy sat. She's very, very happy to have COVID because it got her out of school for today. You thought your cat was laughing, Goose Chess? Do people still get COVID? I'm pretty sure I can confirm they do, Kevin Winter. I had COVID the last 3 or 4 days. My daughter has COVID today. I can't figure this out. My condolences to Anushka playing the white side of the banco. Really tough. Alright, so let's see what happened. What? White doesn't even venture the boulder fe5. Huh. But goes straight into a line which must be mildly agony for white. Black could isolate white's pawn, but rather than making a pawn weakness for white, Rachel looked to get a little bit ahead on development here. Oh, she's, as I said, Kevin, she's very happy to have COVID because she got out of school for today and probably the rest of the week. Yeah, I don't think White wants to play this Arsenal fan, Richie. I think. Well, the weird thing is, yeah, I see what you mean, Richie. Like, why would White know of the Vienna game, play the Vienna game? Black plays the most common move in response to the Vienna game, and the very next move, White doesn't know what they're doing. Maybe they invented the Vienna game over the board today? Maybe they're like a chess experimenter like me. You know, they just look at the board and think, huh, I wonder what would happen if we played like d3, knight d2, e4. It's very hard to explain, yeah, what would get someone to play to this opening as white. Yeah, I can't really imagine. But they are also playing quite slowly, right? Perchard got queen f1, long thought, rook h8, queen h3. And yeah, we're going to look at the Kostya game now, Havana. Just moving back down the line of boards. All right, so let's go to where we were with Kostya's game and try to understand some more of it. So here Kostya plays knight e2. Black sets up the Maratsi bind. Kostya gets castled, and after bishop e7, he plays f4. Some knowledgeable bloke in chat had said that this is a Ginger GM recommendation from a course called something like the Iron Botvinnik or Botvinnik's Iron Solid Rock or something like that, which normally would be pawns at c4 and e4 for white. But the idea was you're waiting for black to play e5 and then you play f4, leaving yourself with a weird d2 e3 center, but eliminating all of the opponent's center pawns. And then he moves to fianchetto this bishop here. Havana says this entire thing is in the course. Wow. But they're reinventing the wheel, Havana. These two have not seen that course. Look at Black's time usage. 40 minutes for 10 moves. And for Kostya to spend 20 minutes on 10 moves, it's not slow, but it's not as fast as normal Kostya standard. If Kostya knew the theory, like by heart, he'd be playing this faster. I think he's playing fast enough that he has some idea of what he's up to, but the fact that he stopped after knight b6 and thought 6.5 minutes, I think he was already kind of coming up with ideas. They're going to be based on ideas he's seen before because he has such a broad knowledge and experience of chess, but he's still sort of picking what to do here. I have a thought that maybe he wants to play queen c2 before bishop b2. Notice that he's thinking in this position, and bishop b2 looks like a super simple, obvious move, right? They put their bishop on the long diagonal, you put yours there. But, you know, I'm thinking there's some question about this d3 square, right? Where black could go bishop f5 or knight e5. Actually, they've got knight b4, which means queen c2 is a bad idea. So scratch that, right? If I go queen c2, that could only make knight b4 worse, right? Yeah. Kosia's made a move. We'll see what it is. It'll pop up here, hopefully instantly, if I got things synced right. There it is. Bishop a3. Okay, he goes after the pawn that I mentioned with the knight on b6 7-8 moves ago. Kevin tells us Ginger GM is a top guy to have a beer with. Nice. Wait, Kevin, you said that you were motorcycling across the US, but you have at least 2 friends who are British. Are you a Brit who vacations in the US? Or what percent of you is British versus American? You seem to be somebody who likes a lot of things. I note that you like England, America, motorcycles, beer, chess, probably pubs, conversations, grandmasters, and nature. An English person, but somewhat of an Americanophile. I've never heard, you know how they say like Francophile? I've never heard a similar word for America, for a lover of America. Wait, Rich, you're thinking of giving the rook here instead of the pawn. Wow. Let's think. What are the options? Pawn's attacked. Black could try and defend it, or they could counterattack stuff of white's, right? Is the knight on g4 not just hanging? For some reason, every time I scan to Skibix's question, are you now forced to play? Every time I scan there, and then he's got the word ugly under it, I hear, are you now divorced? That's ugly. Are you now forced to play? Looks kind of ugly. Bishop a3. Often you like to ignore an opponent's threats if it's just a pawn, you know, and do your thing. I don't see a knight hanging on g4 in Anushka's game. Sorry. Oh, so you're helping me with this thing from long, long ago. Oh, you're giving me this basic opening theory. I must have missed your comment for a long time. Sorry, Matthew. Thank you. So the point is, in this position, the book move knight d2, it does ping that knight. So that's a strong move. Because as I mentioned before, against knight e5, there's f4, trapping the knight, right? You send that knight home for white, now you're just in business, right? You kick the queen, she goes over here. Plenty of time to play like bishop d2, connecting the rooks. Rook b8, knight b5. That makes sense of the whole thing. That's the tempo. That's the juice white needed to get a position that I could never figure out in this Banco game. Whew. I couldn't see queen takes knight, huh? It's a sad moment. Well, thank you, Matthew. I know you tried to help me. Um, I appreciate, I appreciate it. Some people are beyond saving, you know. All right, I got some message from the school. Oh, a second. Oh, I should answer this. I should answer this message. Sorry, let me just email for a second. You know, I have to just deal with a few things with my daughters. Testing positive this morning. I had to communicate with schools and so forth. Okay, sorry. My apologies, folks. I'm not very professional. This is my profession. I'm just not very professional. Bad behavior by pupils? Ugh. I'm sorry, Kevin. Teaching is lovely. It's really lovely. But there are definitely challenges. And then sometimes there's not proper support. I mean, I was answering a personal email during a professional engagement Far Eastern. Julian, yeah, I think I know where all the pieces are in all the games that we're following, Julian. Just kind of in general, like if I'm not looking, right? Kostya just played bishop a3. Am I on the right board? Let me just check. Yeah, I've got the right board up. Kostya just played bishop a3, attacking the pawn on c5. Black has a bishop on f6 and a rook on f8, right? The rook on f8 is in the line of fire of the bishop on a3. The bishop on f6 is lined up with Kostya's knight on c3 and rook on a1, but if it wanted to, it could drop back to e7 to protect the pawn. It probably doesn't really want to. Kostya has knights at c3 and f4, which are poised to move into d5 if black defended the c5 pawn with knight d7. Knight d7 would also block in the bishop on c8 before it could find a good square. So that would be also a downside or awkwardness to defending the c5 pawn. You see, I know where all the pieces are because I've already, at a glance, when I saw the position, taken in how every piece is kind of in relation to each other and in relation to the c5 pawn and what the advantages or drawbacks might be to each way of defending the pawn, right? Black could play queen e7, defending the pawn with the queen, but lining the queen up with the bishop is a gasp moment. It also puts the queen in the line of fire of knight to d5 from the white knights, right? Etc. Yeah. So I can't see any of that in my head. It's just information that's in there. It's just stuff I know. All right. Let's look at the board anyway. The link didn't work. That's very weird, Richie. You could try starting from here and search. Oh, it did work. Okay. Good. Oh, you got a variation that doesn't work. Okay. Won't Queen E7 be a losing error? Queen E7 looks like an error. Yeah, Queen E7 looks like it would allow white to play knight FD5 and then take on F6, destroying black's kingside. That would be the major downside. I don't think you immediately lose on this diagonal, ironically, because D4, there's Queen E3, and then you take the knight. It's possible that white could hurt you with this pseudo exchange sack, right? With the idea of maybe recapturing, maybe taking on F8 first and being up a pawn. But the simple refutation to knight D5, I think, I don't know if it's completely like game over winning, is you do this. You're hitting the queen, and then you're taking on F6. By knight or by rook, I'm not even sure which, right? By hook or by crook. But something like this should be amazingly good for white. Maybe even throw in rook C1. Why not? Use all your pieces. So yeah, so black has just played bishop takes C3. Fairly sad move. A fairly sad move. Because I still don't see how they intend to defend the pawn on C5. Obviously, they're trying to get around some quick knight D5 from Kostya. But when there was a rook on A1, to feel forced to trade that knight with the bishop feels quite poor. And if the dream is rook takes E3, I mean, let's be aware that bishop takes C5 is going to defend E3. So maybe they want queen E7 here, Richie says, with the tempo on this pawn. Wait, a move just came in. Queen E7. Okay. And now you can't play bishop C5 defending the E-pawn because C5 is protected. So, the queen buckles up and tries to do the job. Kostya's position looks great to me. I'm immediately drawn to, again, flinging my queen towards the opponent's king. Remember, everybody, that today the mission has been given to colonize the black king with the white pieces. That is the mission that has been given. So I would fling the queen over here, since I'm sensitive to that. I don't know if Kostya felt those vibes today, but queen here. The idea is bishop C5. The idea is also that we hang this pawn with check, but we just sort of shrug, and we're looking at a position where an open bishop pair and an open rook pair can just kind of rage on black. Two knights on the queen side, bishop and rook on the queen side. None of this stuff really matters if we try to attack the black king. The bishop A3 move really jump-started the game, didn't it, Richie? That little angle on that one little pawn, and suddenly white's lighting up the board in a weird way, right? So now here, as black, I might save my rook to an open file, but beware, right? There's this square. Oh my god, can I do it? No, there's a knight here. You know what I wanted to do? I wanted to let it all hang loose already, right? With this check and then this check. I was already dreaming. But there's a knight on B6, so we need to eliminate that piece first. Let's get started. That was really close to working, by the way. If not for the knight on B6, it was queen F7 time. Bishop C5, have at you. Actually, where does this queen go? Here, I suppose. Can I do it now? Unfortunately, my bishop's no longer covering e7. So I probably don't have a checkmate here, right? When the king walks away. It's not just you. My computer's sort of dying. Alice, yeah. It's having a problem. Don't know what to do for the poor thing. But even here, queen f7 is perhaps playable. Ah, there's this move. Okay, why is my computer dead? Let's see if we interrupt queen f7 to troubleshoot technical difficulties. Oh man, the computer's just overheated brutally. Poor thing. Maybe an ice pack. Let's get the computer an ice pack. Folks, I warn you now, never buy a Mac. Never buy a Mac. I'm gonna put it on ice like a 40-year-old professional basketball player. Yeah, the entire household is sick, even the computer. Ay, ay, ay. Unfortunately, I put more than $1 into this computer to begin with, Kevin. Oof. I'm on a laptop, Matt, yeah. See if that's helping. Seems like the dropped frames have calmed down. Yeah, I'm not necessarily recommending a Windows computer either. I hate that program. But this Mac is a bummer. All right, let me know if it goes off the deep end again. Let's try and follow the game. Kostya's already played his answer to queen e7, so we get to see it. He plays king h1. Not too dissimilar from my queen h5, but actually a bit dissimilar. My queen h5 was more aggressive. I'm not saying better. It was definitely more aggressive because it invited black to spend this move. Kostya's paying the sort of tribute tempo with the king, right? Whereas queen h5 immediately attacks the pawn on c5 and just brings the fight to black. They have to do something. If they defend the pawn instead of opening up the game, then they block in the bishop and they basically concede the game, right? We come in here, and etc. Thanks, Matt. Yeah, I already did have it lifted off the table, both for airflow and so that the video would be like, so the screen's at a better height for me, so I'm not like down like this on my computer. And that was not enough. Order a cooling pad. Okay. I'll try that. Right now, I literally have it on my hemophilia ice packs. So we'll see how it goes. I'm excited for Kasparov versus Anand. Kevin, I'm a huge fan of 960, as you may or may not already know. So I'm glad that it's 960. And I think part of it might be, let's say they don't work as much on chess right now, Kevin. 960, I think a lot of people think, oh, 960 is for, super GMs, like for people who've gotten so good at chess that they need something new to explore. And it's not necessarily for people rated 1200. But I remember when I was running a chess club, there were a lot of people who didn't want to come play in tournaments because they didn't want to do the work of re-upping their opening repertoire from when they were younger. So I think a lot of people who've had like a gap in their playing don't want to have to, rebuild, remember openings. And 960 actually makes it, opens it up for those people to play freely. That was like what I really saw at my club, was like people who were like 40, 50 years old who'd played chess in their teens and their 20s and then hadn't played in their 30s, that openings were really what kept them from restarting normal chess tournaments. So the Kasparov-Anand match, I assume, is rapid because it's 12 games in 5 days. So I assume it's going to be rapid chess. It's not blitz because they could do it in 1 day or 2 days since they're old. Should be a good match. I'm guessing it's something rapid, maybe like 30 to 60 minutes per game, something like that. 2 games a day. I haven't seen the time control yet, though. And it's going to be in September or October. It's pretty soon, maybe a month away. Okay, so let's go further into this game. King h1, rook d8. Oh my god, but these are the pieces that needed to move, my friend. Gabriella. Kostya wants to play queen h5, doesn't he? Yeah, sophisticated. We've got one on Chess Dojo. Of course. Chess Dojo. Material. Courses. Caro-Kann by Jesse. It's already included for free if you're a member of the Dojo training program. If not, it'll have some reasonable price, less than a Chessable course. Okay. And I'll just tell you in advance, the way to last minute prep your opening, or to prep your opening at any point, or to get ready for playing an opening in a tournament, is not to cram a bunch of lines that won't mean much to you. It's to spar. You have to go to the positions that he'll give you a list of positions, and then you just need to play some practice blitz games from those positions. Okay? Kostya looking very energetic today. I'd say he looks like he'd be up for, a run or a tennis match or something like that as well. He looks like he's got energy to spare today. Absolutely, Goose Chess. Openings are a huge part of our culture. My opinion of the elephant. You mean e4, e5, knight f3, d5? Like a chess opening? I haven't studied it much, but I always thought it was bad ever since I started playing. But, you know, I've been learning some new things recently, Arsenal fan Richie, for example. So there are some things that, you know, there are some openings we've been wrong about, others we've been right about. Now, I looked at this opening with a supercomputer yesterday. D4, D5, C4, knight F6, C takes D5. You know that Queen's Gambit decline, I think it's called the Marshall defense, where black takes on D5 with the knight. So I put that into a supercomputer yesterday. I was like, I'll just go check. You know, I've been working on my opening repertoire, so I'm just going around and checking some old openings to check my conclusions about them, right? Like, was this opening really bad or is it really good, right? Just wanting to know. You know, does it turn out the Alyekin's defense is good or bad or how bad, right? So I put in the Marshall defense, and in that position, the computer flashed up top move C6, not knight takes D5. What? I looked for a bit. Computer says, after I looked for a while, computer says, yeah, knight takes D5, terrible, like we always thought. But in that position, black can play C6. C6. And if white doesn't take on C6, black gets an exchange Slav, right? They play C6. If you play something like knight F3, knight C3, whatever, they play C takes D5, exchange Slav, normal, right? If you take on C6, they play knight takes C6, attacking your pawn on D4. You can't play D5 because knight F6 is controlling D5, right? They've got two knights out, you have none. Right? Are you with me? D4, D5, C4, knight F6, CD5, C6, D takes C6, knight takes C6, attacking our pawn. Natural move for white, knight F3 defending it. Black's playing a Chigorin where they're down a pawn, but their pressure is coming much better and faster because their queen's not a target in the center, right? So white plays knight F3, and now instead of bishop G4 like the Chigorin, which would make sense, black hits white with E5. Extremely forcing move. White has to take on E5. You play queen takes D1, king takes D1, knight G4. White has to play king E1 to defend the F2 pawn. Now black's playing kind of like a pawn down Budapest, right? Where at some point you're going to recapture your pawn on E5, but you'll still be down one pawn. Guess what, Richie? The evaluation of this insane gambit that I don't think even has a name, the evaluation is plus 0.2 in white's favor. Whereas playing knight takes D5 for black is like plus 0.9. It's like, just forget this opening. Do not play it. It's just off the list. You can't play the Marshall defense. You truly can't. Right? But that C6... Now, the C6 move, it's amazing. In a certain sense, it's theoretically pointless, right? Because if black wanted to, they could have just played the Slav on move 2. Right? If black wanted to, they could have played C6 on move 2. They didn't need to play knight F6 to get here. But it shows how it can rock some things are going to rock our understanding of chess, right? So the idea that black against a queen's gambit can just go D5, you take it, C6, let you take on C6, then take with the knight and like be almost equal. Certainly a supercomputer will draw you every time. You will never win a game as white against a computer with that opening, right? That still bends my mind. And so when you ask me, what do I think of the Elephant Gambit? I'm like, well, I thought the Elephant Gambit was bad, but maybe I'll find out that it's fine when I look at it with a supercomputer for the first time. I got his book, Kevin, but I haven't read it yet. His book about how to learn chess from computers. I got the book. I'm going to read it. I'm going to study it soon. It's like near the top of my list right now. So... all right. Let's see. Do we have a move from Kostya yet? No. Whoa, sorry. My computer is very tippy on this. The ice pack's not totally flat. I mean, in a sense, Richie, in Blitz, you can lure somebody into that opening. I mean, it's kind of pointless as tournament prep, right? Because people already prepared for the Slav. Maybe if they don't play the exchange Slav and then you play C6 and they're like, oh, shoot, should I play the exchange Slav without prep? But honestly, like how badly surprised is White going to be if they don't accept the gambit, right? But it's funny. It's just funny in terms of what it teaches us about chess, right? It's interesting to understand that how good or bad those kind of positions are. Yesterday in a Blitz game, somebody played knight e2 against the winnower, and I revisited that old weird line, which is perfectly sound for White, as it turns out. I'd reviewed it myself from the White side, maybe 1 or 2 years ago, but without supercomputers. And then yesterday somebody played it against me as White, so I checked it with the supercomputer. And yeah. That line is totally sound for White. Interesting. I think the d5 knight f6 move order doesn't trick White into too much, Arsenal fan Richie, because after you play knight f6 on move 2, they could take, and then if you spring your c6 surprise, then they're playing an exchange Slav. Or instead of taking, they might play knight c3 or knight f3, and then you're just playing a normal queen's gambit, because next move you have to play c6 or e6. Unless you can find some more funny lines and surprises to pair it with, you know what I mean? Like maybe you could find that d4, d5, c4, knight f6, knight c3, c5 is a good move for black. And then, maybe then they can't get into anything they know. Oh, I use the term supercomputer lightly, sophisticated. Every chess engine is a supercomputer now. The idea, yeah, I mean, you could maybe just sort of move order trick somebody, get them out of their favorite lines, but... Is there anything wrong with queen h5? Any reason Kostya would think a really long time about it? Maybe knight e5 for black is a logical move. After 20 minutes of chit-chat, my brain finally calculates a single variation. That blocks off bishop takes c5 and possibly threatens bishop g4. I was so gung-ho. Could the same thing have happened if I started with queen h5? One hesitates to say obviously yes. All right. So for anyone not paying attention, it's been established that any commentary I'm making about the players' games today is like 1,000 to 1,200 level. Okay? This is not like insightful stuff. It's just like a fun hangout. I'm not seeing anything today. I'm just chatting with chat while the games unfold before us for fun. Okay? So not my normal style. Normally I try and learn and figure everything out. But we're going to accept where we are today, which is we're just hanging out. We're just seeing what happens, having some fun. Let's see how this game progressed. Rook b4, a5, this pawn, knight c3, Tradovich, knight e5. Here I'd first theorized about maybe knight f6 for Anushka's opponent to try to collect that d5 pawn. I hadn't looked very far ahead because there's the obvious move, rook to d1 for White, which looks fine. So anyway, Black played something else. Looking for a knight trade here. Where does the rook go if White plays knight d2? I guess the rook could go to e2, huh? Because you can almost trap that piece now with knight g5 or knight d2 or something. This knight still has retreats. Material's equal, There's no reason Anushka needs to roll over and die just because the opening didn't go well. She maybe has moves like rook e1, bishop f4, knight d2, knight g5. Kostya's made a move. on the board we were just on. Let's see what it was. Rook d8, queen e2. Simple. Simple. Honestly, Matt's game is probably the most exciting as far as our dreams of checkmates go. Rachel's taken the bishop pair early on in this game here. Yeah, but her dark square bishop's not good yet. It's still a tricky game. I guess a simple-ish improvement on her position is doubling rooks on the d file. I don't know if it's enough to break white. Oh, it could be. It could be, because if white doubles rooks behind the pawn to defend it, black has this bishop b4 move at some point. So I guess rook d7 would be a simple plan, and Rachel's position is pleasant. You know, it's early days, but hopefully she doesn't despair about maybe not sacking anything this game, and she just relaxes into a pleasant, super long-form version of Endgame Sensei. Let's check on Matt's kingside colonization prospects, shall we? Matt also seems very energetically powerful over his board. a5 looking for bishop a6. Bishop d2 allowing it. No, not my light squared bishop! Was there nothing we could do? Just doubles up on the G file. All right. I wish his rook were on G3 instead of G2. He could have done that, right? Then there'd be more potential to sack the queen on H7 and play rook H3. Holy moly, potential? What am I saying, folks? Look at this. Rook G3. Rook A8 like in the game, right? Rook G1. Queen C7 to connect the rooks. Do you see what's coming? Do you believe? Oh. Just that difference of which square you double the rooks on. Skibix, you think that black's planning to play e takes f5 maybe, but you're right. That e takes f5 will always lose the pawn on g6 at this point. Ay, ay, ay. He probably wanted flexibility that he could also move the knight here, right? He was keeping a square for the knight. That's oh, but what an idea. I mean, what's black to do, right? They have to defend the rook, like in the game, right? Or they have to concede the file, right? That's kind of the point of rook g2 and rook g1, is he's threatening to play gf. If you play ef, you lose the g6 pawn. If you play gf, you lose the rook on g8, right? So black defended the rook on g8. If you do the same thing with rook g3, and it just breaks. Yeah, they can play ef5 to not get mated like that, and then you see there's just this approach here. White just wins a pawn and everything falls apart for black in this position. There's just nothing there. No position to speak of. That it would have been a glorious maneuver, rook to g3 there. Okay, let's continue with this game. So we get this position, and now the question is, how does white make progress? The basic plan that I thought of long ago would be like bishop here, here, opening the g5 square for the knights. Yeah, white's winning there, Skibix. The protected passer on e5 plus black's d5 and f5 pawns remain weak. And as you said in your original comment, black's king is somewhat open as well. So, yeah, black will have to play knight f8 Zoom Kerchu to at least cover h7. That's fine, Far Eastern. I probably went very fast because once I thought of it, I got very excited. You know what else would be exciting? Breakfast. Breakfast. The breakfast of champions is just eating anything. That's what a champion would do. They would eat something. So how is Matt to crack the opponent here? Shall we try the bishop maneuver? Should we just give it a look, see what it does? That would be another reason not to play rook g3, right? Oh no, he's opening it. What on earth? Oh, his opponent reappears instantly, summoned. What is he scheming? Perhaps this move here. Threatening mate and e6 and mate on f7. So they take and you take. Threatening g6. Powered by 2 rooks. And if they blockade it, you play knight f4. Seemingly winning the game. The problem is, Matt, I was just reminded in a book that this position, your rooks might never be able to win the game if black just gives you that. With this bishop and these rooks, you might never, ever, ever be able to break through. Although you have h4, h5, and g6. No, you can eventually win this one. Yeah. Pancakes and blueberries are nice, yeah. I'm not an expert on grits and gravy and stuff, you know. Well, I mean, a biscuit's pleasant. I just haven't eaten many grits. Joao is getting ready for dinner. The evening meal of champions. Matt's opponent obviously intended to answer gf5 with gf5, but we see he's being suspicious. He says, I doubled my rooks on g8 properly. Why are you taking on f5? I did not expect this. Let's say one thing general, folks. You should only play g takes f5 once it accomplishes something very significant and concrete. Because this is just hanging over black at all times. So if you can just keep improving your position, you do not need to do this unless it's really good. Tiffin? T and Tiffin? GF5. That's part of what's meant by the threat being stronger than the execution, Skibix, but it depends on who controls a certain tension. Sometimes you can trade whenever you want and your opponent can't trade, then you can leave that tension sort of hanging over them. If black could play this move and it could be good for them, Then white would have to be more careful about when they trade or push or how long they leave it, right? Here, black would have to do this to defend this pawn, and then white would get a second pawn break on h5. So it's generally considered not good for black to play fg when they're choked for space on the king side because of h4, h5. But it's probably not a 100% absolute rule. But I still, think that there's some promise to this plan of just weakening black's dark squares like this, right? Making room for knight g5, rook g3, h3 eventually. But we might need the h-pawn to actually break through. I don't know. A couple trades relieve how badly black's cramped, right? And now they can have more communication and defense. So I'd say fg4 is not completely out of the question. Okay, in that line, you might be right, Richie. It might be more powerful to take with the knight. You're looking to sack here, although I have the knight defending it as well as the pawn, right? Oh, it's a kind of cake. A cake made of biscuits. Okay. Right, if we go queen h3, we at least take the pawn out of the equation. We might be able to do it, yeah. There's also, I will say, one more string to this bow. Is that in some case you might be able to play f5, takes knight f4. And then suddenly they can't cover this square enough. But let's see to what extent that's true. I'm just making the moves instead of trying to count the pieces. It's too confusing. Wow, black had enough defenders. Yeah, der Schutz. That's a beautiful checkmate. Beautiful, huh? Huh. Interesting. Some defensive resilience from black in that line still. His opponent's thinking a long time about recapturing. I mean, it's good to be careful. Matt thought for 9.5 minutes. He's got some kind of idea. You want to take it seriously. But at some point, you have to recapture. Right? And EF, you know it loses a pawn and ruins your pawn structure. So what's so bad about G takes F? Oh, God. Maybe it's queen h6, folks. We didn't even look at the most just blunt, plop your queen in the opponent's face move of all. If Matt plops his queen here, the threat is like rook g7. But the secondary threat is to just pick this pawn. You can't play knight f8 because you disrupt your rook's connection. Get mated on g8. If you trade this rook and then play knight f8, there's checkmate on g7. But there's no way to defend e6. So you could play a move like bishop f8 to stop queen g7, then there's mate on g8. You could trade here, then play bishop f8 to stop that mate. And then white plays queen g5. Oh, I see why the guy's thinking. Poor lad. Here, I guess we can hold on with knight e7 and cover all mates. Implausible as it seems. Maybe in this position, white can win with the maneuver bishop e1 to h4 and then queen f6. I'm serious. Black is so frozen they can't move anything that there might be no defense to this. If I move the knight, queen f6 is mate, right? So I can't move the knight. If I move this knight, queen g8 is mate. If I move this bishop, queen g7 is mate. Maybe there's knight g6. One defensive move. Okay. So there's one way. So after bishop f8, instead of going for checkmate with queen g5, I will content myself with this. And the full black collapse, threatening checkmate here with this move as well. I don't know, knight e7. And now just bring the bishop around. If black tries to challenge the queen, let's overwork the knight. Oh, God. It's a groan. Dang, Matt, you came up with queen h6, I hope? Well done, lad. Well done. That's a French lesson for us all. A French lesson for us all. Brutality. Whew. That was so conclusive. That queen h6, just looking at the underbelly on e6. I think his opponent may have seen it too, because he's taking a long time to recapture on f5, which is normally, normally you recapture pretty quickly. Richie wondering if there's checkmate after bishop g7. This bishop g7, Richie? Instead of my knight e7, or knight e7 first? Okay. So first of all, that does leave these pawns hanging, which is more pawns. But also, I was planning to play knight g5 here, and I don't know why I didn't play knight g5 against knight f7 now that it comes down to it, but this move is very, very brutal in its threats. For example, it stops your plan of rook g8. If you don't play rook g8, knight f7 is also mate at the moment. Knight h7 is also winning at the moment. Knight h7, knight f7. Queen f5 is a threat. I mean, there's not going to be a game. It's not going to be just a pawn. Black has played g takes f5. Matt's looking forward towards the black king. But is he going to play some lame trades on g8? Or is his queen going to continue her brilliant maneuver? Queen f1 to h3 to h6. She'll be the star of this game. Does rook takes g7 work as well here? Maybe. We should have a follow-up, though. Queen trapped after knight g5, knight f8. Right? No. She can go to f5. She can go to d5. She can dance on the corpses of her enemies here. Also, I had really intended to send her all the way in. This was the pattern I was referring to with knight g5. No! No, queen h6! From Matt! Oh, he uses my first idea, not the second better idea. Oh. This is a proper square for a queen here. This is colonization, like we approve of today. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, look. My first idea long ago here was what Matt played, knight g5. And the idea is after bishop takes, f takes, to then push the pawn to g6. And against rook g6 to play knight f4 and win in exchange. It's probably winning for white, but it's a long slog. And queen h6 just ends things without a question. Nothing left to say or do. Just the full collapse. And easy rolling, rollicking fun. it is still a sorry task to play as black. I mean, utterly, downright depressing. Agreed. Okay, we're going to get to see Kostia's opponent execute a move here. Very low on time. Knight e5 gets played. 21 minutes for knight e5. Kostia was definitely just walking around to let his opponent waste time. One of Kostia's favorite moves. Just luring him in to sit and think forever. Why spend 21 minutes on knight e5? It's the most obvious move against literally every white queen move. It's your next move. No matter what Kostia plays. Knight e5. 21 minutes. Good Lord. Good Lord Almighty. The knight's amazing on e5. I mean, I don't even know what to do against it, which just makes it all the stranger that it spent so long coming here. Yeah, it's a lot of minutes. It's more minutes than the guy has for the rest of the next 25 moves. Well, yeah, Richie, it's a good move, but like, if you played bishop takes c6 against me in the Rui Lopez or the Rosalimo, and I fought for 30 minutes and then captured your bishop with my pawn, you wouldn't be like, well, he found the best move in the end. I mean, that thing was just so screaming, honking obvious. We'll go check on some of our other boards, just see what kind of updates we got. So we got knight e5, Tradovich, f3, rook c4, bishop d2. Nushka sidelines this rook. So now she's got a glorious plan of like rook b1, a6, and coming through. Black needs to disrupt, do something with this knight and rook here, like right away. That's funny, Richie. That's funny. Yeah. So black could try to bust out with e6, work their way through this position for the rook. Yeah, get the d pawn rolling. That actually is a great suggestion, Skibix. I love that. I was thinking maybe the knight could somehow disrupt things because she seems pretty good, but no, I don't quite see it for her. So e6, yeah, only real plan for black here. Skibix finds it quickly. We could quickly check if it's fast enough, right? Let's do a quick look at this. I'm just ignoring black completely because white's plan is so awesome, right? Dang. This looks busted. This looks like the end, right? Yeah, maybe with the move order I played, you could play rook takes a7 here. Rook takes a7 and think that you've got compensation for the exchange like this, but look at this little move. I wasn't really calculating much, Richie. I will concede immediately. I didn't calculate much. Matt's game's going the direction we thought. Exchange set coming from black to lock up the game. That should be in a French player's wheelhouse, so I'm not surprised his opponent found it, but props to him anyway. F5 is too little too late. White's got a full checkmating team here. And apparently white's up a rook, not an exchange as well. So this did not go well for black. I mean, I give you full credit for e6, Skib, but I'm not really seeing any kind of defense at all here. Maybe rook a7, rook b7, knight c6. Okay, but hang on. Let's put in a little thing here. Let's play our nasty move again, right? Bishop h6. Oh, knight c6 to try and stop rook b8, right? And now we go straight for the knight, not the rook. By the way, Jesse would say crispy, yes. Because part of what's going on here is that against this move, I'm checking, moving the king over here, and then coming here with check, so there's no time for knight d7 or knight c6 or whatever, right? So we get straight to this kind of situation. And yeah, now it's just a matter of time before white goes up a queen, basically. Hey, Grandmaster, thank you for the raid. Very kind of you. Let's give you a shout out. Alvar Lonzo. So as the title indicates, this is live coverage of a chess tournament in Maia, Portugal. We're following 4 people here. Rook a6 was played, and Anushka, on point, goes towards rook b1. Working on this. It's an international tournament, an open. There are players from, I don't know, 1,000 all the way up to 2,600, grandmasters and IMs, and normal folk as well. Not to suggest the title players are deviants. I'm a chess teacher who's just kind of chilling today, not doing the best teaching, whatever. My mind is burned or something. But normally I'm a chess teacher, and I run this channel with 2 other chess teachers, Kostya Kavutsky and Jesse Cry, an IM and a GM, and Kostya is one of the people playing at this tournament. So we've got his game here and also his video camera, as you can see. And, oh, look at that. Kostya just went and tickled the pawn. Yeah. That's logical and perhaps stronger than the idea of challenging the open file with rook d1 and just having black plop a bishop on g4 and realize that you're not going to control the d file as white here. So, interesting. So queen b5 from Kostya. And then we've got 3 other players that we're following here. They're all students of the dojo, so to speak, people we've been training. We've got Matthew Perchard with the white pieces in this French defense here. Then we've got Rachel Burak in this endgame here as black with the bishop pair. And finally, over here, we've got Anushka Narasani, white side of a Banco gambit. Seemed like she messed something up in the opening. Black won back the pawn on e4, but this endgame is looking fairly challenging for black right now to defend against white's pawn, because Anushka found a weird way to trap this rook on c4. She can't win it, but it is struggling to get back in the game, and she's got a plan to just pilot the a-pawn down the board with the extra rook, always breaking the blockade, right? If knight to d7, I imagine rook b7 will do the job here, right? Force the knight to move again and get this rook to b6. And the other thing that black needs to be on the lookout for is we've noticed that in many positions, she could play a move like bishop h6 and suddenly play for checkmate. Release the trap on the rook when it's too late for the rook to get back to the back rank in time. So king g7 played. That seems to allow rook b6 for the moment. I imagine that's what she'll play. At least it avoids bishop h6 and any checkmating patterns. So yeah, these are our 4 heroes of this tournament. Let me just answer these messages. Sorry. All right. Yeah, Kostya's opponent is under huge time pressure here after queen b5. 11 minutes left to make time control at move 40. There's a 30-second increment, but that's not a lot to play your whole middle game on a 30-second increment. And the fellow looks like he's not ready to move anytime soon. Looks like Matt's gotten the queen off of the H-file. His game is progressing kind of maybe the most clearly and quickly. Oh my god, black locked the center. And now Matt's just going to get back to pushing the king side here, right? When that pawn hits H5. Oof. Oof. Well, Matt, enjoy it. You better enjoy this game. We only get to enjoy games like this so often in life. Beautiful. Let's maybe have a look. The game we've looked at the absolute least is this game of Rachel's because they were playing at such a glacial pace early on. I feel like here she slightly overplayed it with this trade, check, push, right? She gave the white king the square c2 to coordinate the other white pieces. I'm thinking maybe just f6 in this position. This is white's better bishop than this one, right? So this one's not escaping you. If white takes here, great, right? Amazing piece. Let's actually double check that we even need to defend this pawn, though. Let's just be sure. Let's say I go here. Can white steal my pawn or my heart? Yeah, they can. I had to defend that pawn. I'm going to concede I had to defend that pawn. But I still like f6, leaving this king to languish here a little bit longer. The bishop can't move away because e4 would hang. I feel like I just play f6 for free for now. Okay, Far Eastern says Rachel may be stuck for a plan if we catch up. Oh, hence the knight for bishop trade. No, I think it was her plan. It is the right plan, Far Eastern, to trade on d3 at some point. I just think at this point she could improve it by waiting on it. Does that make sense? I want to play the same plan, but I don't want to give the white king the c2 square as soon. I want to castle comfortably while white is sorting out their king and rook situation. And my plan is still, the moment white plays a move like knight d2 defending e4 so they could keep their bishop pair, you'll see me snap it off. Or maybe I'll play bishop c6. Keep white bottled up. Ooh. Hang on. Me likey. Knight d2. Let's tie white down to that. Ooh. So now they've got to go this way. It's the only square for the king. Now we castle. Rook here. And, at some point I'll probably trade and play this plan here, right? But in the meantime, I've got other options. I could also try to explode the center since the king's on e2. And we still got lots of pieces on the board, right? Like this would be a beautiful plan if white allowed it. Maybe they'd play g4 and hold it together. Maybe g4 is fine for white. Maybe I'm not accomplishing anything. Or maybe it gives me an extra front for tension, where I go rook g8, threatening to come into g2 at some point, make white defend that square. At some point, this bishop should let the rook's pressure be felt. Yeah. We're talking like, very small fractions of a pawn difference, but I think that's like a little preferable than letting white immediately untangle their pieces like this. She seemed to not want to play f6. Then she ended up playing f6 and h6. So that's just a wasted move. Yeah. Okay. And why the rook's on e8 and not d8, I don't know either. Huh. I don't fully follow how Rachel's playing this endgame, but obviously I don't fully follow many things today. Hi, Chess with me. Do I think we'll have crazy games in the sync field? I don't know how the qualification even works for the Sao Paulo spots, Skibix. I feel like Prague beating Faruja yesterday, didn't that have a big impact on it? Didn't that mean Prague's basically in and Faruja's basically going to give up? I don't know. I don't know too well. I hope we have crazy games in the sync field, but I don't really know for sure. Okay, so the pawn for Anushka is getting very close, and this rook is still trapped. Like, badly trapped. You could go rook a8 to win a piece, but you could probably have time to go rook a8, rook d8, and win a whole queen, right? It feels very close to the end for Anushka's opponent. Wow, she showed great character today. To flub that opening, drop the e-pawn, and then collect herself and find a clean way to win this game. That's beautiful. That's really tough to do. Well done. Well done. She looks in really good shape. Let's click over to Matt's game because he's been playing a lot of moves. His opponent threatened f4. He just blocked it. This would be more controversial if Black's pawn were on c5, right? And the d-pawn might be hanging. But he blocks it. Queen f2. I'm not sure exactly what that's about. This should be the plan still, I think. Maybe there's still something going on. Something tricky here still. He tries to figure out how to break into Black's position. I will note that h4 here, if you let the Black queen take the light squares, you might not be able to break that blockade. Very important not to get blockaded here. If we don't manage to get this pawn to h5, this could become a full board blockade. But as far as I can tell, if the knight moves back, you just move your queen up. And Black has no other piece that can actually reach that square. Like a knight on g7 might really mess with us. But this looks like White just advances comfortably. If the knight comes back, you might watch out for h5, knight h4. So you might prefer to play like rook h2. But the pawn's definitely making it, as far as I can tell. So I don't know what queen f2 is about right here. I don't really see what it was about. But he's thinking a bit. Do I coach? Yep. We're watching people that I coach chess with me. 3 of the 4 people we're following, I coached them for 5 weeks before this tournament. I gave them slightly modified versions of the Chess Dojo training plan and gave them, advice and emotional coaching as well, the chess therapy part of chess coaching. Tried to get them ready and on point to make the most of their time at the tournament. h4 played, knight e7. So the idea now would be if you play h5 too soon, Black can trade your bishop and then play queen takes h5. Now, we could calculate really hard, and I think it'll still work out. We can hang our stuff. Or we could play this move, and isn't that the end? Now h5 is threatening to trap the knight. But let me do the calculation real quick for you. Here, 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 here. Boom. Idea is to play g6. If black blockades it with the queen, she's not a reliable blockader. We come here. She's got to defend this pawn as well. She comes here. Bang. That would be the game, right? Matt's played a move. It was rook h2. So he allowed one knight trade. And so he's going a different route. So you see, he could blunder into black's idea with h5. It would work. Bishop c1 to me was really simple. I don't see what black would do. You might worry that black's going to play f4 and get some activity and compensation with these pieces. But after h5, you trap a full knight. So nothing to think about there. But okay, he played rook h2. And his opponent traded once on f4, right? Oh, no, not yet. Not yet. Still thinking about it. Okay. The danger here is basically his opponent trades and plays queen h5. What's that about, Matt? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Depending which position you meant, Alice, this one here, I had knight takes g6, this rook takes g6. If that's the one you were wondering about. Oh, sorry, I need to get breakfast at some point here. I'm not strong enough for this. Kostia's opponent down to 4 minutes. So when he had 36 minutes, he spent 21 of them on knight e5, more than half his time. But then he outdid that. Here with 16 minutes, he spent 12, 3/4 of his time. More than 3/4 of his time, 12 minutes and 40 seconds on knight to g4. And maybe Nemtomi. Honestly, when I did commentary yesterday, I was so exhausted, I didn't even stay on my computer after the games ended long enough to see if Kostia came on. I just collapsed on my bed. If I'm a little bit better today, I can see if he wants to come on. But, you know, the games are played quite late in Portugal, and he needs to get dinner. And probably post-mortem with his opponents and so forth. So I imagine he's got a lot going on. Yeah. You don't understand knight g4. Could you play h3, knight e3, bishop c5? Maybe, but even more primary question, Skibix, can white play bishop c5? What say we to that? Like, is there that move moved black's best piece and didn't defend c5 as far as I can see? Is there anything keeping Kostia from playing bishop takes c5 here? That's question number 1. Oh, maybe, thank God, Matt's opponent didn't set up the blockade. Rook h2, king g7. h5, Tradovich. The king runs forward. I guess he's got dreams of running here, but did he look ahead? Where you going, mate? Oh. Rook h8. Wow. yeah, I gotta hand it to Artur. That provides a certain kind of defense. If Matt plays g6, he can trade the pawn, trade the rook, and then capture the pawn on g6 safely with his knight. So Matt's got some real work to do here. I'm going to leave you on Kostia's position while I go try and remedy my lightheadedness. T'as envie de quelque chose, chérie? Je vais descendre chercher à manger. Tu veux? Tu veux quelque chose? Je descends en bas chercher quelque chose à manger. Est-ce que tu veux quelque chose? Ok. Quand je reviens, je vais te donner des devoirs. Tu vas faire une pause. Ça fait déjà 2 heures sans une pause. Je sais que t'es cosy comme ça. it's starting to come together here. Voilà.
There's no homework in here.
Ok, bah il y a des maths ici. Sûrement tu peux trouver quelque chose à faire.
Do I have to?
Oui.
How are you feeling so good?
Quoi? Toi, tu te sens mieux que moi?
Not true.
Tu fais que rigoler depuis 2 heures.
And it hurts.
Ok.
That's why I'm not happy.
Ah, ok.
Tell me what exponents are.
T'en as sur ta feuille, déjà? Ok. Donc, c'est un petit numéro en haut d'un autre numéro, oui? J'imagine que pour commencer, il te donne des numéros petits comme 1, 2, 3, des trucs comme ça. Un exponent, ça veut dire combien de fois tu multiplies le numéro par lui-même. Donc, et on dit aussi au premier pouvoir, au deuxième pouvoir, etc. Donc, si tu as 3 et avec un petit 1, ça veut dire 3 une fois. Donc, 3.
3 what?
3 une fois. Donc, 3. Si tu as 3 et un petit 2, tu multiplies 2, 3 ensemble. Si tu as 3 et un petit 3 en haut, ça veut dire que tu multiplies 3 fois ensemble.
If there's a 2 and a petit 3, can you do a 3 and a petit 2?
Non.
Why not?
Parce que 2 et un petit 3, c'est 2 fois 2 fois 2. Et 3 et un petit 2, c'est 3 fois 3. Et c'est différent.
Wait, what?
Tu m'écoutes ou pas du tout?
It's hard.
Non, c'est pas difficile.
Yeah, it is.
Non, il faut juste
I
écouter.
didn't hear the first half because I had these on.
Ouais, si tu n'écoutes pas, c'est plus difficile, c'est vrai.
It was an accident.
Matthew's game looks like they're signing score sheets. Yes. Let us check. Rook h8. What did Matthew find here? I wasn't confident. HG. HG. Knight g6. Whoa! What about rook h2 check? What was the plan? Oh, no. What on earth? They're going to go do a post-mortem. But what on earth is going on? What are either of them thinking? Isn't Matt just losing his g-pawn here? It's check. You recapture with king or queen, and then black takes. And how are you... What? What? That seems way below their level. I don't know what was going on. Maybe they were just both resigned. Maybe black was resigned to losing and white was resigned to winning, and so they just stopped paying any attention to what they were doing, but makes no sense at all. What on earth? Coach's just taking a long think about the c5 pawn. I'm going to try again over here. Ok. Donc,
I'm opening the page so I can see the line.
le numéro en bas,
The big one.
oui, ça c'est le numéro normal. Et le numéro en haut, ça dit combien de fois tu multiplies le grand nombre par lui-même. Ok? Donc, quand tu as 3 et puis un numéro en haut, c'est que les 3 ensemble. Ok? Tu vois l'exemple? 100, c'est 10, 2 fois 10. Tu vois? Pas 2 fois 10, mais 2 10 multipliés ensemble. N'est-ce pas? Là, tu as combien de 10 multipliés ensemble? Non, regarde.
Wait, but there's no little thing in
Combien de 10 est-ce qu'il y
Oh,
a?
you're supposed to make an exponent.
Tu dois compter combien de 10 il y a en total ici. Ici, c'est combien de 10? Plus celui-là. C'est combien de 10 ça?
1.
1. Et ça, c'est combien de 10 multipliés ensemble pour faire celui-là?
10. Oh, 10 times 10. 1.
Donc, combien de 10 sont multipliés ensemble?
2.
2. Donc, il y a en total 3 10 qui sont multipliés ensemble là. Tu comprends ça ou pas?
Not really.
Ok. Il y a des explications ici ou pas du tout?
No. You're supposed to do it. That's what we're doing today
Si.
in class.
Lis ça.
Oh my gosh.
C'est tout là, dans le livre.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Ok. Okay. Wait, we don't need these. Right. Okay. Let's update Matthew's score here. He gets back up to an even score. So far, he's playing better than his score. And I think he's hopefully feeling reasonable about it all at this point. Let's go check on Anushka, speaking of marking up scores, because there's a chance her game could be over as well. She's got an extra queen at the moment. So it's very close. Let's see how she got the queen, shall we? So we had black moved the e-pawn. We thought e6. Now it's showing e5. Takes. It's fine. Yeah, you could also ignore it. Rook here threatening to queen, but the king can just get out of the way. So that was a wasted move. The rook should just go straight to a8. Now it might look like king e7 would be very costly for white with rook a7, but white does luckily have bishop g5. Otherwise, you'd be regretting that rook a7 tempo for a long time. Anyway, one tempo gets wasted, but the rook comes around. Takes. Sacks the bishop, sure. Could also just move the bishop to c1 or something. Oh no, if you don't, the rook's coming to b4 next move, right? Yeah, so very precise of Anushka. She takes, and then queens. Now she's up a queen. Black's trying for stalemate. Brazen. All right, take care, Alice. Have a good rest of your day. So, today is a relatively good day for the dojo, but every day is a good day if they're having fun. You know, it's not all about winning and losing, but we see some really good stuff coming through here for Anushka, who had the toughest start to the tournament of anyone. Her first round opponent didn't show up, which was disappointing. Her previous tournament to this tournament was a disappointing tournament for her, result-wise. So she was coming into this tournament, or into her training for the tournament. She came into her training with low confidence. We tried to work on that during the training, try to stabilize her confidence at the right place. And today, not only had the tournament started wrong, but today the game started wrong, and she had to fight her way through that. She did really nicely. So this was a really, really good one. She's got a lot of, flair, chess talent, knowledge, understanding kind of stuff. But I didn't know what kind of, I didn't know in detail what kind of personality she had in terms of grit, determination, that kind of stuff until what I saw today. So this is really nice to see, because those kind of qualities are also part of not just chess success, but anything in life, anything you try and do. Okay, so that one's more or less wrapped up, although she's really struggling to checkmate with the queen and the rook. And her opponent won't stop making us go through this painful process worthy of a bullet game. Is Kostya playing with low confidence? No. He seemed to be playing quite confidently to me, Namtomi. Oh, wait, I gotta go get my food. Tu le comprends pas? Non. Quoi? Faire quoi dans ta tête? Pourquoi pas écrire les réponses là-dessus? Mais si tu n'écris pas les réponses, on ne sait pas si tu l'as fait correctement ou si tu... C'est pas beaucoup d'écrire 4 chiffres, chérie. Ooh, critical moment in the Rachel game. How did my board get switched there? I thought I left us on this game. Okay. Shall we see what's going on here for a moment? A3. Oh, we just got a move from Kostya. He played H3. And Gabriella did not use 3 of the 4 minutes, but retreated the knight immediately. Bravo. Getting serious now. So the point for black was to take the knight on e5 on the best square on the board and reposition that piece. The best black piece. And I do not know what's protecting that pawn on c5. Do not know. But okay, let's look at something interesting here. It seems like Rachel could take on a3, right? She does take it. Now, there's this question of the a7 pawn, right? If that gets captured, black's plan is b6, trapping it. If rook a1, then black can take on d3. Wait, d3 is attacked 3 times already. Black could already take d3 before the bishop took the pawn if they wanted to, right? So Rachel was probably also calculating this move here, right? Allowing something like pawn takes, rook takes, or whatever, right? That was probably why she was thinking here. There's some stuff to calculate. She could start by taking with the bishop as well. That seems to win the game hard, right? If rook takes, and if they take this bishop, you take this one. So you're up in exchange. And if they move the king, you take the rook. Also winning at least an exchange. So she could have won a pawn in an exchange, but she says that pawn on d3 is so dead, she just takes the a pawn, leaves it there. White plays rook a1. Now she starts to collect white's pieces. Oh my god, and the king's almost made it. What? This is turning into slaughterfest. The only square it can go to is here, which lines it up for rook d3 after all this. Okay. Wow. Looks overwhelmingly good for Rachel right now. Like, she's just collecting the pieces now. Collecting those pieces. Wow. Kostya spent 28 minutes on that h3 move? Wow. And then queen c5. So he knew he was going to take the pawn, and he just thought, let's kick that knight back so that my isolated pawn's not attacked when I take it. That's my one-sentence summary of 28 minutes of thought. I don't know too much. Something deep must have been going on. Something deep. But this looks very clean. Like, you win the pawn, maybe trade queens, put this bishop on d4. It's a god there. If they ever trade it, your pawn structure becomes too good. It just looks, it doesn't look, I mean, it just looks winning, period. Matt did goose chess, although it seemed like it was just mutual blunders on the last couple moves. I don't know. I don't trust myself today because I've been blundering in analysis, but he did take the win. Has this checkmate happened yet? Yes. So that's a second point for the dojo today. Today we're collecting them. Today it's going to be 4 out of 4 for the dojo. You'll see, folks. It's the day where the hard work pays. That's 2 points. Rachel just captured a full free rook, I think. I think she's up a rook now. Oh, maybe white could like move this bishop and then hope to collect one of her bishops, but she's got bishop g2 pinging the knight. She's got rook d1 running the king out of places to go. I just don't believe it. I think she's going to be up a full rook here. I think Kostya's going to be up a pawn, but, you know, in a master section, this pawn is similar to... Qu'est-ce qu'il y a? Ados-toi. Assieds-toi et adosse-toi. T'as besoin d'aide avec quoi, Sean? Comment s'asseoir? Est-ce que t'es fiévreux? Tu veux faire une sieste? Oh, ça marche très bien. Il faut écrire ça tout petit en haut, n'est-ce pas?
I can't write small. I can't choose what I write.
Je vais écrire le 3 pour toi. Voilà. Whew. It is a nice stream layout. I agree, Cross. Matthew made it, of course. Matthew made it. Matt Pritchard. Fair, Robin, yeah. Comfortably decisive advantage for Kostya. Plus 2 point something in new computer speak. Like, completely over. You're right, there's even pressure on b7. Black can't even finish developing yet. So bishop d4 is beautiful and all. But a simple idea for Kostya is to play rook d1 before b7 is defended and get control of the d file. There, his opponent offers him the b7 pawn immediately. Good lord. Matthew says Rachel won. Yeah. A rout. Her opponent resigns after bishop takes f1. How did it... We missed a few moves here. How did it get so decisive? We were here. Knight e1 defending the pawn makes sense. Rook f3, bishop c6, rook back. Bishop b4, the idea to maybe trade the knight and then attack b5. And white won't have enough pieces to defend d3 because it's opposite colored bishops. Look, this is kind of cool. You could trade off this. Now, they always say opposite colored bishops, it's so drawish, but look at how many pawns white has stuck on light squares, and they're all about to drop, right? So you could just end up losing this line of 3 pawns, and then the opposite colored bishop ending won't be a draw. Yeah, that was a cool idea. So she goes bishop b4, threatening to trade it off. And then she comes back, and it's just dead. Oops. What I don't understand is white played rook f3. She retreated her bishop. I don't know why. And that made white take back their idea. Wasn't the idea to maybe like have the rook on the 3rd rank? Oh, I see what white figured out. They figured out that she'll do something like this and then play bishop takes e4. That's why she moved her bishop back to c6. And so white came back, and then she did this first before bringing her bishop back to b5. So that's how white sort of got outmaneuvered in that little part. Understood. Let's give her point and then follow Kostya. All right, so Kostya went for bishop e7, not bishop takes b7, not bishop d4. I think the point is wreck the opponent's structure, prevent black from coming in on e4 for any kind of counterplay against him. Right? Like, okay, here, we'll calculate a simple line. Bishop b7, check, hitting that bishop, right? And the king. Trades, hitting this bishop, and threatening knight g3. Now, maybe bishop b6 keeps you from dropping this pawn. Maybe knight g3, king g2, or king h2, or knight g3, king g2. Maybe it's not good for black to let you take on d8. Maybe. So maybe they just do this, though, and let you play king g2, and then they play, like, rook check into your 2nd rank, oops, and grab this pawn. And we can feel that with only one extra pawn and suddenly all the black pieces out, nothing clear about this at all, right? So bishop b7 would not be good. Kostya goes bishop e7. Very clever. He's going to crack the knight, crack the structure, leave this bishop weak, and potentially even play a move knight h5 at the end, lining up his rook with hanging bits on the f-file. You see? We're getting some moves kind of quickly. So knight e4 got played. Kostya took the rook, got checked, came here. Now, if black takes his rook, he's going to take on b6 with an extra piece. And if black recaptures, he's going to move his rook away with an extra exchange. So this bishop e7 move, it looks like Kostya had calculated a little bit ahead. He not only looked at something quote-unquote simple, like rook d7, defending the pawn, bishop takes, pawn takes, and let's guess that maybe he would have played knight f6 then. This is maybe a straightforward variation. But he not only looked at that, but he looked at what if the guy's desperate and flings some move like knight e4 at me, and he's prepared. He doesn't play king h2. He doesn't play bishop e4. He takes the check, slips to g1, and he's just winning heavy material here. So we might be moments away from... Well, his opponent doesn't have enough time to resign, maybe. No, he does. Often when you have this little time, you just bash out a few more moves because you don't even have enough time to make the heavy decision of resigning. But he does. And I'm only 2 bites into my breakfast. 1 bite of each fruit. I guess I could have maybe made it through without breakfast. They all get an early evening, which is good now and then in a tournament, you know. Like, you go to a chess tournament, obviously, to play long, grinding endgames for 5 or 6 hours, right? That's the point of going to a tournament. But over the course of the tournament, playing like 8, 9 games like that, at some point, a certain level of fatigue also hits you. And here and there, you'll find yourself wanting for a moment to just catch your breath. You just want like one opponent to blunder in the opening or the middle game, you know, just one day where you get like a couple extra hours, you know, get to like eat or hang out just a little bit more, take your time. So you find that everybody starts wanting that at some point in their tournament. Parce que les devoirs sont un problème ou parce que tu es malade? Si tu es malade, tu peux te reposer. Tu n'as besoin de rien faire quand tu es malade. Oui, mais quand tu regardais ton vidéo, tu avais l'air bien en forme. Tu faisais que rigoler, tu disais je suis super contente de ne pas être à l'école. Tu te sens beaucoup pire maintenant? Ok, repose-toi. Fais une petite sieste. In typing with Matt just now, I called him mate. Is that proper for the Brits in the chat? Yeah, maybe my Berserker. Maybe this will be a day where Kostya's got that extra time and energy to come kick it with us. Man, that 28 minutes on h3. Maybe he calculated all this stuff, even a move before. I'm chatting with Matt. Another Matt. And he's British, so I called him mate instead of dog. I'm just wondering if that's proper. Did I give Kostya his point? Nope, not yet. Let's give Kostya his point. Come on. Come on, Bruce. The points count too. Even if you don't care about him that much and you're all wave the flowers. Give him his point. Maybe he wants it. If it weren't for the GM title, Kostya wouldn't even play chess. You guys recognize that voice? Jesse is full D-Gen Blitz. I'm also playing D-Gen Blitz, Skibix. Well, maybe a little bit less D-Gen. But I played Blitz yesterday. ZJ Termination, I guess I missed your question. Sorry. Hey, David. So right now I'm about to analyze one of my classical tournament game losses. Should I have the eval bar on or off? Off. I never ask my opponent to taste nuts during the game, Ski Bakes. Nope, never. Never, never, never. It's not yet happened. I'm a great fan of squirrels, but I still don't ever say that. But I did do 8 hours of work on my Blitz quest yesterday. So that's a lot. That's a lot. That's pretty degen. 8 hours of work. Plus 4.5 hours on a Maia International broadcast. So 12.5 hours of chess yesterday. Yeah, 12.5 hours with COVID. Because none of my kids had COVID yesterday, so I had no kids to watch out or help, really. I'm feeling a little bit more better than yesterday, yeah. But let's look real quick. Let's see how many games I played in 8 hours. Does it show my games here somewhere? All right, yesterday was August 25th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I played 7 games. 7 blitz games in 8 hours. Yeah, an impressive commitment to DGen Blitz. It's always fun to, really investigate the topics of our podcasts, Like a lot of times the podcast answers some questions, but opens up a lot of other questions. The whole training program is just an offshoot of us, asking this question: could you make a universal training plan that would apply to anybody? We said probably not, or at least I said probably not. But despite saying probably not, I thought, well, we could try for 2 months and just see, and just, answer the question better that way, right? So can I make 2600 in blitz? I said probably not, but I'm still going to try for a month or so and see if it's interesting. Yeah, so 8 hours on the Blitz quest, 7 Blitz games. The games themselves probably took me less than an hour to play, right? Maybe 6 or 7 minutes per game. 50 to 60 minutes for all the games, right? Maybe 50 minutes to play the 7 games. Another half hour to review them. And then 6.5 hours working on my opening repertoire. Oh, actually, I didn't log the Blitz games in my time. So I did 8 hours just on the opening repertoire, an hour and a half on the Blitz, 4.5 hours on Maia. So I did a 14-hour chess day yesterday. Yeah. What did your coach tell you? Let's see. You play with ratings hidden, and you do that OTB as well. So right. Yeah. I mean, at some point, if you never look to such, you get so used to not looking or thinking about it, then even if you do happen to see it, you won't think about it or care about it even after you've seen it, because it's your habit to not care about it. Sorry for everybody on YouTube. The folks on Twitch are chatting about whether or not you should look at your opponent's rating before you play them and how useful it can be to not look at it and just play them normally. Yeah, keeps you from being scared, keeps you from being overconfident, keeps you honest. Good. It's working out well for you. Huh. We're going to wait a couple more minutes to see if Kostya comes on. And if he doesn't, we're going to do some other streaming. We're going to switch topics to something else. We can. I'll show you a couple of my games from my DGen Blitz yesterday. You can see how DGen it is. You feel like you should have pressed for a loss with your bad position? Yeah, see you tomorrow, Matthew. That's hilarious. YouTube anecdote from Twitch. There's a guy at Goose's local chess club who refuses to know his rating and kindly asks his opponents not to tell him. So if you've seen my rating, don't tell me. They've gone up 300 points this year, and nobody can congratulate them because that would reveal that their rating had gone up 300 points. So you can't say anything about it. Very nice. Nice of everybody to respect that. Tu te sens assez bien? T'es sûr? Parce que dormir, c'est vraiment le meilleur. Marjorie Zerker says they probably suspect their ratings going up. Yeah, probably. All right, we could switch scene here. Go to Dojo Simple. Change our title. Where's my template? There we go. Weird. Okay, got our template back on. All right. So here are my games from yesterday. Can I ask Kostya about yesterday? If he comes on, of course. Yeah. Okay, let me try and fix this window here. All right. So an interesting thing about the Blitz Quest is, my rating was over 2,500. Crossed 2,500 in March for the second time in my life or whatever, to like 2,501 or 2,502. And it slowly crept up to 2,510 and 2,520 in the last 6 months. But, when you look at your stat page on chess.com, it showed that my best win was against somebody rated 2,400. Like, I'd never even beaten somebody 2,500 in the last, 9 months or whatever while this was happening. So, my rating was just slowly going up by getting paired with people hundreds of points below me and managing to win a lot of games. So here I played somebody, 2,400, which, despite me being 2,500, was like a rating which I don't often win against. My chess.com profile pick is from probably the Road Open in like 2008 or so. So like 17 years ago. Something like that. I would have been like 27 or so. Okay, so I got out openinged. My opponent blitzed a bunch of moves against me. And then here I realized I was dead. I was like trying to play a Knight Orf, ended up in a dragon, which I thought should be better than the normal dragon because white doesn't have the pawn on f3, but then it seemed it was worse than the normal dragon. And I'm on death's door. And was it here I thought a lot, or on my next move I thought a lot? Oh, it was here. So here I realized I'm at my death's door. If I play a normal move like knight e5, the queen goes to h3, and then it's really obvious how dead I am. For a while I couldn't even see what can I even play that's better than resigning. I realized if white plays hg, I can play fg, and then I've got some defenses to the h7 checkmate. So the worst thing for me is if white just moves the queen over without even trading, right? And doesn't even let me answer with rook f7. If they trade first and then play queen h3, I might have some kind of defense with rook f7 or something. So it's time to trade off my two good pieces for white's two good pieces, weaken all these squares just so I can defend h7 with the rook. Then, queen g5. So, white could even consider sacking the rook, but really my goal is to take the pawn on g5 with check, and then be able to cover my king with the queen and the knight. So, this caused my opponent their first hesitation. You can see they've got more than the 3 minutes we started the game with at this point. They were basically still just following some blitz game they'd won before with this tricky line. And finally, I got them to stop for a moment. And now I still have to think really hard, because they're still threatening probably something like knight a4, my queen moves away, then queen h3, or I don't know. My position is just terrible, right? So my position is just terrible. So I thought again. I come up with knight e5. Takes, and they do go for knight a4. And so I had correctly thought this might come. I put my knight on the best square I could towards the king side, but I had a thought in the back of my mind that I might be able to land the following tactical move in case of knight a4. And now I double-checked and calculated a whole bunch, but I was correct. Knight g4. And knight c5, knight e3, rook d6, maybe rook f2. And black is strangely alive. There's a weird symmetry between the knights on c5 and e3 both hanging and both being saved by rook takes d6 and rook f2 while generating threats, right? White threatens the e6 pawn or rook d8. Black threatens the c2 pawn or the bishop on f1. But I realized that it's probably playable for me. So my opponent decides, okay, I'll go for checkmate here. Obviously, I can't take the rook, but I can come here, check, and then just block the h-file, anchor the knight. Now, I know the d6 pawn is dead, but I figured I'm probably alive here. Like, white's chances to win the game have probably already slipped. I'm threatening knight f2, crushing. Rook g1 to stop me. I think, again, I had a long think here. This is a very short game, but with just a few really long thinks. right? Like in a 3-minute game, there were probably 4 or 5 moves that I stopped on and thought for 30 seconds or so. So I used all my time on 5 key moves. This was the last one of them. B5. So if the knight retreats, then my bishop can come out to B7, right? And if the knight goes forward, I hit this spot here. Now they've got real issues about maybe losing the knight. But this move here, the point is that if they start bringing their knight back, I have this move. It's back rank mate. Queen G1, Queen D1. Oh, during the game, I didn't realize they could take with the king, I think. That's funny. Anyway, black's still winning enough that my opponent just resigned in despair here. The game turned around so fast, right? From lost out of the opening to winning by the end of the opening, beginning of the middle game. That's how both my games with black went in this 3-game mini match. I got busted in the opening and then flipped it around with some little tactical surprises. Okay, so I'll show you the next game. The next game is my best game of these 7, okay? This is the D-Gen Blitz version of a Mona Lisa. So it's not that good. Don't get your hopes up. But somebody else had played the Queen's Indian against me. Or did I just study the Queen's Indian because I was just going through all the openings that morning? Anyway, I just looked at the Queen's Indian, partly. So you have to understand, if I played an hour of Blitz, I spent 8 hours studying openings. So there's like a heightened chance that we get an opening, I know, despite what happened with my black games. Oh, I'm only studying my white repertoire. That's partly why. So we got this line, and I had just looked at, what did I looked at here? Had I looked at this line yet? Somehow, no, I didn't know what I was doing here exactly. But I looked at it slightly, and I made the right first choice, which is take the bishop pair and allow this whole trade. Now, Queen C7, Rook D1, and here I play the best move. The only move that really shows what kind of an advantage white has in this position. Black, by the way, couldn't play D6 before A6 because knight B5 attacking the queen is too good, I guess. I don't know, maybe they could. I don't know. But bishop G5, this is the only move because the knight is hard to support there. It doesn't want to retreat. It's got no other good square. Black doesn't want the queen back on D8. But this position, it just turns out the trade on F6 is very strong for white. It's not always that good to do this damage to your opponent's structure, but here, combined with the half open D file, it's really, really good. So this was a correct judgment. White's like super, super better. This is only the second best approach, but it seems so natural to me to just slam my queen in the middle of the board, right? Control the opponent very nicely. Apparently, it's even stronger to trade and lift the rook with the idea of going to H4. That's really, really powerful. Plus, you're going to play Rook D1 faster and start controlling your opponent that way. But it's okay. What I did is fine, too. I bring the queen over here. That's the only way to defend, is bring the knight to G6. Now, I considered H4, and just instinctively, I thought, nah, it doesn't do that much yet. H4, F6. I don't want to commit to that weakening. I just want to get my rooks in, right? So I defend the C-pawn. I get the rooks ready to pressure the opponent. And now, when the rook comes to D7, at some point here, I was ready to play knight F5, EF5, rook takes D7 or something, right? I was getting ready for that. Or actually, you know what I was thinking was that they'd be afraid of H4, H5, and maybe play F6. That's what I was thinking. And if they do, I'm going to go here, and then knight E6 or knight F5 followed by rook D7 is a big, big threat, right? So my opponent plays rook D8 to cover D7, and now I just felt like it's time to go H4. King G7 threatening F6 and H6. And here, basically I want to play H5. but f6 feels like a decent defense for black, maybe. H6 also possible. And so two moves came into my mind, and they're the two correct moves. One of them is like absolutely mind-bogglingly amazing, and it's not the one I played. I played the one that's a little simpler. But I did think of this, including with rook d6 as the follow-up, and this is completely winning for white. You play rook d6 to stop f6, and the plan is to follow up with h5, and your rook is locking all these black pieces out from defending along this way, right? And even h6 doesn't quite disrupt white enough because, right, the knight gets sent back somewhere. We take this and we continue the attack with the pawn on h6 to checkmate. So basically the final pattern is going to be at some point you have a position like la da 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 da, and then that amazing rook on d6 will finally leave d6. So I saw this idea, but it was hard to calculate far enough to be really confident in it. So I played an idea that's slightly less crushing, but much less risky. Knight e6 with d8, right? So they have to take this way, and then I can play h5. And now without two pawns defending the knight, they can't chase the queen away. So king f7 takes, and now rook h1, rook h8 doesn't really achieve much, right? We just lock black in with the same rook d6 move. They try to get out. Boom. c5. They can't get out. Because rook d7 is mate if they ever take their queen off of that pawn, right? So I just lock in my passed pawn. I was down to 20 seconds here, and you know my brain turns off when I'm under 20 seconds, but this would have been a killer move that I didn't see. If any of you see it, good on you for seeing it faster than me. I just locked in my pawn. The position's completely hopeless for the opponent. I could probably tsug-song them to death here. They have to defend that pawn, right? Which splits up the rooks, and then I just go to the h-file. A beautiful strategic way to end the game, right? The queen seems to retreat from the king side, but it's just so black can't oppose the h-file. And the queen can always come back to d4 next. Keeping control, right? Like if king g7 or king f6, queen d4 leads to mate. If rook c8, now that my rook's not on the d file, to be able to bring these pieces over, queen d4 as well. Keeping the pressure here, but keeping black off of h8. Starting to take the squares away from the king, and next, checkmate. So, yeah. One of the more beautiful blitz games I've played in a while, or more accurate, or whatever, better blitz games. Then we played game 3, and you know I was cognizant that I'd been wrecked in the opening in game 1, and I didn't stop the match to go study the opening, so I'm like, oh god, what do I do? So I disimproved. I did something different and horrible. I thought queen f3 looks well poised to cover knight f5 and knight d5, but I just didn't know what else to do here. You know, it felt like if I played e6, then g4, the queen was well placed for a carries attack as well. I just didn't know what to do. So I did this thing again. I mean, I did a different kind of bad thing, but more of a positional bad thing instead of a getting mated bad thing, right? So I forced my opponent to show his range. I'm trying to play d5, but he's well poised to prevent it. Bishop g5, but here, yeah, h6. And it's not an easy choice for him because my goal is... Oops, sorry. My goal is basically to land this knight on d4 at some point, right? So if the knight retreats controlling these squares, I would play g5, trap the bishop over there, land a knight on d4. And I don't know. I mean, white still has chances to land a knight on d5, of course, but you'll see both their bishops are kind of weirdly placed, and I might be in the game. Right? Fair. Okay. But I slipped and missed a tactic. So actually, what I realized afterwards I should have done is I should have probably played g5 in one go without g6. With perhaps the crazy point that I think I can take here. And if the queen takes, play knight d4, cutting off her retreat. And then if she goes in here, my guess is that I can probably just win by pushing these pawns to h4 and g4. Like, there's just not enough room over there for those two pieces. So I think I could trade, get white to take here, and then maybe set up this full pawn center, threatening e4, queen back to d1, you know, bishop g7 or something, and play this position. It looks playable compared to the other positions I got. But I played g6 and fall into this tactic here. And now I have to decide, oops, do I take with queen or with bishop? Since they could come into f6, I thought about it for a moment. I realized, oh, it looks like I have to take with the queen because of bishop takes f6 hitting my queen and rook. But I've got a counter tactic. So again, my opponent gets too confident and falls into a slip. He should just go queen f6 and trade into the endgame, but he tries to bust me, and there's this move, and the queen can't stay on the bishop on f6. It's very easy to slip into too much confidence as soon as your opponent blunders, right? So I just blundered, so his confidence shot back up, and he thought, I'll just trash this guy here this time. So now we get this endgame. Black's not even worse, right? Because I messed up white's pawns and got the bishop pair. Bishop c5. Top move of the engine. I reviewed it. King e7. Knight e2. Boom! Seize my chance. Hitting the rook. Goes here. Now bishop g2 is tempting, but it's best to take apart all the dark squares first. I anticipated it's not very easy for white to play a move that stops bishop g2 here either, right? After bishop f2. Like, how do they gain purchase against either of these bishops right here? I think white's already basically lost. They play knight c3. I play here, anticipating this. Just give the rook for it, and then grab one more pawn before taking the rook, because both of their rooks are still attacked, and I can dodge out of this with a check. All of these moves confirm top move by the engine, every single move. Now here I made a slight mistake. I didn't see this resource my opponent used, which ran me out of time because the endgame got too complicated. I should reposition my rook here first. Rook g8, rook f8, rook a8, rook e8. Any of those moves is winning. Here's my slip. I played f5 and my opponent found this fantastic shot to go to g1. I'd seen the idea. I knew my bishop was stopping rook g1. I knew my bishop was stopping b4, but somehow I slipped into this combo from the opponent. So the only thing I can do is just go with my pawns and let his rook come in. I stopped bishop f5, but I didn't need to. Amazingly, I can go f3, bishop f5, f2, rook e4 check, king d3 walking into discovered checks, and white can't stop the pawn from queening. But okay. You calculate that in 10 seconds. You can both hang your pawn and allow discovered checks. And queen a single isolated pawn in an opposite colored bishop ending. No, I thought I needed two pawns. So we got this complicated thing going on. And then here, my opponent resigned. Whew. Nail biter. Nail biter in the end. But a really good phase for me for much of the game. Then I got a lucky win against a 2700. I basically have a 0% score against 2700s. Played the Queen's Indian. I had studied the Queen's Indian between that first match and the second one. You know, 3 or 4 hours of opening study had passed between these two mini blitz matches. Knight d2. c5. Unfortunately, I'd studied bishop b4 here and not c5. So I immediately didn't know what to do. And my opponent played this very strong move here, knight c6. And I just could not figure out what to do about it. And finally, I messed up. What should I have done about it? Maybe e4 is playable for white here. It's a titled player. They just probably have one account with their title on it and one without. In their notes, they said that they were titled. Maybe I could play e4, right? With this kind of an idea. That looks playable for white. But I couldn't figure it out. I played d5. So theoretically, this is wrong because it wasn't the line I'd prepped. But the crazy thing that's been happening is I'm prepping some lines and then getting different lines in my games, right? So I don't know the exact moves, but then I'm playing the middle game better. Does that make sense? Because like I've just been looking at like a similar position or structure in a way. So this particular line, I even saw the refutation is that black can just play d5 right away. So I even saw what's right or what's wrong about it. My opponent hesitated for one move with rook c8, and boom, I prevent d5 and I'm in the game. They were just seeing ghosts. They didn't want the hanging knight and rook on the diagonal when they played d5. And I'll admit, as white, I didn't see a knockout here, so I was worried about it. But as black, I would also be worried about leaving so many things hanging in this position, right? White could play something like knight e4, perhaps, to knock some of those pieces off of the squares they're on, or maybe queen b3, or a4 to transfer to g4, something to play knight e4 with all those pieces still dangling. It looks a little scary from black. I play a lot of safety first moves like rook c8 and blitz, and then miss the moment. So now they kind of are probably not playing d6 or d5 easily. So they bring the knight from c7 towards the king side. h4, easy move for me, comes up so much in this opening. This is the move I thought about a long time, was do I trade or do I go to g5 or do I just develop bishop e3 and let them trade? Do I just play bishop g5 right here? Finally, I made this trade and then went bishop g5, which was perfectly good. Now they go bishop b7. The goal is, I think, to simply trade off my knight with this bishop. Leave a pretty good piece. Obviously, there's still a task to defend the king side against a bishop on e4 and a bunch of strong dark squared pawns. But it's a defensive attempt, right? But I found a winning shot. Knight f6, check. Boom. Game over. Bishop on b7 is hanging, so they have to take it. But now checkmate is threatened, so they have to play king h8. Bishop takes. Rook here, bishop e4, and there's no defense actually. So in the game, whether it was a blunder or they were losing anyway, so they just wanted to see if I made moves out of order or something, they played this move and then checkmate. Wishai? Mm-hmm. Okay, so this game, yeah, I hadn't been preparing my black openings, so I knew white was planning to play some funky g4 kind of move, so I avoided castling to avoid it. But I studied this afterwards with the computer, and the computer says you should just castle, let them play g4, g5. Computer won't get mated. So I came up with a new funky idea, a6, b5, I've never done before in my life. It completely doesn't work. My biggest problem here was that if they go g5 and I go knight e4, they trade and take my pawn on g7, right? Or whatever I do, right? So that was my biggest problem. My pieces are obviously just dying. Now they play good normal moves, d4, e4, take over the board. I'm dead. And I still end up castling into all this, right? But as you can see, the attack takes a while. I mean, h4, h5. There's time. I shouldn't have put all my pieces on bad squares. So I try to fight out. Here they're threatening knight f6 to end me. Similar to the previous game, right, where I was white. So I realize, oh, I'll go here first. That gives me time to take the knight on f6 and then move my queen without losing the queen to that gf check. So now they can't play it, so they come up with something beautiful. Beautiful attempt, right? d5, ed5, knight f6. But actually, I think this was my chance. I could just take it anyway, right? Because what are they going to do to convince me to move that pawn or let the bishop into the game? I think I was just winning if I took it. But it was like a brilliancy that kind of scared me. I played g6 to stop queen h7, and then they unleash e6, which I saw. I fight back, but my opponent plays this very, very well here. And gets into the endgame up a piece. I almost fight back. If they weren't that good, I might have fought back, but they correctly saw that they could get out of my passed pawns with this. So GG to my opponent. Creative, brutal game there. Now my worst game, 14 move loss with white. What happens? I hadn't prepared this queen b6 move, which is not that good because of knight c3. I had only looked at some more top computer moves like knight f6, bishop f5, kind of stuff. So I played queen b6. I didn't know what to do. I found the right idea. Apparently it's even better here maybe to go rook b1 before taking on e5. I checked it later. So like the first couple moves I found were correct. Here, rook b1 first is better. f3, best move, just getting the king out of the way. But now I kind of lost my mind. I just wanted the rook attacking b7, but it just leaves a2 hanging. I think I should just play king f2 and develop some pieces, you know. I was mad about letting this rook tempo me, and I wanted to find some like aggressive move for my queen. But I should have just been more calm about developing. And then here I couldn't find an aggressive move for the queen. I didn't think bishop d3, bishop c4 looked right. So I just put her here to finally stop queen a2, which it doesn't even stop, right? But I mean just to, I don't know, just to trade queens if queen a2 came, and then play rook b7 and just play a simpler endgame and rook d2. That was horrific. But, you know, expected as well. And here's the last game. This one's hard fought. This one's a better game. So this line here, which is perfectly fine for white, and surprisingly this move, right? If black takes, the knight on d5 is very annoying. If black doesn't take, white regains their pawn on e4 and still has the bishop pair, right? It's a very nice line for white, totally playable. I preserve castling, but my opponent finds the best move here. He plays a lot of good moves, this fellow. I assumed they couldn't play knight e4, rook e8. The supercomputer said they could. Knight d5, as they played, is still the best move, but I thought knight e4, rook e8 would win for me. Oh, now I know what I missed. Knight e4, rook e8, castles queenside. I didn't see that during the game. And knight d5 was the top move, so when I analyzed yesterday, I just kept looking at the top move, but I noticed out of the corner of my eye that the computer said knight e4 was playable as well as the second best move. That's kind of cool. Knight e4, rook e8. I'm sure castles queenside is the only move, right? Let's just check. Yep, castles queenside is the only move. That could be a cool little puzzle. Okay, so anyway, knight d5. c6. Rather lose a, I still thought that knight e4, rook e8 would win for me, but in fact, knight e4, rook e8, castles queenside, right? So I'd rather lose my doubled f pawn than my c pawn. That was the logic behind c6. White's doing well here, but I defend correctly here, get one rook trade, and then I summoned all my confidence and courage, and I said, I'm not going to trade the last rook, right? The opening didn't go well for me, and when you're in kind of like a defensive mind frame, when you're afraid, when someone just beat you twice in a row, rook d2 was the previous game, you have to remember, right? So you get into the mind state. I just lost to rook d2. So now it's like, oh man, if I could just survive, let's just, right, try to survive. But I thought, I have a slight disadvantage in the isolated H pawn. I've got a slight advantage in the central space that this pawn provides, which could allow my knight and king in a knight ending to maybe assume stronger squares. However, if their king came to e3 with the knight on f4 in a pure knight endgame, it looks like they've got pretty simple, easy squares to use. The more pieces are on the board, like a rook, the more I can disrupt the most simple coordination of the white pieces. I shouldn't be too much worse here. It's not particularly logical to trade off my rook when I'm the person with a little more space here. So I'm trading one rook on purpose because I can't play around doubled rooks on the d file. I can't play around it. You trade one rook. This is a very important, in general, endgame principle for anyone who wants to score points by winning, equal or slightly better or slightly worse endgames. If you want to win this kind of an endgame, in general, you need to trade one rook because you can't play against doubled rooks. But you don't want to trade both rooks. You want to keep one rook on the board with which you can maneuver around and take advantage of weaknesses or combined piece play as it emerges later. Very, very important lesson. And it's not something that you need to be 2000 to work with this tool. Anybody who plays endgames with equal material, so basically anyone over 1200 probably, maybe even some players over 1000, can use this tool. Keep one rook on the board if you're trying to win the game. So I traded one rook and did not play rook d8. I said, I know this guy just torched you, but what would you do normally here? You would try to play to outplay and win this endgame. So keep one rook on the board like a good boy. Now my opponent's also trying to win, so they go do an exciting rook maneuver looking for weaknesses. But this rook is really fishing. And I come up with this idea of a6, rook c8. I know b4 is coming. And now bishop c4, trading into a pawn down knight endgame, but messing with their queenside pawn structure. So what happens is they're going to take this way. They have to take with the pawn because their rook is kind of sidelined, right? They want to trade the rook. If they took like this, then I can go here, here, knight here. You can see the bad shape of the rook. It has to go here. Then I take this, and the rook's still off to the side. And I got the pawn back easily. So they want to trade the bad rook. Takes, 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 here. I had seen that I couldn't win this pawn with the simple move knight d7. Because they'll play knight d4 attacking my pawn. Right? And then if I defend it with king f6 or f4, they'll play c6, saving their pawn. So the key idea was to just put the knight on this great c4 square that's been made, a weakness in their position. And you see how it keeps their king from joining the battle? Ooh. It also attacks a3, but I'm not going to win my pawn back immediately, right? Knight d4 attacks my pawn. Maybe f4 was better than king f6. They can save that pawn. I chase the knight. If the knight retreated, king d5 is probably very good. But of course, I had seen this problem coming. I'm still just playing this endgame down a pawn. Right? But their king is frozen back here. And you'll see it's even worse than they think. And I have plans to eventually move my king up, maybe push e3, maybe at some point play knight b6. And when the pawn advances, knight back to c4 and try and take the pawn that way. But they play king here, and of course, they didn't even have access to that. So now, this is like the apex of my position in the game. And it turns out black's winning if they put the pawn on f3. The extra space is enough. You have the e3 move as a breakthrough later, and you've got the a pawn over here for the king, right? Sorry, I don't mean to put the wrong move on the board, but I used to be able to draw arrows. This is just a winning structure / position or whatever. You know, this is going to advance. This is coming here. And black's winning. But unfortunately, now I was down to like 15 seconds playing this tough endgame, so I freaked out and started looking for a way to simplify. I lost some of my confidence in being able to win it. King's coming for my a pawn. I see that I've pretty much lost it. I don't want to just retreat the knight and try and hold. So I looked ahead, and I found a way to get a draw. I just use the e pawn while the king's distracted. Take that piece, go here, take one pawn. My king can always cover the h pawn, and my knight can cover the c-pawn. Draw agreed. White can't even approach the pawn because I've got knight forks at d7 or d3. And if they try and walk the long way around it, knight d3, hitting the pawn, c6, knight b4. So just some tricks I picked up from Averbach's book on knight endgames. Now, all that is well and good, but now let me show you something truly insane. When reviewing the game with the computer, I found one of the most outrageous winning ideas I've ever seen in my life. This is a forced win for black. Already at this point, this h5 move was apparently so good, there's already no way for white to oppose the plan of knight e7 to f5 takes g3. If his king tried to start coming back, the a-pawn is still there. The knight is stuck here blockading the e-pawn. There's no maneuvers. There's literally nothing white can do here to stop the winning plan, which is slow motion, right? Slow motion. White's got passers too. Winning. White can even throw in this check. You have to back your king off, because if you go forward, they take on g3 with check. You take f4, they take h5 with check, something like that, right? So you have to back off somewhere, like here maybe. Takes, push, and you can see it's 2 pawns against 2 pawns with an extra knight, but black just queens. That's one of the most shocking little endgame things I've seen or learned in a while. It's so slow motion. So there's one more chance to win. But, I had like 7 seconds on the board. Obviously, degen blitz is different than solving endgame studies for 20 minutes, like what I might normally do or prefer to do. So this may not at all be the normal. This is far away from my chess, really. My chess, I'd have like an hour on the clock and I'd look for ideas like that. I would love, really, where I really wanted time in this endgame was when white played g3. I wanted time to think, is f3 good or bad? And or you can attack the knight first like I did and then play f3 next move. Right? Like in the game I played here, and then you can play f3. Trying to figure out if f3 is good or not. Or whether you should play king d5 first and is then f3 good or not. That's like what chess is to me normally, right? That's like normal chess to me. So I'm definitely out of my element here. And maybe a real blitzer wouldn't spend their time finding this insane 97, right? Looking at this kind of thing, because this is just straight out of like Nunn's Endgame Challenge or something. This could go in there. Right? Just an incredible concept. I think also it's a good puzzle because if you showed someone this position and you said black to play, they might think black's trying to draw, right? Like white's winning the a-pawn, white's got c4 coming, and it looks like black's kind of stymied by the g3, f3 pawns. That's what I was kind of thinking during the game. So they might find my solution, h4 exclam, gh4, knight f4, getting a draw. And then when they look into solutions, they would find that they were wrong. The correct solution was knight e7, knight f5, knight g3, winning. We were playing for a win, not a draw. I think it's just gorgeous. And yeah, as I said, maybe it's not proper or normal for somebody in blitz to take the time to go dig for this kind of gold in the muck of the games. But, oh man, it sure meant something to me to find this. And that's why this is what I'm interested in, not, some trick with like a pre-move or a stalemate trap or, like knight c3 check. Right? And if they were pre-moving king takes a5, then I take their knight. Like that's just not my field of interest. Was knight c3 a good move or not? Should you try it at this point in a game, right? it's just knight e7 to f5 is my thing. That said, I think part of why it was fun to analyze these games is that I do think the level of the games has been going up. I think these blitz games I'm playing are a lot better. Correct, Dashutz. This plan is so winning, black can actually waste time and still do it. That's one reason why this might not make a perfect problem, is I think I remember seeing that the computer gave the same line you gave as also winning. Knight b4, c3, knight c6, king b5, and then knight e7, knight f5, and something like that, right? This is so crushing, you can actually lose time, and this plan still wins. Completely insane. But I think partly the reason why there's some cool stuff like this in these games is that the quality of the games has gone up a little bit. I think, one of the pieces of advice for improving my blitz was to pick a little bit more of an opening repertoire and stick to it and not spend time during the game picking my openings and stuff like that. I think that, some of it's gotten more... Yeah, I think the quality's gone up. 2 days ago, I had a 4-game match that I lost, where I played 4 endgames with somebody, and I had 3 good positions out of 4, but I drew 2 and lost 2. So they really managed to outgrind me in those endgames. But the endgames were very interesting to study afterwards, right? I'm really getting equal material endgames against other people who are, maybe FMs or IMs. The guy who beat me in the 4-game match, 2 wins, 2 draws, that guy was an IM, So he may also be better at flagging or something than me. I don't know what all these skills are, right, necessarily, or it might be more practical about using his time or something like that. But he was also definitely better at the endgame than me, right? So what more can I ask for, right? So I am getting some positions that are of some interest to me. I just don't get to ponder them as much as I would like to. But yeah, I wonder if I could make some version of this into an endgame study or puzzle or something like that. Pretty sure I could. It's a beautiful conception. Maybe if we put the white pawn already on c3 or already on c5 or something, so black has even less time, this will be the only way to do it. Or make it a b pawn. I don't know. Something to push the pace slightly against black. So there's only one way to do it. I'm also not against problems that have 2 answers. I just give credit and alternate credit. Totally fine. So that's the status of my DGen Blitz quest, which so far is basically studying a lot of openings. It says after knight f5, c5, only move is knight d4. Okay, let's have a look. Is this knight e7, king a5, knight f5, this order here? Oh, c5. Okay, so this is going to be the other line. So this is going to be knight b4, c3, knight c6, king b5, knight e7, king a5, here. c4, is this it? No, knight d4 check, so the king's still on b5. Okay, so it must be knight e7, c4, knight here, d4. That's what you're talking about, right? That must be the line. Okay, so here, this pawn's coming faster, and the white king's not wasting time going to the a pawn. It's ready to just escort that pawn. So here, if you play knight g3, h4, here, 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 white's fine, right? Probably. I mean, they are down a pawn in the queen and pawn ending. Maybe not totally fine. But it's saying to go knight d4, king d4, c6, here, 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 here. Interesting. And why would black be winning this position, huh? That's the question. That doesn't look winning for black. It is winning for black. Holy moly. Pushing the A pawn. And the white king's badly enough placed that there's going to be blocks with check everywhere. And the A pawn wins. Wow. I was thinking here that I could trade queens with queen d6 and force, a queen c5, queen c4, something like that. But as soon as white takes this pawn, you can't win this as black. I was calculating this king and pawn ending. There's no way to win it. When you approach, white always puts the pawn on f4. If you go to g3, f5 is fast enough to be a draw. So, but the key is you have to keep your a pawn on the board, right? Play a4, king can't pursue it, and you can get out of the checks here, and that's winning. That's nice. But so after c5, knight takes g3 doesn't work as well for some reason. Yeah, only knight d4. Let's have a quick look at why this one doesn't work. Knight e2. My c6 move, it says, also draws. Exactly the line I played. Okay. That's crazy because that one black's got the passed e-pawn, right? So I wasn't confident that this one would be a draw. Right? This pawn looks very dangerous. But white can use this one pawn covering a light square, I think, to start with queen c7, I think is correct. And we're creating the shape for a perpetual check immediately, apparently. The king can't get around behind the pawn. General principles say if the king wanders around here, it's not likely to be escaping a perpetual, right? So the king wants to try and come this way. That's kind of the critical line. And then you can go queen c4, cut it off. It doesn't get behind its pawn. You shepherd it back here, and then you just keep giving it checks on this side of its pawn. Okay. Does that make sense? That queen ending? Queen endings are really tricky. It's not clear why the ending with the e-pawn you can't win, and the ending without the e-pawn you can, right? But the difference is basically that in one, white checks first and gets a perpetual because of peculiarities of the board and the pawn on f3. In the other, black can check first and get the queen into position to block white's checks. Here, this queen's out of position to block the checks. In the other line, with knight d4, I guess I'm slowly making some sense of it, right? With the knight on, with the knight on d4 check version, we move first as black, so we check and get our queen into position so she's not on g1 or something. Now she can block checks for our king, and we play here. And you can see if white checks you, you move this way. You're trying to have angles that are going to check the opponent's king, right? Look how fast we're getting out of check here. Boom. That's it. I mean, you can already see the beginning of the end here for white. Right? There's no queen c7, queen c4. We can't trade queens. You can start to feel how we're not catching that a-pawn anymore. So Schutz, you were able to just grab the fen or set up the position from here on your computer and computer check it, right? And it showed you that knight e7, f5 is winning? I didn't get that wrong, did I? It just told you that black could also win with knight b4 first. Knight b4, c3, knight c6 also. Which is really not to the point, but does also win. Yeah, that's super cool. Maybe this position itself, just on its own, is a good enough puzzle. You wanted to run away to the white pawns with the black king to try and eat the two pawns on the king side and win by having more pawns, or to hide behind them? Oh, you probably wanted to hide behind them. That's kind of clever to use the white pawns as your king's newcastled position. Yeah, Oscar, Rachel had a crushing win today. That's correct, Uncle Buck. You can probably play hundreds of games of chess blindfolded with aphantasia if you really train for it. Maybe not hundreds, but... Well, Uncle Buck, a simple example of it is, imagine we played the Scholar's Mate together. Imagine we played out the Scholar's Mate. Can we play out the Scholar's Mate without ever visualizing the board and pieces? You can pretend to have aphantasia by just not visualizing anything, right? If you're very good at visualizing things, picture a big duck in your head instead of a chessboard. And while you've got a duck blocking your visualization, see if you can keep track of the Scholar's Mate, right? E4, E5, Queen H5, attacking the E pawn, Knight C6 defending it, Bishop C4 to combine with the Queen, Knight F6 and Queen F7 mate. That's the basic principle. If you can keep track of what the pieces are doing, what squares they're on by name, when the Queen's on H5, when the Queen's on D1, how the Bishop and Queen are working together to come to F7. If you can imagine that in terms other than visual terms, and there may be some people who are super visual and can't do some of the things that I do, right? So that makes sense. But if you can keep track of some information like that, then it's possible to play blindfold chess my way without picturing a board. Man, chess is beautiful, right? Chess is fun. Do they have the Grand Chess Tour playing right now? I'll admit that Gukesh's loss yesterday, his horrible loss to Wesley, really soured things for me. Struggling to enjoy watching this tournament as Gukesh has a mediocre result. At least Prague and Fabi are doing great, who are two other players who I feel should be rewarded for what they give to chess. And honestly, this game between Duda and Noterbeck also made me sad in a way. Should we look if there are any interesting positions today? Oh, that's interesting, Deshutz. Yeah, if you're capable of more than one method, you can employ more than one method at once, right? Oh, you have aphantasia as well, Uncle Buck. Well, then, yeah. Then for sure you should be able to do it my way, right? There's got to be something in your brain that works if you don't have the visual thing. There's got to be something that your brain does in place of visual stuff, right? You got to have some machinery up there. You can definitely play blindfolded if you want to. Now, when I'm doing chess stuff, Uncle Buck, I'm leaning heavily on the experience of spending so much time playing chess. When I look at a chess square like E5, sorry, it won't let me highlight E5. Let's highlight E6. When I see a square like E6, Uncle Buck, or when I don't see it, when I think of a square like E6, that square has so much history for me. So many things that I think of, right? Like in my King's Gambit Immortal game, I played E5, E6. Not just a pawn sack to three opponents' pieces, not just an explosive clearance pawn sack to three of the opponent's pieces, but also leaving my knight on E4 hanging. and just detonating the position. Pawn to e6. I know that many times I've been blockaded by a piece on e6, right? My opponent's bishop was on e6. The move before, they played bishop d5, attacking my knight and my rook behind it, and I played e6. Pff, released on e6. I know that Kasparov played e6 on that same move 14, I think, against Kramnik to beat the Berlin Wall at the Astana round robin. You know, too little, too late, but his revenge for losing the World Championship match, he finally beat the Berlin Wall. It took him an extra year, you know, of preparation. I know that e6, Polgaevsky sealed in Tal's king in an amazing preparation game that involved bishop h7 check. First the d5 pawn sack, you know, then the bishop h7 sack, the h pawn coming up the board, e6 sealing it in. I know he had that position on his board that morning when a friend visited him before the game, you know, 21 e6. There's a book here. Index of opponents, Tal, page 18. No, 21 h4, 25 e6. 25 e6, sealing in the guy's king on move 25. It was this position which Geller saw in my room that morning, and yet 25 moves have already been made. The first maniac to prepare his openings like that, without a computer engine, without chess base. Without a computer engine, without chess base, with just a notebook like Jesse, writing his little scribbles. The guy had that position on his board that morning, move 25, showed it to a friend, said, yeah, this is what I'm going to do to Tal later today. Then did it. Pawn on e6. So, you as a late learner haven't spent decades just breathing and soaking in chess culture, right? So you can't do it exactly the same way as I do, right? Because that's part of what I'm drawing on, is all my like experiences of what every square and everything means to me. I don't see the square, but I know like 1,000 stories about the square e6, right? And 1,000 stories about the square g7. H6. That's the square that Nigel Short moved his king to in a famous game where he paralyzed all his opponent's pieces. He had a queen on f6. His opponent had h7, g6, f7 pawns, and he had a queen on f6. He paralyzed all the opponent's pieces, but all of his pieces were busy paralyzing the opponent's pieces. How could he win? There was only one way. He marched his king all the way up the board to h6 with all the pieces on the board, middle game. Marched the king to h6, and then unstoppable queen g7 checkmate. So one thing is that the more you play chess, the more you'll gather some of these stories. You know, the squares won't mean as much to you. You might not play blindfold chess as well as I do. Maybe. You know, or maybe one day you will. But that's one of the tools, and it's one possibility. It's one thing that might help you, is sort of learning what all these squares can mean and be and do without actually seeing them. You know, the first thing to me is knowing the four squares that are the center. E4, D4, E5, D5, right? That's the first thing. Those four squares, you know, have you ever played E4, E5 in a game? Or has your opponent ever played D4, D5? Something like that, right? And of course, for stylist Scott, he went the whole way up on the dark squares, right? Zigzag all the way. I don't see them as dark squares, by the way, Uncle Buck. I just call them the dark squares. You know, the light squares and the dark squares. I know every single square, whether it's a light square or a dark square. Not because I see them, nor because I even think about light and dark. It's just what they are, you know. The light squared bishop on a2 radiates the black king side. Right? Black's bad c8 bishop, the French bishop, languishes on c8 still 35 moves into this game. Dominated by a picture-perfect outposted knight on d4, a dark square where the bishop on c8 can never reach it. These are our stories, right? These are our stories. So, yeah, you can definitely do it. There's 2 videos that should be at a perfect level for you on the Dojo YouTube channel. That go further into blindfold chess, or trying to follow chess ideas or chess books or chess stories blindfolded. So you can find those 2 videos. I think they'll be perfect for you. Probably some of what your brain does is aligned with some of what my brain does. So there'll be something in there that'll work for you, I would suspect. It's kind of guessing. All right, let's maybe switch our view and have a quick look at the Sinkfield Cup. Whew, that's a little messed up. Try and make it a little less messed up. Okay, don't make me cry, Gukesh. I'm going to go to your board. Now, how much is messed up there? Well, the template's been turned off for whatever reason. All my templates are turned off. That's so weird. It's like I'm naked here with no template around my video, huh? What on earth are we doing? All right, info. We'll switch the info at least. Okay, let's put real info about this tournament up. And then we'll change the title to... Kostia didn't want me to put Evil Billionaire Cup, and I ended up turn Super GM Tournament. And 1 second, folks. Let's see if we can't refresh one of these templates, right? What's up with the template? There we go. All right. How's that look? I don't know what that little artifact is there. It's a weird little line. Morally questionable billionaire cup. All right. Well, we'll wait to deal with it at a later date when Kostia and I have had time to review it together. Okay, what's going on in this game? Gukesh, 18 minutes left at move 16. Slightly worse than Kostia's opponent today in time management. Dripman, can I ask you, here, are you making a trip in October? Are you going to be traveling somewhere in October where I might be able to see you? Because I'm making a trip in late October that I thought you might make as well this year. Yeah? Okay, cool. Well, you're a dad now. There's no guarantees, right? Like, you have another responsibility above all your other responsibilities that can always change things, I think. So I didn't know if anything's written in stone at that point. Right. Very nice of her, and I know it's possible for wives to be nice. So oh, okay. Well, I see you're helping out nicely. Good job. Good on you. Paternity leave from the chess job to watch chess online. Oh, I'm really glad she does. That's very good. Well, I look forward to seeing you then. That'll be awesome for me, maybe for you. All right, how's he doing? And also, second question, why didn't he play this? I know Proust is an idiot, but why did he not play this? Like, what was so bad about devastating the opponent in 2 moves? Were you feeling bad for him, Gookie? I need a 20-move combination, not a 2-move combination. All right. So remarkably, here black doesn't lose any pieces. Against this move, I guess black also doesn't lose pieces. Hi. Hi. Okay. Coming. So we can't quite win a piece. Because even if we do this check, our rook on b1, our knight on f6 are hanging, we can't get this scot-free. We could win a pawn. I mean, that's not nothing. And that's pretty clear. So if Gukesh played a4, he might be hunting for more than a pawn here. And bishop a6 would be the obvious response because your bishop's attacked by a pawn and it only has one move. Okay, so Gukesh is hunting for a pawn plus keeping his bishop pair intact. He wants to play knight c4. Ideally have Aronian give up the bishop on a6. Then he wants to castle and just have this gorgeous position. I'm sure Levant has some kind of counterplay. At this level of chess, you never just get everything you want in some easy way. But okay, the position looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. I'm gonna try and grab another position. Oh gosh. Oh, some dizzy. Oh, what's going on? Oh god. Just got really dizzy. Maybe it's time for a little break. Just opening up this endgame between Prague and Wesley. Which looks pretty promising for Prague. I mean, that would be great if he could win. That'd be really good. That's this position down here. Ow. Oh my god, I'm so dizzy. What's happening? Oh god. The doubled isolated A pawns in this Pragnananda game. Ooh, I was able to highlight two things. Dritman, I've been having the weirdest problem, if you're still there, with chess.com lately, which is it won't let me draw arrows or highlight squares. And now it will. What about over here? Wow, it's in one set of tabs, but not in the other set of tabs. Wow. Okay, so if I just close those tabs and make some new ones, it'll probably be fine. That's really crazy. Some problem with my computer. All right, I see a way around it. Okay, so normally the worst kind of pawns in the world, pretty much, the most maligned, including by me, are doubled isolated rook pawns. I mean, maybe, someone could take pot shots at triplets or quadruplets, but basically those become like, oh, wow, have you ever seen that before? That's amazing, But these ones, they happen and they get called weak all the time. Useless, right? These two pawns, worth less than one normal pawn. But this knight endgame, with kings on the king side and the doubled isolated pawns on the queen side, these doubled A pawns are, I think, the crux of Prague's unusual advantage here. The thing is, by keeping them separated, one in advance and one back, Black can't round them up both at once. If he can go after this A7 pawn, right? These things are going to be so valuable. And if he could trade one pawn for one pawn over here, right? That would be amazing. Because then he'd be left with the one on A2. Now, in this position, at first I was trying to calculate, like rook a5, rook a4, knight c6, does the pawn die, right? But I realized the point of the position, the problem is d4, right? And black doesn't have rook c2, the other move they would like to play. So Wesley repositions here, and his goal is to play rook d5 next. That's why he didn't play a simple move like just king f7, right? Just headed towards the center, keeping the rook out of e7. Because then Prague probably plays something like rook b4, and now you're just going to be trying to defend here instead of attack, and better be careful how you do it. So he tries to come to d5. And there is also a threat of rook takes d2 check, king moves, rook takes a2. That's a bigger threat than rook d5, but that's the obvious threat, and the intention is that when white answers that, black wants to go rook d5. So white needs to answer the obvious threat while preparing how to deal with rook d5. I don't really see how to do it. I see an insane option, which also didn't work. But it was to go here, allow this, right? And then force your way to a7. Black's king could go anywhere, but for argument's sake, I'll go there. However, at the end of this, there's knight c6 and knight c4 and rook a5, all of which eliminate the a pawn that white has sunk all their hopes into. Anything else? Rook d8. King e3, rook d5. King e2, rook d5. Rook a4, knight c6. a6. Knight b8, rook b4. Knight a6, rook b7. Rook a5, rook a7, rook a2. ¿Cómo te sientes? Repose-toi alors. Je vais pas regarder 10 heures de film et te sentir mieux, tu vas te sentir pire.
Yeah, and I can't fall asleep.
Essaye, chérie. Est-ce que tu es assez en forme pour parler une demi-heure avec Jonathan sur un appel vidéo
No
cet
way.
après-midi? Non? T'es sûr?
Yeah,
Ok. Tu penses que t'as fièvre ou pas?
maybe. Yeah, or no. Yeah.
Je pense que je pourrais te donner des elderberry aujourd'hui. Ça pourrait aider un
I'm
tout
not
petit peu.
hungry.
Oui, mais c'est juste comme un bonbon que tu utilises.
Okay, fine.
Est-ce que t'as mangé aujourd'hui ou pas du tout?
I had breakfast.
Hi, Benedict. Okay, I got to send one more email relating to our situation here. Okay. Thanks for being patient with everything, folks, as we navigate our way through the COVID situation here. So I don't think king e3 does much AC. I thought about it and saw rook d5 as an answer. And then if rook here... Oh, maybe I dismissed it too soon. I was thinking we could do this, but that's where the second A pawn shines, right, folks? Woo! And now white's probably just instantly winning. Right? You know what I mean? Because we still have that guy in reserve, and now our king's just dominating the spot. I mean, there's probably some chances to resist, but it's probably lost. So let's go king e3 again, rook d5, rook a4. The other way to try and fight that pawn is knight c6. But now we know white's got a lot of options for fighting this thing. Like any rook trade is going to be borderline winning for white. So that means black's playing to take with the knight, right? And if we just even play d4, knight a5, king e4, rook b5. Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Tu pleures ou tu rigoles?
What?
Tu pleures ou tu rigoles? Tu pleures ou tu rigoles?
I'm laughing while trying to get the snot out of my nose.
Oh, okay, okay.
Like,
I'm not sure how to break the defense with the knight on a5. I think this is actually the right direction, AC. I rejected it way too fast. Okay, we had a move over here. Knight a5 trying to defend the pawn. Fairly successfully, potentially. Bishop e3, there will be knight b3. And unveiling a threat on this pawn. What are you going to do, Gook? Oh, God. Okay. So let me try something other than d4. There's a lot of options. We could play a6. Try bringing this knight to break things up. We could activate it somehow. Okay. Oh, it could be as simple as this. d4, knight a5, knight d3. You see I'm going to break the coordination. King here. Boop. Now it's every piece for themselves. Here. Boop. Hello. Oh man, I almost have a winning combination here of knight b7. And then if rook here, rook takes c6. But I'm in check. Also, d5 would be simpler, maybe, than rook takes c6. Well, I don't care. They're both good. Okay, so. Well, let's try it anyway. Here. Here. And let's go somewhere where we don't get checked, right? King d3, knight b4 doesn't look good. Let's go here. Now, does black have an answer to d5? Ooh, d5. d5. Oh my god, Gukesh lacks proper fear, huh? He thinks he's going to win this position? Okay, maybe he's got something going. I don't know. That's... Whew, it's intense. If it's working, it's genius by him. Because it looks very intense. No, knight a5 was really played. I think you were looking at the right move, Scott. I, unfortunately, had not seen it coming. So for me, it was a nasty shock. This looks pretty good for white. Because white's threatening d5 and maybe this knight d8 thing, I'll just point out some moves that don't work are like knight d4, knight d8, right? And knight b4, knight d8, and the rook will take. Or honestly, even the knight could take. If pawns are more important at this phase in the game, you could go like this. Most knight endings are winning up a pawn with pawns on both sides. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, this move looks like a real move. I'm going to review it again from the beginning with the basics. Rook d8. King e3. Rook d5, rook a4. Knight c6, and then we're just going to play d4. We're going to give the knight and develop ours. Nope. Our knight. And put it on c5. Maybe rook b5, getting on the other side of the knight. Arrgh. Clever. Prague's played something. Here I've got a weird idea of maybe playing rook b4 on the principle that I'm winning knight endings, but I don't know. Now my king's on e3 and black's king's coming. And black's king's in time, it seems to me. So that's not clear. We've got a move from Prague, and it is king e3. 14 minutes of thought. See if you can iterate on that idea. Get some more water. So AC, are you screaming somewhere about you're a GM today? Are you doing Jesse proud here in the dojo? Sucking in all that stormlight from a really excellent call on a really difficult position. King e3, beautiful. Rook d5 played, rook a4. That much is simple. Now, there's knight c6. There's rook takes a5. But Wesley has played a much more restrained move, king f7. So now, I would say would be the moment to play d4. Anyway, push the knight to c6, then play knight d3. Then black might be able to play rook a5 because their king's in range. D5, king E7, king D4, king D6. Yes. Ay, ay, ay. Wow. The instincts on that Wesley, playing that so quickly. Yeah, so here's the idea, folks. D4 here, knight D3, and now we don't need to take with the knight as black. We take with the rook. Takes, D5, king here, king here, king here. He's arrived, right? Wait, can I trap the knight with knight C5? Better stop knight E4. That knight's actually really bad. Can I get something out of this game? Oh, this knight's taking forever to get back into the game. Oh, wait, maybe more evil. H4. Oh, God. Maybe knight D7. Stopping that. The white's kind of legit up a pawn here. There was also this order. Does that do anything for white? Yeah, potentially. Good knight here. Has Prague made a choice yet? No, okay, he's going to think about this. Huh. That ending was a little bit tricky. Vaughn's clock is starting to come down into range of Gukesh's. Crazy. Okay. So it's tight. It's tight. This knight ending is very close. Let me just go through the moves again to see if I'm even forcing what I'm forcing. Well, there's A6, right? We haven't talked about that yet. Can black wrap this pawn up? Not even guaranteed. Maybe we should make black work for that A pawn more. It was a cool idea to sort of flood our king into the middle of the board, let the A pawn go, but we don't have to let the A pawn go. Let's try A6 this time. And now there's nothing too obvious for black to do here, right? We just bring our business. Possible. Possible. All right, we'll see what Prague chooses. Let's have a look at the complicated Gukesh position that Levon's been reflecting on. Gukesh, his E2 pawn is dangly, which means right now he's not threatening to get the rook on H1 into the game anytime soon. Black could get their rook into the game. What would be wrong with the simplest possible move from black? I know this pawn looks strong and blah, 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 scary, blah, 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 blah. But this bishop, you know, can't get too excited without B2 undoing white. He semi-trapped this bishop, huh? Gugash might just... might just do something like this. Just on the principle that he's trapped this piece. Playing very, very riskily, obviously. But the idea is to then play rook b1 and rook b2. Did I need to trade the bishop to bring my king out? I traded the bishop because of knight d5. Not to make doubled pawns, but just because I was thinking that a knight here might make it hard to use this pawn. But Gugash often calculates stuff instead of worrying about the, you know, the feel of it all. So what would he have calculated here? Black can't quite capture this, maybe? If I were black, I might go after this and this next. Oh, also black could go rook d5, rook d8 now. And then there's discovered checks. Sometimes instincts are right too. So therefore, sometimes you just trade that thing off, bring the king, and now like who you've isolated this thing, right? Like what's gonna fix this? How does this get fixed, and how do you get out from under this one? You can try making something out of this, right? Making something out of what you got. So this bishop can blockade as needed, and this guy can go get active. d4 from Prague. All right, first move is Levon's. He could play knight d5 before castling, right? The thing that's committal about that, though, chess names, is that white can grab the pawn, right? Rook moves. And then maybe put the bishop here. I know the bishop can't live here forever, but without a g-pawn, f6 is not very solid now, right? It's all kinds of little tactical holes for the bishops to get through eventually. So I'll do this, and they can do that if they want. I'll just come back here. Now white is up a pawn. The bishop pair seems, on average, to have the game under control. Yes, white needs to get the rook out of h1, but if black doesn't achieve something great before the rook comes out of h1, there is now the recipe for a white win right here. So it's a pretty big pawn to give, in my opinion, this knight d5. I think that's why I was castling. And did I find anything for black here? Let's try this new move, rook b8. Well, Scott, rook c7 is like passive, and rook b8 is looking for some kind of counterplay. I don't know in advance whether passive or active defense is correct here, right? So let's have a look at your move as well. Let's say white tries something like rook c3. You could play rook b8 or b2 mainly at this point. Let's say rook b8 because, yeah, well, because either way I think we're going to get to this position, but this option doesn't let white play rook b3 behind your pawn. Okay, so we could get to this position. The rook on c7 is pretty safe, and it's blockading this pawn, right? You're thinking your bishop might pass out this way eventually, right? You can play like e5, bishop here or something. The problem is we're not really threatening to capture this bishop. Our bishop, I mean this pawn, right? Like our bishop would have to get to a8 or e8 or something. Like we're not finding an angle to attack this pawn. White's eventually going to collect this pawn here. And then they'll have this pawn extra, which is a pretty big pawn, right? And honestly, even if we arranged our pieces correctly, there's no guarantee we could win a pawn that's defended behind by a rook and on a diagonal by a bishop. Like there might not even be a way to ever win it back. So the question between passive and active is often like you start with the passive defense. If I just hold on to what I have here, can the opponent break my position or not, right? If you think they can't break your position, then okay, you just hold where you are and you try not to make any new weaknesses or do anything crazy. But if you think like ultimately they can win, ultimately like I can't stop them from walking their king into h6 and making another passed pawn, or you know, putting a rook on b7 and breaking through, that's when you look for something like this rook b8 move, right? And you see what I'm trying to do here. I'm playing rook b8 not because I can queen this pawn in the face of white's pieces, but I'm trying to capture the a pawn and check here and take this. I'm taking apart. I'm going after any little weaknesses I have. I'm trying to play with active pieces, and if I can pick off some pawns, then white has a lot less to work with to try to win this game eventually, right? All they have left is that beautiful c6 pawn. At the moment, it's not really threatening to go past c8. So almost the strongest thing it can do is tie my pieces up. The best thing I can do is just get my pieces out. Maybe. It's a way of thinking, right? That's just a theory. I'm not saying that's exactly what's going on for sure. We've got a move down here. Oh, wow. Wesley didn't go to c6. He went over to the king side. He thought for a bit on that. Now they're on the move. King here popping the rook. He could play h3 next move after if the rook has to move, right? What's the meaning of knight g4? Like, even if you could win this pawn, I don't know if you want your knight on h2, but wow. So here I would normally think he would go active with the rook. And that makes sense. The pieces they look discoordinated or like far flung, but they're both active. So they've got ways of rejoining up and remaking their coordination, you know? Like the rook can come to b2 at some point, knight to f2 or h2. Like there's ways it can all come together. You know, f5 to support the knight, and then when the king drops back, the rook harasses from behind. That's the move that makes sense, I guess, to me, is like active. Whereas if you do this and you're just kind of sitting on what you got, then knight d3 comes, wanting to push you around, you know, or even h3 first, and now if you come in, it looks like you're just wandering towards your doom. And if you go off to h6, well, now it looks like a bad passive defense for black, right? Like, why did I send this knight over here? So to me, rook b5 is the logical meaning of what Wesley did. Looks like we got a move from Levon, an important move. He played knight d5, given that pawn. So he went for a very, very active choice here, folks. And I think that means... he really wants to go active. He doesn't feel secure, probably, in that simplified position we talked about after castles Tradovich. I think just something simple like this, he felt like great danger, that his bishop's too sidelined. There's less dynamism when I trade that knight, even though it's a good bishop, right? The only thing we found was this plan to go attack the A-pawn with the rook. Maybe he saw a remedy for white. I do think like sitting with rook c7 is terminal, but that's a guess. So he goes for the most dynamic solution. Gukesh thought a few minutes before he took on g7, and then hesitating after rook g8. I mean, you gotta believe a little bit in what you're doing, my man. Bishop e5. It'll be fine. Proust could blitz that move. Bishop e5. It's okay. It's okay. Bishop b2 is okay too. Either of them's okay. But that's, you live and die by the Gukesh. Boy's got to calculate. The boy has got to calculate. He could also throw in bishop takes d5 here. That would be semi-insane. Because then black can anchor a bishop on c4. Yeah, that's just straight insanity. You do this so black doesn't have f6, and so it's all simplified. But then they just put that here. And yes, you've got a 4-on-2 on the king side, a pass pawn on c7, but this is locking all your rooks out, and it feels like some counterplay. Is it possible you can play like this? Borderline possible. Borderline possible. Yeah, I suppose a boy like Gukesh has got to calculate that before he can move on. Boy like Gukesh got to calculate. All right, he plays my move. Bishop e5. The instinct move. That just means, maybe I got lucky this time. Now, question on f6. Would that actually be met by bishop d5? See, the instinct guy was just happy to say, yeah, you weakened your stuff, I drop back. But what if you now played this? And then here, of course, the point is to take this. Okay, good idea, Proust, but push your calculation. Boom. Here. Boom. Here. Rook c1. And king d2! Okay. It wins for white. So you could go for this. Black has to take here. You grab this pawn. Then they cut you off. And there's no coming back for the c6 pawn. However, it must be said, we threaten to maybe take that boy out. It must be said that we are now speaking of a 4-on-3 pawn majority for white in this opposite colored bishop. 4-on-1. 3 pawns up on this side of the board. I know there's counterplay. And I know that in general I say in opposite colored bishop endings, counterplay is not that important. Because look, you can just block everything out with dark squares and ignore it all. I know counterplay is not that effective in opposite colored bishop endings because it's fairly easy. Look, we're blockading both blacks 2 pass pawns with 1 piece, no sweat off our backs. But this pawn's a little bit concerning, this b3 pawn in particular. So it's risky, but I feel the Gukesh boy might calculate that and he might go for it. So if you play f6, you better calculate bishop d5 before you play it. You can't just assume he's going to play like a nice positional move. Gukesh is not a good boy like that. He's a good boy in his own way. He's the best boy. But if you're thinking he'll just play a natural move for you and he won't calculate some just random ugly looking trade in the middle of things because his pieces are hanging, then you are sorely mistaken, and 1 in 10 times it's going to cost you the game that you didn't check something like that. So if Levon wants to play f6, he's got to calculate it carefully. Or he could play the simpler route and play king e7 first. Connect the rooks, and then play f6 next move if you need to. It seems more practical for a gentleman against such a dangerous boy. Position's looking very promising for our/my hero. Chess name is agreeing. I think at bishop e5, king e7. Yep. Very good. This is a live tournament, indeed, Dexter. They are sweating as we speak. Rook b5 was played. That was the logical follow-up from Wesley, and Prague's big time lead has been burned up in the early phases of this endgame as he makes life and death decisions here. Knight d3 is a thought, keeping the rook out of his second rank, but it does almost checkmate his own king. A6 is also a thought. Just saying, like, do your worst, but I'm preparing to do my worst. And we'll see whose worst is worse. Right? Normally you'd want to improve your knight. You can also definitely consider pushing another passer right here. I mean, this is a passer. I know the king's there, so it's not the most dangerous, but it is a passer. And it gives your king an extra square against, f5 check or whatever. We were constantly being pushed to a square we didn't really like as white. This is a square we could like. But if black can just keep the pieces centralized and clean up this pawn and not go to h2 and instead get this pawn, that's bad news bears. Yeah, that's just straight bad news bears. We can't do that d5, can we? It's too bad. It was like not a... It was a logical idea. If the knight were on h2, I would totally do that. If black had already played knight h2, I would believe in d5, king d4, king c4, push that rook away, get things going. All right. So, knight to d3. I'm really not worried about knight h2. That's really slow. But what am I doing meanwhile as white, other than slowly improving my pieces that aren't great? Okay, anything wrong with h3? Just pretending that we care about pawns? Pretending that pawns might be people? Black's planning something like this. Hey, Anna, thank you for the raid. Here, folks, here's a link to follow Anna Maia. There you go. Click on that link. Follow her up. To those of you joining us right now, hope you're having a great day. I'm David, and I'm having another big chess day here. We've got a move from Levon. He goes for f6. Oh, man, I warned him, too. I warned him. Even Chess Name warned him. Gukesh really might take on d5, man. Did you double check it? 7 minutes? That may or may not be enough. Anna won her OTB game, so everybody's in good spirits. Nice. No, not least of all Anna Maia, I imagine. Don't follow if you hate long chess games. Oh, folks here love long chess games. That's what we're here for. We love long chess games so much that we watched a full round of classical chess at the Maia International. And now we're watching classical chess in St. Louis. We're just following the time zones for multiple rounds of long chess. All with COVID, so that's that COVID energy. Although I will warn you, there's a small chance if you watch this stream, you'll see me pass out today. Been feeling pretty dizzy the last 5 hours. So what's her score at the Maia International? Round 5. Halfway point today. Our dojoers finally had a clean sweep. We went 4-0 in round 5. So, good spirits here too. Now Gukesh has to decide whether to pull the trigger on his crazy move or just play bishop b2 and be a happy little boy. Does he have the time? How much did he calculate last move, and does he have the time to double check anything he needs to? Or does he pull the trigger? Or does he just keep everything cocked? 3.5 out of 5. That's a beautiful score. Wow. Things are going very well in the port city. We got a move from our friend Prague, and he respects the pawn. I finally respected the pawn too and called this move. So Prague respects the pawn. I love it. I love it. I believe in it. Interesting thought here. Let's say black played f5. Could we actually riskily just stay nearby and cozy with our king? And then when the knight comes here, say, there's a new outpost for us as well? The thing is, knight d5, we can't come forward. I mean, that's just too much, isn't it? Oh, and counter O. Yeah, we can't be playing chess like that. That's too much. Okay, h3. So on f5, maybe the king should just, modestly stay on a normal square for now. That's okay. Transferring to the queen side seems pretty good anyway. We're not going to get through the 5th rank at the moment, so why keep outsized ambitions? You see how long Gukesh is calculating here, folks? A normal human would have played bishop b2 in 10 or 20 seconds. But not Gukesh. The boy's got to spend 10 minutes calculating bishop takes d5, He already spent 5 minutes before Levon hit his clock. On Levon's time. Probably spent 5 minutes calculating it already on Levon's time. But, and probably a minute or two on his last move, bishop e5. But he's going to spend another 5 minutes or more, it looks like here, double checking the stuff. So it's interesting to him. I mean, it's really close. It's really tempting now. Close to winning, right? You eliminate that pawn on the king side. Look at this pawn mass you have. And black more or less has to clean this up, it seems, by doing this, right? Then you drop your bishop back. They save this pawn or not. Either way, you play e4, And you set up this. And that is an absolute avalanche on the king side. So it is very tempting. It is very tempting, honestly. To think maybe we could get it. f5 gets played, of course. Obviamente. And I think if he drops back, I don't think there's going to be an adventure on f2. Oh, wait, he could go to e4 from f2. Yeah, that's not bad. So he could go here, check him, here. Now we're like, what am I doing on b2? I'm not 100% sure. I mean, the thing is, white can do this, right? If you trade rooks, I think you're dead. And if you take the pawn, now you're well and truly down at an outside passed rook pawn, right? And the one that's closer to queening. I mean, that would be terrifying to me. Now, Wesley obviously is at a very different level. But that would be terrifying to me. What do you think about this bishop d5 line? E d5, bishop f6, and rook g6 in black is fine. All right, chess name. Let's check out that specific move. Better activity for sure if you can get that g8 rook into the game. Bishop f6, rook g6. Boom. Clean up the pawn. Oh, I think you're absolutely right. Gukesh should definitely stop looking at this once he sees rook g6. Right? I mean, there's nothing to do here. Rook's threatening to come to c2. If you ever take on a7, b2, you're only up one pawn with opposite colored bishops. Oh my god, that's nothing to even think about. Why has Gukesh been thinking that long then? He should see that faster than us. Oh, there's another way he could maybe do it, chess name. Maybe he's thinking of like here, which he didn't do. He just made probably the reasonable move. He could maybe do this version, right, with the pawn on c7. I don't know how tempting that is. Well, I mean, I guess we can see on his clock how tempting it was. It was 7 minutes of tempting. Plus, he'd been thinking about it on Levon's time. That was irresponsible. You just spent half your time on that? There's 17 moves to make till time control. Oh. As I said, any other normal dude would have just put the bishop on b2 7 minutes and 20 seconds ago. Oh, there it is. I mean, I have some sense that, you know, Wesley's active here, and it's not easy to queen this pawn with the rook behind it. But, I mean, White still, you know. Yeah. It'd be scary to me, but I do feel like Black can defend that, maybe. What? I love Gukesh, Scotty. He's my absolute favorite. He's my absolute favorite. When you love someone too much, it's a little bit terrifying to watch them play, you know. I'm struggling watching all the games from Maia and everywhere today, you know. Watching people you've coached play is a real agony as well. I mean, it can also be the greatest thing. Like today, they won every game. They showed some real skills. There's even one of them who plays with sacrifices, Scotty. We got one dojoer who just said she wants to play games that other people will find entertaining to watch. I'm like, yes, please. So I gave her a bunch of tall games to study. And she said yes. And I said, play like that. So, yeah. There are good moments too. But it's pretty agonizing watching people you like play chess sometimes. Oh, rook g4. Activity! He goes for that weak c4 spot again. Wow. And, forgot about c4. There's the a4 pawn. Can you play e4 to cut that rook off? You can, but then the knight goes to b4. That's activity as well. Look at that. Oh, a thud. Is there any hope in bishop h3? With the idea, like, if you are playing frisky moves, I come here. There's, like, the least frisky move is you just plop here, defending e6 and threatening e2. I have to play this move. And then you get knight b4 again. E4's been played. Gukesh is going to, like, let this knight into d3 somehow. I don't know what he's thinking. What's he thinking? Like, knight here, grab a pawn, get wrecked, come up, take my rook here, and this might be a good exchange sack if he could get all of this exactly. And even that, like, who knows? Aber auch das nur vielleicht. Und auch das nur in Klammern. This is one of the riskiest, most likely to have holes in it operations I've tried in a while here for white. Trying to understand. Bishop here. You can also hit him with this. Rook b1. Rook c6. If you ever take on b2, then I'll play knight d3. Here, check. Uh-oh, out of squares. Well, that got bad in a hurry, didn't it? Dramatic how fast that went from winning to losing. Strange that Levon's hesitating about knight b4. Does he have any other earth-shattering move here for black? Knight b4 looks powerful. Maybe Gugesh will play knight b4, king d2, or... I'm glad to hear that, Casper. There's a chance that he survives this, a chance that he wins it. I don't know. He's the first chess player I've been a fan of who outperforms my hopes and expectations sometimes. You know, when you get like excited about how somebody plays, you're like, oh, I love how they play, you know, or they're playing my opening, or that guy's like really cool. I saw his interview or something like that, right? And then you start thinking like, well, I think like 7 out of 9 would be a good score at this tournament. And then, you know, they score 5 out of 9 or something. They blow some game where they had a good position, whatever. Always like that agony once you're rooting for somebody. But Gukesh, sometimes he like pulls out lost positions and wins them. Or he's like, he's incredible, this kid, you know. He does really great stuff. All right. Prague on the move. He's now behind on time, though, against Wesley. His time has really bled out. But they're at move 37, you know. They've played 13 more moves than Gukesh and Levon. So assume that they'll make it to move 40 without any blunders. And I would assume the opposite for Gukesh and Levon. There's going to be some mistakes before these guys make it to move 40. It's basically impossible for it to be otherwise at this point, right? You can't play 15 moves in a position where rooks are hanging, right? You can't play 15 moves like this without making some mistakes. Game 30, Zalu, they get an extra 30 minutes once they make it to move 40 for the rest of the game. It means it's the last time control. There's not a third time control. Do I like tennis? Yeah. But I like almost everything, Nickel Alloy. You know? I like the geology of other worlds, and I like butterflies, and I like country music, and just whatever. I like most things, including tennis. Three minutes on e4. Gukesh 5 minutes for 16 moves. Levon twice as much time, but he's twice as old. Slightly more than twice as old. But, you know, he's still got it. He's been playing well this entire 2025 in rapid, blitz, 960, classical, everything. There are very few things I don't like, but Scotty mentioned 2 of them. The bear, the Pooh Bear does know. The Pooh Bear does know me. I don't like the destruction of the long list of things that I do like. So, for example, if I like trees, I don't like burning, I don't like forest fires, right? And if I like animals, I don't like meat, etc. You know? If I like people, I don't like wars, etc., etc. You can figure it out from there. If I like tennis, I don't like the people who go around with scissors snipping everybody's... What are those things called in the rackets? Are they strings? Are they strings or cords? Anyway, I don't like that group of people that go around snipping people's racket strings. This is a big problem. That honestly I think the media censors and doesn't talk about very much. Holy moly! Levon plays with fire. Who told him he was allowed to use that fire too? Did you see it come in, Gook? Please tell me you saw it all. The move F3 looks playable. Maybe not that playable. The rook just drops back and you still can't take on F4. How bad is taking on F4 takes on G2? I didn't see this coming. Takes on F4, takes on G2. He's played something. Bishop F3. Knight D3. Holy moly. They're trading just brutal blows. I don't know who's lost and who's won. Yeah? Yeah.
I'd like to pay her.
Okay.
Is there a normal rate for just asking?
Oh la la. Anybody here who knows who's winning or losing? Rook B1, not B2. Okay, that makes some sense too. Anyone who knows who's winning or losing on this Gukesh Aronian board, you should be playing in the tournament. If you know at this speed and you're not looking on a computer engine, then you belong in the tournament. Goodness. It's like the Duda Gukesh game, exactly, Nickel Alloy. This is where they're freestyling, right? This is where just like rich ideas are just popping out all over the place. You know, there's this crazy line here like this, and then you check. The king's got almost nowhere to go, and B2 comes, right? And if you cross over towards the pawn, then rook C... I mean, if black gets the tempo for rook C6, keeping your bishop out of E6, this is a very plausible exchange sack. So knight B2 with the idea of knight C4 and then B2, very possible. Let me see, is there anywhere else we could go with the king? There's nowhere we're going to go that's going to... I don't think we want to be on this diagonal. I don't think we want to block in the rook on H1. And there's nowhere that's going to give us the tempo to play bishop E6, is there? I don't think so. What's Gukesh, or what has he done? Rook G5. Backs off for a moment and he lines up bishop takes F6. He just like, it's like they want to be in harm's way, right? At some point in this game and the Duda game, it's like, have both players agreed in advance that they want to be hurt? They're like, please make this as violent as possible. I've signed a contract saying that I will leave 3 pieces hanging at all times if you do too. As long as you promise to leave your pieces hanging, I will also leave mine hanging. Then we'll start calculating. Maybe we'll wait till we're under 10 minutes on the clock to put the final pieces on freeze. So it kind of builds. What, rook g5? What? Because it's like not enough to capture the pawn, the rook, or the bishop. He wants to also go ravage the a pawn at the cost of the f pawn, just for even more stuff hanging. The thing is, it lets the bishop, which is the most valuable thing white has hanging, it lets the bishop off the hook with a tempo. This move here is like madness to me. I can't believe it. I have been unable to predict most of their recent moves as well. Also worth noting. My general feels like it's good to be down in exchange instead of an up in exchange in a position like this. Like if you get something like this, this, well, what's a useful move for me to play while leaving my rook here? You know, I don't know. I'll do this. You know, I almost rather have this kind of a position with white where I'm down in exchange with the bishop pair and the passed pawn. I'd almost rather have this than have this kind of position where black has sacked the exchange and they've got this amazing knight here in this. But maybe I'm overdoing it. Maybe this one white eventually untangles their pieces and cleans up the b2 pawn. If he didn't move the rook, white could have gone bishop h5. All right, let me see the real spy. Okay, right. Rook g6 defending this pawn would have been potentially bad to this at some point. Perhaps, although still white's bishop is attacked and rook, right? So white has to make a move with the bishop maybe. Now you could save your rook, or you could first take theirs and then maybe save your rook if you want. Or play e5. Send this guy somewhere. It's very hard to assess, no? Like every move has not just positional upsides and downsides here, but just different numbers of pieces hanging downsides. Bishop f6 played in the game. Knight c1. So he doesn't move the rook over to a5. He literally put it here just so it would hang? Who can explain it to me? Make it make sense. He wants this. The bishop on f3 could have taken the rook if he left it on g4. But the bishop on f6 to take the rook has to abandon the blockade of the b pawn. I suppose? Then, if you come here, he can hold the pawn with the idea of rook c6, maybe c1 even. But maybe I do some magic myself. I play e5, you take my pawn, I slip away with check, you come over here and I grab this pawn. And despite all your genius, I've got the bishop pair and an extra pawn now that I've gotten rid of b2 and simplified. So white is winning in sort of like more simplistic or borderline winning, you know, on the verge of winning. Knight c1, he takes the rook. Yeah, of course, you can't just not take a rook, right? Oh, well, Proust said that you want to be down in exchange. King here, let the rook go. I guess you got to take the rook. You gotta take the rook. Oof. Now, black could play b2 here. They could also play knight d3 first. They could also have another move in store that I haven't calculated. I tried to calculate rook c6, rook c1, and I didn't think it worked to sack the knight. But I could have miscalculated it. Rook c6, rook c1, b2, rook to b1. Rook c6, rook b2, rook b6. Rook b1 or whatever. I don't see it at all. So I think he's got to save the knight. He does it with b2. So now I expect like king c2 because otherwise the pawn seems to queen. There could be other moves. You could play rook takes c1, but then black takes on c6 with check as well. It's not great. Yeah, bring the king across. I think Gukesh is comfortable-ish here. I think the plan now is knight d3. Could be rook c6, check, king b2, knight d3, check. And some kind of weird perpetual check cage on the white king. Taking on f2 is not enough to justify it. Oh my god, he goes to queen the pawn. Okay, did I forget about that? Maybe. If rook c1, bishop d3? No, the bishop's covering c1. Oh my god. For a second, I thought he was going to, like, deflect the white king from the pawn. Right? Thank God. Thank God. For the bishop. Rook b8. Another move I didn't predict. I told you there was going to be another move I didn't predict. Soon I'll be able to predict it, though. Soon it'll, like, calm down. It's just like a move or two away from calming down. Because either he queens or he gets prevented from queening. I think white's got to take on c1 with the rook now, right? Isn't that a good position for white down the exchange since black didn't take c6? I feel like Levon really blew it there, but Gukesh is thinking, and it's more likely that I'm blundering something. So let's go rook c1. Bishop d3 just only serves to give away the bishop. b1, you take it. Can't see any other fancy moves I don't see. So let's say here. Queen. I don't know if I should take with bishop or king, but I'm going to take with king because my bishop's currently cutting their king off, making it harder for them to deal with my pawn, right? This looks like winning for white. 3 pawns and a bishop against a rook, plus there's a bishop pair to work with. It looks completely winning. Is there a simpler variation I'm missing? What is black doing after rook c1? b1, I take it. b1, I take it. Bishop d3, I take it. Same thing as, I don't care. The rook's already made peace with selling its life for that pawn. Right, Ivan, so that should be basically the same variation, right? We say okay as white. We take. They take. Now, let me just unveil like my evil trick. This is why in another line I took with my king and not the bishop on c1. Look at this like evil thing I do where I move them over here, out of the way, and now you know, that's not black magic. That's easy stuff. What did Gukesh do? Not rook c1. Throws in the check first, driving the king aside, then rook c1. You love to see it, right? But the question is, now when black goes back here, how do you defend the pawn? Before I had the bishop on f3, I was saving the check, and I have e5. So what now? You see, the king on e8, it wasn't threatening to come across because the bishop and pawn were already making a wall. Now he drops back. He wants to cross him further off the list this way. But how do you save the pawn? What is he doing? Rook c8. Okay, let's look my way for a second without his check. Here, if you play this move, I just play this move, and I win. What? What did I miss? What did I miss? What's going on the other board? Let's have a quick look. They've made move 40. Okay, so similar to what I'd suggested before, we get this rook b4 move, check. King here, check. King b5, I guess? Knight c3, king c4. I mean, king b4 does get in. King b5 does get in the way of stuff. No, he just repeats. Oui, quoi, qu'est-ce qu'il y a?
Socks, please. My feet are freezing.
T'as chaud et tes pieds froids?
Yeah.
Ok. Désolé, je vais chercher pour toi. He's just repeating.
Huh?
My boy Prague. My boy Prague. Come on. Okay, so that game's a draw, folks. Disappointing. I was caught up in the Gukesh game. I don't know how that suddenly plopped into a repetition. I thought he was better. If king b5, a6 towards the end, huh? King b5, a6, king a4. Still looks promising for white. I don't quite see it. As long as there's not a forced repetition, I'm still trying to win with my a-pawns. Oh, thank you. I'm going to look at that. I'm going to look at that suggestion. Okay, so for the Prague game. Maybe in the line I'd been looking at. Okay, here, 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 here. Bishop b7. Wow. Wow. Geniuses. The amount they saw and the amount of time they saw it in. Knight c3, knight b5 still. How did I not see that? Unless there's a immediate forced repetition. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. So basically his rook b4 move there probably didn't work, right? Just forced that. Went by force into that trade. So Gukesh just wants to keep his bishop pair alive here. Now he's got to decide whether the A pawn or the E pawn is more valuable and how much risk he wants to take. Haha, just kidding. We know he wants the maximum risk. I'm going to go grab some socks and I'll be back. I think I'm ready for a nap. The excitement is making me pass out. He made a choice. The most insane choice. He neither saved his pawn nor took the opponent's pawn. I can't even guess like the most basic move with Gukesh. I thought here he would take the A pawn and give the E pawn to make an outside passer. That's what I thought. Instead, he advances them like this. I think in general, there's like minimal risk for white in this endgame, though I know a computer could win this from either side against a top GM. Or might be able to. Black's got the white king kettled in for the moment, so they just have to deal with the bishops. And then they've got pawns on light squares, so they can defend pretty well. The danger for black is that white can always chase this rook off of wherever it goes with the bishop pair. One saving grace for black is that if you put the bishop on f3, well, let me just show something. I go here, here, What? Here. Here. There's a chance that this is a draw, that white can't break this position. If that's the case, it gives black a whole extra defensive resource in these positions, which is that this rook can't get chased off of squares by this bishop. Normally, the problem with a rook in any endgame with bishop pair or any open position with bishop pair is that the rook can always get harassed by the bishops. Like, no square is safe. It always can get chased and chased and chased. But if it's allowed to trade itself for the light squared bishop, that really gives black all kinds of extra defensive resources. Okay, they've made it to move 36. It looks like they're going to make time control without any further blunders. They probably made some blunders in that exchange of blows that we just saw, and that's not an insult to either player, right? They gave us a great show. High excitement, incredible creativity, and they saw a lot of great moves. Even if there's some little detail that a computer saw that they didn't see. Perfectly A-okay by me. Small problem for Levon to maybe watch out for is that the king could get totally boxed in, right? Like if white's bishop were here, for example, that king's trapped. Also, if this bishop were somewhere like d6, right, then the king would have to go to g7, and then a pawn on h4 or f4 would box him in for a while. Suppose he could try and trade off this bishop to get access to light squares. If black could trade these bishops, then black is better, like with real winning chances if they could trade the light squared bishops. But that's sort of a pipe dream. Whereas with the light squared bishops on the board, I think white has the advantage. Isn't that crazy? It sounds so crazy. So crazy that it should be wrong. But I believe it. Yeah, I believe it. Huh. Wild. What a difference the bishop pair makes for the bishops, huh? Amazing. All right, here comes the king. Well, I mean, it's not really going anywhere, obviously. Just playing a move is the king, we could say. Gukesh gets the bishop out of the way in advance even of this move here. I think he might want to move his G and H pawns forward to get closer to queening and box in the king, but leave the F pawn here as kind of like an anchor for that structure that his bishop can defend and that black can never attack or unseat. But it depends if he's able to cross his king over the c-file at some point, or if he's able to lodge his bishop somewhere like d6 would be an improvement for that bishop. But he's got to watch his backside. Like, you get excited with your bishop on d6, you start advancing these pawns, then this rook comes c1 and attacks you from behind. Yeah. Well, I don't know how to play this endgame, but I can imagine a few possible scenarios, but I don't have the experience to really know. They're basically playing on the increment right now for 3 or 4 moves, but it's not, these aren't impossible moves for them to find, nor even like especially difficult moves, maybe. My current guess is it's a draw. I don't see a way to get the white king, or that it's equal, sorry. I prefer to say a draw when the position's very simplified. My current guess is the position's about equal because I don't see how to get Gukesh's king into better position. Wow, surprising move from Levon again. I thought he was going to bring his king forward. Did he not want this pawn going all the way here? Or is g4 mate? I was trying to find a mate. No, e5, right? I figured that out. If bishop f4, then you can't play g4 because your bishop's hanging. And if bishop d4, also you can't play g4 because of the f4 square. So, yeah, I was expecting king g6 here. And I was thinking that Gukesh might actually have to resort to g4 to keep that king boxed in. But he willingly puts the pawn on a dark square. So now this bishop could sit here and target it. And that does seem a little surprising. Gukesh is thinking for quite a bit about this move. A simple move would be h5, locking in what he's got, but that puts his pawn on a light square. He may or may not want to. Could also try just passing back and forth a move or two. You know, bishop g4, bishop f3 to get to move 40. Could also go down to 1 second just to make his fans feel a little woozy. Bishop d4, mystery. Yeah, a little mystery is fun too. Some suspense, some pressure, some nerves, some mystery. Pour it all on. Pack it in. Welcome to the dojo, Jonkos. Welcome to the dojo, Kanasansky. And welcome to the dojo, the real spy, Taco. Sensei's sick, so thank you for not judging me too harshly today. Rook f8. Make way, Bishovsky. Make way. Don't go to b7 because of rook b8. We've talked about that. I thought this move would make sense. I guess the rook would have just come back to c6 before. Wait, now he might have a chance to cross. Right? Oh, but he shouldn't trade the light-squared bishops. If he does, it's bad for him. Bishop b7 is an exchange? Oh, because rook b8, king c3? Yeah, an exchange we don't want. I hope he played bishop g4. He did. He did. But you're right, Cosmic Dean. Good call. Bishop b7 doesn't lose the piece. It just fancy trades it in a bad way. But here the idea is bishop here. And then if here, look at that. Haha, that's a diagonal switcheroo. Yeah? Oh, shoot. I didn't yet. Is this yeah?
Just a waste.
Thank you for doing that.
Are you streaming this stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. And how's Lily doing now?
She's feeling a bit sick.
Did she out at all? It might be good for her to be outside a little bit. Fresh air and stuff.
I think she doesn't feel like moving.
Pretty
Pretty bad for her.
Yeah, it's pretty bad for her. Well, if she has a fever, give her Tylenol.
Okay. All right, so it was move 40. What did Levon come up with? King f7, right? And this is the moment to cross, where no white king has crossed before. Come on over, Gukesh. Come on over. They made move 40. They each got their extra 30 minutes. Some of the pressure is off. I think it makes sense to bring the king over to the side of the board where we've got the 2 extra pawns, try and shepherd them. You know, there's another concept where you could try and bring the king up, but in general, that always gets cut off by rook c8. There's also, in this position, a specific tactical idea of maybe attacking the pawn, right? While the king's busy on this one and he can't go back. Now, he might be able to do a thing like this, where this pawn's hanging for a moment, and then you can't take, but there's check here, right? He just can't do it. So what if we played bishop e3 here? Would that force rook h8? And if that forced rook h8, would that be the signal for our king to start coming forward? Problem is, I feel like once black plays h5, we lose some of our pressure. But if I spend a move on check, it sends the king back. Now the rook's relieved of duty. I come forward, and the rook's like, yup, I'm on it. So it's not obvious how to do it all. Maybe h5 to keep that. And then if this, we always have this option, tagging that one, which is painful. I feel like the full force of the bishop pair here. Not like a hurricane bearing down on a king, but like sharpshooters, snipers, right? They got the whole board in their scopes. And looks really tough for black. So king b4 is like quote unquote, king c3 is the quote unquote obvious move here, right? Crossing the c file that was blocked off before coming over. I don't know, I don't know how amazing this opportunity is, but it definitely bears looking at. So that could be a big deal. Looks like rook h8 is the only move to me. Any other king move allows bishop e6, other than king e7, which allows bishop c5. So it's got to be rook h8. And now I like my move h5. I don't like h6 by Levon a few moves ago. This feels really painful to try and defend this h6 pawn against a bishop on e3. It's like the bishop by itself is better than the rook at the moment. And it's brutal that you can't even oppose this and wonder about this structure change on f5 because the bishop just pops back here and then hits you over there. I mean, that looks winning to me. I don't yet see any defense to bishop e3. None. I don't even see the next move for black. Levon was still in the scramble when he played h6. I mean, it wasn't the move I would play in a scramble, but he was in a scramble. So, we all do things that are not necessarily like us in time scrambles. Could explain it if it was bad. Maybe it's good and I just don't get it. Right? Or don't see it yet. But if h6 was wrong, we can understand it. What do you think, chess lover? I hope you're very well, of course. But this is the live position right here. and they just made move 40. So this is they just got the 30 minutes, right? Gukesh has been thinking for 5 minutes. They each had seconds. They played on increment for the last basically 8 to 10 moves of the time scramble. The game was like a barn burner so far. And my first thought was that that this endgame should be about equal, with the bishop and 2 pawns against rook, right? The white's got the bishop pair. I also have a weird instinct that if you took the light squared bishops off the board, black would be slightly better and would press. And when you put the 2 light squared bishops on the board, white is better and it's black who has to be careful. But Levon played one move in the time scramble. He moved his pawn from h7 to h6, which looked bad to me. And in the present moment, I think in general the position should be equal. But in the present moment, I don't see a defense against bishop e3. So just concretely. And, you know, I have COVID right now, so I'm not calculating the best. So I could be missing really obvious moves. But just like a 2 to 3 move look ahead check, bishop h6 threatens the pawn. There's not so many moves that seem to defend the pawn, right? Like if king g7, there's bishop takes e6 probably. Maybe that's what I missed. Bishop e6, rook e8? No, there's bishop d4. Again, I don't trust myself for anything. You see why I need your help. But sometimes if I play 1 or 2 moves out very slowly on the board, I can get them right. Like this, I would say I'm 90% sure white's winning. Okay. So we're threatening the pawn, right? Oh, maybe king g6 instead of king g7. h5 could push you back. So we should not go to the dark square, right? We should go here. That escapes, yeah. I still like h5. Now I'm going to play king c3. I know this doesn't win immediately. We'll come here, here, here. The game goes on. But I also think anytime I get this diagonal from the opponent's bishop, I think that's progress for me every time. What if I try to take a lot of diagonals away from this guy? Can I try to super punish him? Not quite. I'm trying to take over like all his territory, but that's a little too much there with my pawn on f3. So I think what I'll do is I'll play king d4 here, like a normal person move. My point is I could maybe go g4 and bishop c4 from here, right? While that bishop languishes on b1 or c2 or worse squares. Or I could simply march my king to b6 to try and take the a pawn. This doesn't win instantly for white. This feels really creaky for black. So that's one direction the game could go. Yeah, that's what I need. I need you to show me all the concrete moves I'm missing. Here, here, right? Something like this for black, just to mix it up and get out of being dead, right? And then here, check. We can't even go to g7 because of bishop d4 again. Got to be careful about that. Here. Here. Wait, I just put him on... do you see that? That's ridiculous, right? I said, we have to be careful to not put him on g7. Got to keep watch on that. And then I put him on g7, right? That's like outrageous. Okay, we'll go here. a6. Takes. Pushes. Defends. Okay. But what are the odds that black's surviving that? I guess there's a chance. What do I know? I guess there's a chance. Maybe f3 first, says Joao. Yeah, that could be a nice idea too. Okay, so it's not clean or clear. But Gukesh has been thinking 20 minutes, and bishop e3 looks powerful. I had some other lines that were like even deader. Let's see if he even played my move. Okay, he did play my move after 10 minutes. Hello again, Joao. Wow, very quickly rook to g8. Very quickly. So he wants bishop h5 check, king to g7. And if the bishop stays on this diagonal, then he will move his pawn to a light square maybe. And if the bishop stays on this diagonal, then his king will be able to move over. Wow. I didn't even see the very first move, right? Tempo move on the bishop. Weird. What if white plays f3, keeping the bishop on all the diagonals it's currently on? Then bishop f5. Holy moly. I can't even see one move ahead. F3 may also be a forced draw. Yeah, black could just play rook takes g4, you think? Or do you have something simpler? Some tactic, bishop e4, bishop e2. I could surely be blundering something. What's the forced line after f3? I mean, f3 just looks wrong to me, but maybe h5? Oof, did you know this was check? Or what am I missing? I can't lose if I take this pawn with check, can I? I almost feel like I can't not win. Anyway, I don't think f3 is like the real move. Yeah, you're thinking of going here. Fair enough. I was thinking I'd give check here, check here, and play g4. And then you have to sack this pawn here, because if you don't, well, maybe I'm wrong, but if you don't, h5 looks winning for white to me. But I think h5 is just enough right here. Black's fine, as you say. I think I have to keep your rook passive with this clever move. Whoops, sorry. Right? Again, this not clever move, you come here, and pass pawns don't matter when your king's right there. But if I play bishop g5, I think you still have to be careful. I think you can draw, but you got to be careful. You probably don't want to take on g4. You'd probably rather I take on h5 than give me the connected passers, right? Anyway, I imagine there's some way to draw this for black. Something like this, maybe this, right? And then just put your king here, here. Bishop d1. An incredible sneak move from Gukesh. Nobody knows where he's headed. Nobody knows where he's headed. Oy, oy, oy. All right, we're going to go back to the tournament for a second down here, just see any results from the other games. We got 3 draws so far. And then a game between Poor Noterbeck and Faruja. Noterbeck, he's trying so hard, man. He's trying so hard. We'll just leave that running in the corner. I'm kind of focused on Gukesh's game. Welcome to the dojo, Cosmic Dean. Right, so here black could play king g7. And then I think we play king c3 for Gook. Tricky thing is that it's hard to run straight up the board, I think. Because black's got this and this kind of a resource, right? Although, I mean, an imbalance would work in white's favor. We can go after this, leave this hanging. Here, threatening rook d5. Uh-oh. It's a pretty good threat, yeah. So I think I would go king c3, displace that bishop first. I think this diagonal is the most important for the bishop, because that pawn on a6, like if your bishop isn't if black's bishop isn't the one defending it, I think that's going to be the worst for black. So my thought is we keep that diagonal for black. Now the options are bishop b3, bishop g4, and the sneaky king b4, under cover of the fact that there's no rook b8 to b5. I was about to play king d4, and then I saw rook d8, rook d5. I didn't see rook d8, rook d1. But luckily, having learned about rook d5, I thought of going sneak. Sneak, sneak. Hiding under cover of that darn bishop. Trying to get to b6 before black can get a rook on the 5th rank and take my pawns from me. Also, I should remember my pawn is not accessible right now because of bishop d4. So I'm going to sneak forward with the king. I'm still keeping an open mind on bishop b3 or bishop g4, but I like actually getting my king off a file. It's reducing black's tactical resources. But, you know, I was even thinking that coming back to g4 here could be pretty sneaky, right? What was black's defense before? It was this move. But now we have check, which before there would have been like bishop g6. King comes here, though, so we don't break black just yet. So I'm going to wait on bishop b3 or bishop g4, I think, and bring my king like so. Ooh, I would love for my king to be on a good square one day. Maybe they should still go to the open file. And now with this rook d5 theme, let's play bishop b3 like you were saying before. h6 was hanging Cosmic Dean, but it's this trick where black unveils rook takes g4 as a counter threat when white's bishop is on g4. Levon surprised me with it already once this game, a couple of moves ago. So now I saw it coming and just kind of assumed it. That's how he defends both pawns without tying down his king and rook. It's genius. It's just like a simple little trick, but it's like absolute genius. It blew my mind. I couldn't see it. Yeah, so the idea is like bishop g4, he goes king f7. What he doesn't want to do, you see, is get locked into a position like this where both his guys are tied down, right? So he plays king f7, and he tags the bishop here. So there's no time to take on h6. Now, if your bishop retreats this way to keep an eye on this pawn, then he plays h5. And now he's moved it off a dark square, which I think is really important for Gukesh to have one pawn that his dark squared bishop can attack, right? So h5 is a big deal. And if you move back this way, then he just moves his king back and he keeps his rook free. You see what I mean? He's refusing to tie down his rook. He's defending both pawns with just his king. What? It's like, calculation-wise, it's basic, but it's a kind of magic. You know, a high-class, very high-class little competence there. So, we've got to move. Let's see what he did. He played rook straight to d8 here. What? He didn't defend the h6 pawn. Now what's the magic, folks? What? What? What did he just do? I don't think the idea is bishop c4 check. I think it's rook to d5 maybe. But let's look for a second, because you did come up with a concept. It could be to exchange the bishops, right? And if king c2, he can insist on it with bishop b3. So we might as well just take, and then come here. I don't know if that's the best move, but I don't think giving a whole pawn, I just don't think. I don't think he can do that. But, I mean, maybe there's rook d5 now. Maybe my bishop e3 move was imprecise, but it's hard to believe that there isn't some kind of winning move for white. Here, let's go offensive. I'm always like too defensive when I'm ahead material. I'm so busy trying to defend things. But really, it's all about counterattacking or, you know, keeping the aggression on, right? Keeping the threats on the opponent. This endgame clarifies it, right? That's the end of the game. You can't stop an A pawn and an H pawn here. Right? Once my king gets to c5, I mean, it's a done deal. You can't play this position as black. There's no room to play it. That's a clean win. That's just game. That's just lame. Bishop e3, rook d5. Oops. Okay, so I would argue that's losing and not a reason to lose the pawn. I think his plan is to go rook d5 immediately. No, it's a good guess, yeah. Totally. And that releases black from the bind a little, right? The rook gets really active here. Now, can Gukesh show that the increased imbalance in the pawn structure somehow gives him better winning chances? Maybe, but feels like letting black out of the bind is not exactly what he wants. Is there any way where I could mess with this bishop still? We've got to move from Gukesh. What did he play? I think he might, there's a small chance he plays like king c3 or something here. No, he throws the check. Ah, the check. I don't quite follow. I was thinking he could play like king c3 here. He could play bishop f3 here to stop rook d5. Throws the check. This is hard work for black. Hard work for black. And Levon is like, he's used to it. He's used to working this hard. You can feel it. Some of us work this hard when we've got a good position. But how many of us work at this level when we've got a bad position? I've been watching the Super GMs play each other for like 30 years now. But I think what I'm starting to suddenly starting to understand the last year or two is maybe one of the differences when they're worse, they're fighting as hard as when they're better. A lot of us fight hard when we're better, but who's got the energy to come up with, you know, rook d8 and rook g8 and this kind of stuff, that kind of creativity and effort in a game that you're going to lose eventually anyway? You know, most people are just too depressed to do it, I think. Like, we make huge efforts for things that have a chance at success, most of us, right? Not just in chess, not just like winning a chess game, right? Like, if you're talking about, you know, cleaning your house or filling out paperwork or whatever it is, right? If you think you have a chance at success, then you might be able to bring out a huge effort. But when you know that, like, basically you're going to lose in the end no matter what, at whatever life task it is, then do you really try as hard as these guys do? And sometimes in these games, even if they defend really hard, they're still going to lose, right? They're not even fighting for the draw. They're just fighting like crazy to fight or something, you know? It's like, imagine a war. You're supposed to hold a pass. The enemy army has defeated your division, and they've walked through the pass. They're already behind you in your village, putting your family to the sword, putting salt in your fields, and you're still, like, fighting, you know? Most of us just, you know, lay down arms or run away or take a nap at some point. But these top guys, I mean, look what ingenuity and effort he's putting into things that, you know, may or may not ever matter. Now, if bishop e2, he wants to go bishop d3. Yep, that checks out. So white has to do what? Bishop f3 to stop rook d5. I don't really see what else to do here. One cool thing about the psychology part of chess, Cosmic Dean, is not only is it interesting, but it is a thing which, with differences, but it's a thing that we share, right? Beginners, intermediates, experienced tournament players, masters, and world-class players. At every level, there are certain similarities around the thrill of winning or losing, oh, and now he gets to b5! Levon! Dang! Does white have to play bishop b6 to contain him and completely give up on threatening the opponent's anything? I feel like he's playing like just a beast here in this borderline lost position. I mean, for a move or so, I thought he was maybe dead. Maybe he's not, but wow. So, I mean, I feel like if the king moves rook b5, right? What are you even fighting for anymore, Gukesh? You just agree to the draw or something. Oh, God, he's got to settle for bishop b6, and this guy comes back before you can play bishop. Look at the accuracy. If you say, like, woo, I got to the light square, finally, I made up for h6. No, buddy. You just got yourself ground. Right? Hoi, hoi, hoi. Straight back to d3. So now, can this king, like, get up out of here? Can you improve your king a little bit, Gukesh? The thing is, with everything Levon did, right? You understand he might still be lost here, but he's still fighting that hard. It's been important for a while for Gukesh to make this bishop choose. It should not be covering the a pawn and covering this g6 check and f5, some of these tactics. It's just not right. You cannot let this bishop do that without a pawn to hold it in place. It's been doing too much work. Gukesh should have kicked this bishop a while ago, I feel like. Not let it show off like this. I think right... Where was it? This I liked, this I liked, this I liked. Amazing rook d8. I was thinking maybe here was a moment to play king c3. Right? Just question this guy. If he comes this way, now you get out of the way with the check, maybe, if you want. Or you say the king's going to g7 anyway. Now we just go bishop f3, stopping rook d5, and we're still on this pawn, right? So we're still asking the opponent to pay like a tribute move. Maybe. I don't know. Okay, bishop f1. So he keeps the pawn defended, but he keeps his distance, and most of all, he stays out of the way of the rook. He's not going to block any of the rook's influence on any of these files. When you go on b5, you're stepping on some of the rook's toes, right? Because there are positions where the rook wants to go to b5 if white tries this stuff. So that's an excellent move. I can feel that. Now, Gukesh can either improve the king or play h5 to nail down the h6 pawn. So far, he's been able to avoid h5 just off of maneuvering. He hasn't needed to nail it down. He could also... Yeah, I mean, he could play h5. The idea is partly just to improve to the even more central diagonal with this bishop. You see on e4, you're covering all the longest diagonals with the bishop. You're stopping rook to d5. You can go into g6 when you need to. You keep the h-pawn defended still, taking the best diagonals away from black's bishop. It's a great game, Show Me the Speed, but I don't know if it's going to go into the history books, you know? So much chess is getting played now, and so little is getting picked for the history books. Are people even writing history books anymore? Maybe I've just gotten old, but I feel like I look at so much that I'm remembering less and less. So the idea would be to bring the king. Chess Lover, you're saying, you said some comment like the king can't get through to c5. Should we have a quick look? That's like the most obvious thing maybe would be to try to bring our king. Maybe he cuts you off, right? Previously, it was always some trick like rook d8, d5, but the bishop's covering that. Sorry, the bishop's covering d8. So let's say he tries to cut you off. Whew. Evil stuff. Plus, he might not mind playing rook back to c1 and getting the rook active at some point. And we've cut off this avenue for pressure ourselves. All right, so bishop b7, he just goes active. Crazy. Crazy. That rook hems us in big time. King b4, rook c8, same kind of concept. Bishop c7, rook c8 doesn't hold the c-file for white either. Gukesh burning time, starting to get low again in the second time control. Dang. That's an endgame. Is it helpful to put the white pawn on h5? I mean, I would have to kind of see how we're breaking through to even know if I want to do it. You know what's funny? I want to play like king d4, overwork the rook, you know, make it guard the c-file, and then play bishop e3 attacking the h-pawn, right? Now, oddly, when the king's here, I don't have a way to get the bishop back on this side. But imagine Levon agreed and let me move the bishop through my king. Do you see how even that wouldn't work for white? Just a funny position. I'll help you imagine the white bishop on e3. Like so. Rook c4. Checkmate. Hilarious, right? How much work this piece can do. Would pushing all the white kingside pawns forward be enough to win? I think not quite, but one could always try it eventually. You could start by moving all the pawns up to f3 through h5 with the bishop on e4. Right? You could put a bishop on e... You could play h5 now. Then you play bishop e4, f3, g4. And then maybe bishop e3, get them back to defend, f4, g5 and stuff. You could try something like that. Definitely with your bishop on the best diagonal towards the king side, your light squared bishop, which is the one they can oppose. Right? And then this bishop could always come around to f6 to break the dark squares. It does seem like, yeah, it's possible. It's possible that that could win, Cosmic Dean. That could just be winning. You just push your h-pawn all the way here. I don't know. Could be. Gukesh has played h5 after 5.5 minutes thought. I don't see anything better to do than that myself, for sure. Hey, Matt. Sorry, I missed your comment. It was probably earlier. I'm kind of at an exhausted point. Man, Levon is... He's also keeping his clock up, you know, compared to Gukesh. It's remarkable. Yeah, king chooses not to go get itself in that tight spot on d4. And this way he keeps open bishop e3 as a way to drop back and take more territory from the opponent. His king also takes away e2 from this bishop, so he can bring his bishop to e4. And the bishop can't even get behind his stuff just yet. So he's going to take a slightly nicer diagonal in a moment, I think. We'll see where it goes from there. Oh my god, I said he would get a nicer diagonal. And Levon, what a way to work the pieces. Doesn't allow that either. King e1, bishop d3. King d2, bishop f1. Or king e1, maybe rook c1 check. What do I know? Where's he headed in case of bishop b7? He can move anywhere with the rook, right? But it doesn't have a lot of squares. Bishop b7, rook a4? Maybe. Huh. Oh yeah, we also have to wonder about bishop e3 as soon as we see this moment. Bishop e3. Hi, Gino. How are you? Bishop e3, rook a4. That would be the next step in improving our position, for sure, Dean. Would be bishop e4 somehow. You could also maybe try bishop d1 to c2. All right, that's great, Gino. If you measure too closely, sometimes that impedes some people, but it sounds like you're doing well. You could try coming this way, right? Oh, Gukesh did just play bishop d1. Okay. Every now and then we get some of these moves. Again, not knowing for sure if they're good or bad ones, but this one stops rook a4 as well, right? So if I was considering this line here, bishop e3, rook a4, right? We can always try for this transition, right? If we're desperate to break through, right? And of course, yes, there's counterplay, and are we winning or not? We don't know, etc., right? So we could do something like this, right? And try to win with our h-pawn versus this pawn. As I was saying, if we've got control of that light square, then this pawn's going to be very hard for black to stop. The light square on h7 is their best chance to stop it. And the pawn is like 2 steps ahead of this pawn. So, racing-wise, it's very plausible. So I was considering this. But again, rook a4, the big move. So bishop d1, that actually stops rook a4, right? So it could even be associated with going bishop e3 next. Or it could be associated with this bishop c2 taking over this diagonal first, improving our pieces to the max. Right, this is the move I thought that bishop d1 allows. And now the question is, do we go for, f4 here? We do. So the idea of attacking that pawn with the bishop is gone. It's a big, big moment right there. Now he's basically in plan g4, g5 that somebody mentioned before. He's going to get this diagonal to use it. Chess Lover says there's also a world where you play bishop b3 and you threaten f5. And it might not be easy for black to hold that pawn. There's a lot for black to hold. This is like, I would lose this endgame. Let me explain it this way. If I were given 8 takebacks, 8 times while thinking on my move, I can say I want to take back my last move, I would still lose this endgame to Gukesh. Do you see what I mean? Like 8 times he's allowed to do something that I overlooked, and I can go back and fix my mistake, and I will still make more than 8 game-losing mistakes over the course of the game, right? I'm quite confident. 8 takebacks, I could not save this game. Levon hasn't needed a single one yet. Yeah, I'd lose it to Levon. Look at how well he plays this from the black side. He can play it from the white side. I still suspect that white might be winning. But I could never win it. Rook b4. And look how fast he's playing too, right? He's like keeping his time. He's putting pressure on the kid. Putting pressure on the kid. Stopping bishop b3, incidentally, right? Look at that. Stopping that whole idea. Is there a world where we could play king c3 to enforce the bishop b3 move? And do we want to? How big a deal is that move? I'd be really shocked if Gukesh eventually lost this game, but it is possible. He's low enough on time, and it is a mess. Black's pieces are active, so... Wow, he goes this way. Who knows? Who knows what's going on, right? Oh la la. Do you guys have guesses on the evaluation? And if somebody's looked at a computer, don't give us your guess. I'm just curious what people are feeling. You hate endgames doses dose? This one is a little bit difficult for my taste. I would prefer an endgame a little bit easier. But yeah, if you haven't seen the computer, I'm happy to hear your guesses as to whether, like, computer-wise, this endgame is winning or drawing. So Cosmic Dean, you feel like supercomputer could win this. Scared of them. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. I understand how fear and hatred come hand in hand, right? Isn't that one of the famous origins of a lot of isms, right? When one group hates another group, it's because they don't know people from that group. So yeah, I understand how that's related for you with your endgame. Epic. At this point, Gukesh is also working on Levon's stamina, right? There are some limits for Levon. There's some, your body is part of reality, and we saw Ding doesn't have Gukesh's stamina. Nobody who's like 40 years old has Gukesh's stamina. Probably very few people in their 30s have Gukesh's stamina. We've got somebody on YouTube whose name I apologize I can't read, who says they guess it would be drawn now. Even Gukesh doesn't have Gukesh's stamina. Cosmic Dean, we've got a YouTube channel, yeah, so we're streaming to both at once. You're fine where you are, but if you want to see our YouTube channel, it's Chess Dojo It's that first one, youtube.com/chessdojo. Tennis makes you a warrior of stamina. So show me the speed. You think this is like surely a draw at this point? But it's so complicated. It's so complicated, and they're humans with limited time budgets. Speaking of stamina, I now, when I go swimming, I'm swimming like an hour at a time instead of 20 or 30 minutes. And despite being sick, look at the uptime on the stream. You'll see we're about to cross 7 hours. So if I were feeling good, I would say nothing about it, but go me. Go me. Don't know where to start. Me neither, Genu. I'm not sure what Levon should do next, especially since I don't know exactly what King E3 is doing. You would not say streaming 7 hours is good. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have done it. But it still has some stamina to it. I've been kind of trapped in my room for a few days, so I'm making the most of it, getting in 12-hour days of chess. Yeah, Zalo, I've played classical games with delay before they had the increment as a standard. I've also had an adjourned game, so... Been playing for a while. Something about this King E3 move, finally a move that sort of threatens nothing, and it's causing Levon to burn time. I don't know where he's trying to get his king, Dretman. I don't know. I thought he would play King C3 or Bishop C2 or something, right? Maybe he's just defending this pawn from E3 in order to play G4, G5. Because we have set... But I think he wants his bishop on this diagonal here, controlling H7. But we have been thinking that maybe G4, G5 could ultimately be a winning plan, even though he couldn't win by targeting any of Levon's 3 pawns with his bishop pair, which I thought would probably break black, but it didn't quite. But maybe he can just win with G4, G5 eventually. Why do I think this is difficult for Levon? Well, let me move back and forth for him for a moment, show me the speed, and just show you a plan. This would be the start of why I think the position's hard for him. Now, what should black do at this point? Or do you not feel any danger yet? I know I just played 4 free moves for white, but sometimes the easiest way to explain it, I can't draw arrows. This is what I was afraid this is what I'm thinking white can eventually do. And if you don't yet see what's scary about it, and we just want to go like bishop f1, I'll show you that I eventually can abandon even my A pawn if I want to, and do this. Even if you refuse to trade, right? And then ultimately, I've got a queen. That's the concern, I think, as far as like a plan. Bishop drops back to b5. Now white might play bishop c2 or might even play g4. or even some move that I haven't thought of yet. Oh, he's played it pretty quickly. Gukesh had some kind of plan, and Levon definitely struggled with that more nebulous king e3 move. For one move, Gukesh stopped making like even a very subtle threat. Just for one move, no threat at all. And Levon's speed ground to a halt a little bit. Gukesh had been threatening the most, intricate little, delicate little touches, and Levon was finding absolutely mind-boggling, unusual uses and coordinations of the pieces. Calculation-based, precise, in like 30 seconds per move. He was really like keeping his time up. Okay, one thing to bear in mind, folks. Very important idea. Levon can probably save some games by trading his rook for the bishop. Imagine this. Look at this. Boom. I know there's bishop a4. I know. But imagine this. Just as a scenario. Do you see that? I think that endgame's like an easy draw, right? For black. So we should keep that in mind now that this rook's on the loose. The idea of trading it for the light squared bishop. So of course, if he goes rook b2, we're most likely looking at bishop g6, actually. Maybe here's like a less blunderful way to make the same point. Right? We could play this check here. Just hunt down that piece. And then come here. That's a draw too, right? So I think you almost have to hide your bishop away from the rook here. An extra difficulty level for Gukesh. So you give the check, king here. But yeah, it's hard to keep your bishop on the diagonal you want when even the rook can go and take her from you, right? And he can just keep checking you here, right? And then go after your f-pawn. Maybe at some point you could do a breakthrough like this, and if they take, push. And maybe you can get all the way through. And I go to f6, huh? Cleaner was bishop e3, because here there's king g7, bishop f6, rook f6, ef6, king f8. I guess you still have to prove it. And there's all kinds of stalemate traps. So if anyone's doubting that this is dead for black, let's do something like here and here. Right? It's dead. It's dead. So he hasn't yet moved after bishop c2. Ay, ay, ay. This is one of the great things about Gukesh too, is like whether he's having a good tournament, a bad tournament, good position, bad position. Like some people you see, they're confident, they need their confidence to play well, they need their form to play well. Like when it's not there, they agree a draw or they do something simple but he's not having the best tournament. He played an abysmal game against Wesley yesterday. I mean, all I could do was weep. And look what he's doing today. I mean, he's really bringing it here. They both are in this game, right? King to g8. Show me the speed claims that was the only correct move. I have no idea why that would be the only correct move, but hell yeah, show me the speed. Hell yeah. Gukesh plays g4 quickly, so he was expecting king g8. So you think king g7 and king g8 were the only moves. He's got to run into the corner. But show me the speed. How does this eventually stop one of these pawns from getting through? How does this keep those pawns from eventually getting through? White could break through with g5, maybe also with f5, you know, I don't know. We just had a variation where by accident I played f5, f6, f7. It wasn't my goal, but like black attacked my pawns and I just tried it and it worked too. So, okay, I've been sitting at the desk a long time. Let's do some push-ups. Man with head of dog. Normally I understand what you're saying. That I don't understand. Is that a copy-paste from somewhere or something you're saying yourself? What do Bernie and Gukesh have to do with each other? Bernie was obviously the right president, but you don't like Bernie as president, and you don't like Gukesh. I guess I don't understand the word praise after Gukesh. The idea is Gukesh represents moving towards newer, fresher things, and you want older, less fresher things, maybe? Here, if we play bishop g6, we'll be in exactly the same position as we would have had if he'd played rook b2 last move, which we were mostly analyzing, right? Bishop g6 check, king g8, g4. He hides the bishop. So this is transposed to all the lines we were looking at. Let me just move my body for a second, and then we'll be able to watch some more of this game. Okay, that changes things up a little bit. He blundered. Rook check. Wait, he blundered. King f2, please. You're saying if he plays king f2 now, it would be a blunder? You're a conservative socialist? Push-ups, chess lover. I have a weird symptom that I've had every time I've had COVID, chess lover. At the end of COVID, my teeth feel loose in my mouth if I move quickly. Not exactly loose, but like they feel like they're hurting, like they're being vibrated or pulled or shocked or something. All my teeth. Yeah. So at the tail end of COVID, I've had that if like I run or walk, just like the bounce or recoil coming up, I feel it in all my teeth. Very weird. For a couple days at the tail end of COVID. Yeah, mostly better. But I felt it just now doing the push-ups, just lightly. Okay, 7 minutes against 8, 30 seconds to go. Have Ali Reza and Noterbeck finished yet? No, they're going the distance too. They're both going the distance. Sacks the rook? What's going on? King f2 only chance? What's so good or bad about king f2? Or are you looking on a computer? Show me the speed. If you're looking with an engine, don't tell us anything, please. Okay? If you're looking with an engine, don't tell us anything about who's winning, drawing, or what move they should play. What was rook takes c4 down here? Oh, he couldn't stop this pawn, maybe? Is it defense? Ali Reza, crazy move, right? Okay, king takes is obvious. Then king g6, collecting your pawn. If he had played king g6 here, white plays king e6 maybe, and rook takes f7. Oh, that's the reason for it. He couldn't stop king e6 and f7, f8. So he plays rook takes while the pawn is not yet fast enough to stop him. Oh, man. And now he just embraces the pawn. Ali Reza, that was a good find. Gukesh is still thinking about this next move. We didn't assume anything. We tried king d2 before. We could try king f2. I didn't try king d4, I think, because of rook check tagging my f-pawn. But, you know, who knows? Maybe there's some insane world where I hang all my pawns and then still win in glory because my king's finally on a good square. I don't know. I would doubt it. So it's probably between like king d2 and king f2. How you pick, I don't know. This move? Maybe this move, threatening rook f3. But if you play f5, I don't know how big a deal rook f3 is. If we give up on g5 and go for the f-pawn plan, looks playable. There is also bishop e3, but then you might run out of things to go to. Oh, you can always hide on the first rank because your bishop's covering b1. So weird. Then they try and harass your thing there. Now you come back out. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. So the idea is to capture this pawn and then just draw the endgame with the two pawns against the knight. That's the idea. White's king comes forward. You pretty much have to kill this pawn, otherwise the king comes here. There's one other move he's considering, which is c4. He's calculating c4. Because if king here, pawn takes here, 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 he probably has a draw, right? God, I don't even know 100% for sure. Sometimes you can checkmate in one of these endgames, like, stupidly. There's queen f3, as well as queen b3. King d5. So you could play c4 to drive the king back a move, then king takes, then king d5. It looks like you're kind of losing. So he just takes it for now. And now white could play king here, then he's got c4, g3. But look at this move from Noterbeck. It looks like he might win his first game. Knight here attacking this. If it advances, knight e4 check wins. So black's got to play something like king g5. And then what does he do? What is he up to? Wait, maybe this was correct. Here, here, here. No. I thought there might be a trick where you could get across with a check on the king. You can't. Okay. So knight f2. Rook check, king d2. Okay, so we looked last at, I think rook g3 was the reason I played f5, right? We played like rook g3, f5, rook g4, f6. Oh, but I'd put the black king on g7, not g8. So white had an extra tempo in the quote-unquote winning line that I calculated earlier. And I also didn't yet look at fe6. I only looked at the f pawn trying to run past. Right? So there's like going to be a second line if he goes for rook g3, f5, rook takes. In the past, we looked at f6 with an extra tempo because the king was here. We could also look at this move. The rook can't get behind those pawns. In fact, it's hard to get behind those pawns, period. The king can't go get in the way, I don't think, or not obviously because of check pushing it away. Oh, does this often draw? It does. That should often draw. Yeah, it looks like a draw. Okay, so rook g3, f5, rook takes, f6. Now this line there's no rook takes, right? That's a loss. Yeah. So here, if you take rook takes g6, draw. So you'd have to try pushing. Now we can go here, which we couldn't do before. And we're in time. But white still keeps the game going, don't they? They go here. And if you stay on this file behind that f-pawn, they can get this pawn. And the game's still going, I think. Not clearly a draw or win yet to me. Still outside of my horizon. Knight f2 down there. g3 played? What? One of them has like blundered their soul. 2 seconds left when Ali Reza played that move. g3, I mean knight e4. And takes, no? What does he have here? Like this kind of a move? This? Here attacking the knight? With the idea of here, here. So the knight has to hide like this. King here, e4. If c4, knight d2, so we can't let the knight go to d2. But now the knight can get out. And it'll just twist and turn around like this. And do that beautiful knight dance. So that would be a win. I think that might be what he was kind of dreaming of, right? King g4, knight f1, king f3. King d6. Oh yeah, that's simpler. King to the second rank, king c5, and he resigns. But my knight dance was elegant too. At least I found what he was thinking about. It was e4, right? He was thinking to get through like this. I like going the extra mile with my knight. All right. Noterbeck finally wins a game. Staunches the bleeding. Gukesh and Levon, 4 minutes left. Wow, Levon, instead of going after one of these pawns from behind with rook e2 or f2, he freezes them both by attacking the e-pawn. That's insane. If f5, he plays rook e5. If g5, he trades, and plays rook e5. Okay. Now, Gukesh could play king d4, c5, etc. kind of stuff. But he'd get stopped at rook d2, rook d5. So he's going to move his dark squared bishop. Yep. Brings it in. Preparing to play bishop f6, g5, and queen and h pawn. Yeah. Bishop c7 is similar, but bishop d8, you're going to also cover the h8 square. Rook e3. I think the king can come up to d4. Oh, he wants the king on the 4th rank, so if he goes to the 4th rank to take something, it's with check. I guess. But the bishop's covering the 4th rank at the moment, but I can't keep up with it. Gukesh, under 3 minutes. I don't really see how black ultimately resists g5 anymore. I don't see it. Let's say I come here, get checked, and come here. What does the opponent do? Something like this. I play g5, takes, and I take. Oh, there's one last defense there, maybe. Oh, rook f7. Savage. That's a draw, my friend. That's a draw. So Gukesh has to be very, very careful here. That whole line didn't work. See, he just comes behind, attacks that pawn. Maybe there you could play f5, though, with this pawn attacked. Maybe you could play f5 here. Because now the rook can't get the bishop, right? We switch up directions. Attack this pawn back here. Try to break through with this one. All we need is one h-pawn to go through. This is like the breakthrough, the court grip, or some people now call it the bathtub. You know, it's that breakthrough. It's basically like, you know, you can come here, and I come here, and you can take this, and I just give this check, and all I need is that one pawn to get through. So, f5, rook f4, and we're just trying to get somebody through. But we didn't look at rook f5, the key defense, right? If gh, then rook f7. If bishop takes, pawn takes, then how do you ever get these guys through? That's a draw again. Rook f5! We got to remember. We got to remember that rook just wants to get through. Woo! So we have to play f6. Well, I can't calculate everything. I don't know if we have to, but there's been a move in the game. King b4. So now the idea for black is that he can take with check here. So I don't know why he finally came up to the 4th rank. Let me go down my variation again for a moment. No, this was wrong. f5. Rook f4. I got to go f6 now. Can they take here and get back in time? They can. Now I have to throw in the check first before the rook's on f4. Now the king should come here. There's bishop check. Here, perhaps. Bishop here. Going to d6 no matter what. Rook f4. Bishop check. King here. Here. But we've gotten 2 pawns, right? Even the same colored bishop ending we might be able to draw now. King on the 1st rank. Can it get in? I think black holds. I think black holds in that line as well. Let's look at Gukesh's move and just find out, right? Is he played king b4. Bishop d3, hunting for that bishop trade still. Oh my god. Can he go f5, rook e5, f6 here? Or will the game go careening on for another million moves with something like bishop e8? He's down to 40 seconds. Levon's got 4 minutes. That's like an ocean more time. Gukesh is just out of time. f5, rook e5, f6. Bishop takes g6, h takes g6. Rook e4 check, king c5, rook takes g4. f7, king f8, bishop c7, rook takes g6, black wins. The king just plows forward. King activity. He leaves all the pawns to drop. And he rushes his king towards e6. Oh my god. There was no way I could have found that move. He had 9 seconds on the clock when he played this insanity. Okay, Levon, you've played bishop d3. You can't do much with your bishop hanging. You almost have to trade on g6. Maybe then rook d3 instead of going and taking his pawns. No, rook d3, f5, and he's coming pretty far. Rook d5 check. Rook d3, the bishop's got to move first. Of course, you're attacking the bishop. Bishop g6, hg. He can play either rook e4 or rook d3 there. White can also win with king b6 sometimes when the bishops are off the board. We should remember that. God, I can't keep up with anything. I'm thinking he's like trying to get in here to win with the e-pawn. But bear in mind, folks, a position like this, he's got this plan here, which is completely winning if we just try and keep the king away from the e-pawn. So I think Black's committed to trying to take apart this stuff with something like bishop g6, hg6, rook e4. That's my guess. And then we don't know which direction Gukesh will go, actually. We don't even know. And we still don't know if the game is a draw or a win. And honestly, I came up with the line where Black won recently. Well, Levon's got 3 minutes, and he's playing like a god today. Rook g3. Now, g5, Black might not be able to win all these pawns, but look, they could just start running, hoofing it. How is this bishop ever supposed to get back to a dark square, right? And there's no clean breakthroughs anymore for these pawns. So rook g3. Is he going to play f5? Or is he going to play king d6 or king b6? Good God, nobody knows. I'm feeling f5, rook g6, fe. This is what I'm feeling. Here, here, here. I'm losing my pawns on purpose so my bishop can stop Black's h-pawn. King b6, he went the other direction. What do we know? This does also leave his bishop covering that h-pawn. The question is, how many pawns can this rook eliminate before it has to deal with the a-pawn? Oh, I thought f5 looked borderline winning. I didn't get very far in my... I didn't get very far in my variation. Rook f4 cleaning up that piece for sure. The king can catch this one. That's the right one to grab. King a6, rook f4. Normally you'd go king b7 now. But I guess there's a world in which you play bishop f6, locking that king away. For sure, that's a move you could calculate before you play. Something else. h5, king moves, h4, a6, h3, a7, h8, queen, checkmate. Okay. There's also king b5. That's true, keeping the rook from getting directly behind your pawn. Oh my god, Cosmic Dean. What did he play? He played king b5. Good for you. Now there's also the idea, if the rook comes here, of playing rook a1, bishop a5. But Black can throw in the check, right? Come, get you away, then come for you. So that's going to be pretty safe for Black. So I feel a draw. I feel a draw now for the first time all game. Levon doesn't even go behind the pawn. He doesn't even care. He's a madman. Maybe he wants to win. You can't win this position, Levon. Maybe he wants to win. Sometimes you want to win even the position you can't win. Some of us can't help that. We just want to win.
What? I'm not eating, I can't eat.
Un petit bout de... Un petit truc? T'es sûr? Absolument rien. De l'eau. T'as même pas bu de l'eau aujourd'hui.
Okay.
C'est vrai? Ça c'est fou. On va te donner de l'eau.
very hard. Wait, like
What?
3:30. So annoying. Because my watch is 15:30.
Wow, a draw after all of this. Rook f8. Rook f8. Oh, he saw every angle today, Levon. He saw every angle. Wow. He saw it all. Can Levon win now? King g6. King f5. Why not? What's preventing him from winning now? Gukesh traded everything for that A pawn, and then it didn't queen. So now black's just way ahead. Yeah. He'll eventually have to give up the rook for the A pawn, but his two pawns can beat white's bishop while the king's on the queen side, right? If white loses both pawns to the king here. So like king g6, let's say a7, king h5, or maybe, sorry, king f5 first, right? I just want to take your pawn. So if you come here trying to queen that pawn slowly. Oh wait, I should be careful about not allowing bishop g3. King moves bishop b8. I gotta be more careful. So I can't even take the pawn. Dang. Okay, so I come here. Here. I bother you. But you see what I'm doing for black? I'm just queening the h pawn. Actually, it really matters whose king gets the other person's pawn first. Bishop takes king, 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 king. Bishop h4, king h4, king b7, king g4, king c6, king f4, king d6, king f5. Black wins. Oh, head of dog, yeah. Says there's also this move. And now maybe I'm losing. God, that was close. That bishop maneuver almost took too long. Wow. Okay, so I still have no idea what's going on. There's like 2 pieces left on the board, and I still don't know who is going to win or draw. Gukesh is dead lost, you think? That's my guess, too. Okay, here come a bunch of moves. King g6, a7, king f5, king b6, h5, bishop f2. Weird. So he wants to go bishop c5 to d6 or something. So the rook goes into a8 as soon as it can. But this is what I mean. If he just goes rook a8, takes that pawn, doesn't the bishop lose to the 2 pawns? So now what? Bishop g3? Bishop g3. King g4. Bishop h2, h4, right? Plays king b7. Takes. Takes. How can you know more than them? Show me the speed. There's no way you can know more than them unless you're flouting what we've told you 20 times about not telling us engine moves. Did Levon win this? It feels like the bishop needs this diagonal, and the white king can't get to a square from which it helps it. Bishop f2, h3. Ooh, he comes around to this side. Wait a minute. Now the king does get to d6 for Gukesh. And now he's got a draw. So it is a draw. In the end, nobody wins. Oh, yeah. Even to the very end, I didn't realize this drawing maneuver that he's going to bring the bishop back under from like f2 or g1 instead of going through b8 where he gets blocked by the pawn, and he and the bishop and king both need d6. But when he brings the bishop this way, and he could have done it through g1, I think it would have been the same. Or maybe, you know, but it was possible. The whole idea of using the bishop from that angle, then the bishop attacks e5 from this side, and the king gets access from d6 instead of stepping on the bishop's tail. Epic. I'm afraid the history books won't remember it. I'm afraid I don't believe our comrade who told us that games were going into history books. But man, oh man, that was an epic battle today. Whew. Holy moly. Everything we could have wanted or needed today. I'm going to go see if I can't do something to help with the family just a little bit. But I want to see one thing here. This position here, f5, rook g4, fe6, rook g6, bishop f6, rook g2, or king f8 first, right, and this is a draw. The king can get this, but he can't queen the pawn, because the rook can always go back and forth. That's how I thought the game was going to end at some point, with a similar pattern. Yeah. Wow, so incredible. What a game. What a game. So incredible. Whew. All right. I am getting old. I know, Lentils. I know. That was a lot of fun, everybody. I wish you all a great rest of your day or night, wherever you are and whatever you have left. And I'll see you tomorrow for round 6 of the Maia International tomorrow morning, with Kostya, Anushka, Matt, and Rachel. All right. So, till then, ta-ta. Let's find somebody to raid. A lot of people raided us, which was very kind of them. Let me just make sure that that's up to date. Which streams are active? Okay. Thank you, lovely person whose name I can't pronounce. Thank you for your comments throughout. Cheers, everybody. What? We rated ourselves? Oh, we were still live on Matt's channel. Wow. All right. Still me. All right, folks. Didn't figure it out.